Well, hello to a sunny but blustery Silverstone International for what promises to be a fantastic weekend at the Brscc finals weekend. We've had plenty of qualifying sessions already going on this morning. As you can see around me, the Mini 7s have just finished their qualifying session and they promise to bring some spectacular action this weekend. We've got no less than 300 cars here this weekend, just over 300 cars here this weekend. From the many Mazda Championships, we've got the Clubman Championship, we've got the Brscc MX-5 main championship for the Mark 1s, we've got the Mazda SuperCup with Clapham North as well, so we'll see them in action. We've got the Mini 7s here, we've got the Mini Miglias here, the UK modified Fords are here tomorrow, we've got CityCar Cup here tomorrow, we've got both the Fiesta Championships as well, and they're promising some red hot action. You'll see both of the Fiesta ST150 races today, where Sam Beckett will be sweeping all before him, I'm sure, in the championship. Now, the one word you are going to hear a lot this weekend from myself and my wonderful colleague Scott Woodwis is the word provisional. So when we crown champions, they're very much provisional. Of course, the Brscc have got to carry out checks on all the winners' cars, make sure they're nice and legal before they get declared champion and get the spoils they deserve. But I'll tell you what, we're in for 2 days of great racing. The weather looks set fair, the track looks dry. It's going to be red hot up there. So, to introduce us to the racing action for our first race of the day, it's time to hand up to the Silverstone wing, my colleague Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, indeed. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the finals weekend, the first two-day finals weekend for the British Racing and Sports Car Club here at where else but the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, on the international circuit and the Wing Complex. It's certain, as Rob said, going to be 2 days of very intense, very tense and very exciting action here, with plenty of the Brscc's top championships and series concluding their regular series for 2023. It's been quite a roller coaster ever since we started right the way back here at Silverstone on the GP circuit back in March. But now, of course, we are here on the international circuit to conclude things, and we have got a multitude of Mazdas, a fantastic group of Fiestas. We've also got the likes of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge that also follows on top of that as well. The Mini 7s that will be out, just had their qualifying session for the Mini 7, 7 and S categories. And also we've got the modified Fords and the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy for the end of its regular season, before it then goes on to the Race of Remembrance as its dedicated ROR Club Sport support race. But racing getting underway very shortly. Just a bit of clear up from the slightly delayed qualifying session for the Mini 7 Racing Club 7s and 7S cars. There was a red flag midway through, which means that we are just about on time in terms of getting things underway, and we're getting set for our first race of the weekend, which is, as it typically is when it comes to the Brscc and Mazda MX-5 weekends, the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. This is, of course, the championship that all takes place over 1 day. It's the perfect entry point for anyone looking to race in the Brscc Mazda paddock, and it's become, in the last couple of seasons, a real contest of its own. Ever since it started back in 2021, it's now into its 3rd year, and the competition levels have just kept on rising ever since it began. Very tentative start, of course. It started back at Croft, its first ever race, with about 12 cars. Then it starts to expand and get its grids to a point where it's been really competitive, and even in some cases scoring grids is bigger than its 2-day equivalent, the more established Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. And it really has become a proper contest of its own, and it comes into the weekend with the potential that, well, it will be the first championship that we will provisionally decide. And as Rob said, that is going to be one key word this weekend, provisional, only because, as Rob also mentioned, there are regular checks, not just for the cars, but also to double check all the points to make sure that everything is correct before we can then officially announce champions after the event. But of course, provisionally, the drivers will get the chance to celebrate the event, and provided that when they have the post-season technical checks on usually the top 3 cars, everything all passes and everything is clean, then it is good for them to officially declare themselves champions. Of course, they will then go on to the Brscc Awards, which is going to be at the beginning of December, and they will go ahead and collect their accolades for the year before looking ahead to plans for 2024. Looking at the rest of the weekend, on top of that, of course, we've got the other 2 Mazda Championships to settle across the 2 days. The Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, which will see Steve Foden going up against Adam Sparrow and Ted Bradbury in the fight for that championship. We've then got the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, which got Pro, Club and Masters titles to settle. Aidan Hills leads the way by about roughly 60 points or so from James Cousins in second place, and then in third place currently is Patrick Fletcher. In the club class, we've got the likes of Robert Way, Kamal Kelsey, who are going to be scrapping for that title. But the closest one of the three is certainly going to be that scrap for the Masters title between Rob Boston Racing teammates Nick Rutter and Clapham North himself, Mr. George Grant. There is a single point between them coming into the final 3 races of the weekend. That is going to be an intense fight for sure in that battle. You've also got the 2 Fiesta Championships at senior level who are going to be concluded this weekend. The AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. That has an 8-point gap between current leader Albert Webster and Asda Kellett. And that will be a scrap which will be quite intense, and both of them, I can tell you, are set to start the first race from the front row of the grid together. Kellett got the pole position in qualifying earlier on. He also gets the bonus point for that on top of it, and he will then start alongside Albert Webster, who leads the championship. There's also the club class to settle there. Morgan Kidd looks like it's going to be roughly a formality for her. If she finishes well in the first race, she could even provisionally wrap it up in the first race, which is happening today. Over in the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, they're only racing just today, so 2 races for them, which will see their provisional title settled. It looks as though initially it's going the way of Sam Beckett, but results going against him could potentially mean that his teammate Dan Robertson could overhaul him if scores go his way. And also watch out for the likes of Thomas Eichen, Matt Pimler and Michael Blackburn. Michael, in fact, starting from pole position for race number 1. He could take some big points out of the cars in front of him if he scores well. Also racing, of course, the Mini 7s, both the Mini 7 Racing Club with the Melias and the Libras in one grid and the 7 and 7S cars. Now, both of those titles have been provisionally settled already with a round to spare, and their respective provisional champions have swapped series. So, essentially, the Mini Melia provisional champion has now gone across to Mini 7s, and likewise, the Mini 7 provisional champion has gone across to Mini Melias for this weekend to kind of see how the other side of the Mini 7 paddock works. And, of course, tomorrow we have the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge to settle. Elliot Lettis currently leads the way ahead of Stuart Bliss in second place. But Stuart, of course, if he can outscore Elliot enough times, he could potentially go ahead and take the title from him under his nose. There's also the Student Motorsport Challenge to settle too, and that will be Richard Jepp looking to try and get it sewn up for Northbrook Racing for their 2nd title in a row. And then you'll also have the likes of West Suffolk College, East Surrey College and more that will try to get good results to keep themselves in the top 5 also. You've got the Modified Ford Series, of course, with their final seat races of the season. They've got a bumper grid of sold-out 44 cars plus a couple of reserves. Every kind of Ford you could think of pre-2011 that you could think. We've got Focuses, Fiestas, a multitude of different areas of Escort, Sierras, there's a Capri, there's even, believe it or not, a V8 Euro car in the lineup. Yes, you did hear me correctly. There's a Euro car in the lineup as well. And of course, those started back in those with long memories, right back in the days when they began back in 1994. What were the body shape of those cars? Ford Mondeos. So effectively, technically, it kind of is keeping to the spirit of what the championship is, series is. And then, of course, on top of that, you have the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy, which is going to be a sold-out grid. Effectively, lots of regular drivers in the mix, lots of familiar drivers. They've been to Silverstone 3 times this year. They've been to the Grand Prix circuit earlier on this year back in March. They also came back here just a couple of months ago to the National Circuit where they held a 45-minute race, and they conclude their regular season, as I mentioned, here on the International Circuit before that series then goes on to support the Race of Remembrance at Anglesey on the weekend of November 10th to 12th. Which is going to be a very worthy cause, a very worthy event put on by Mission Motorsport to celebrate our current and fallen heroes who've put in so much effort and so much sacrifice in order to allow us to continue to run life as we do today. If you want information on all the championships and series that are competing this weekend, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk, where you can find out all the information about that. You can find it in the news section about a few recent developments that have been happening for BRSCC, including an event that's happening here at Silverstone in November. So at the 18th and 19th of November, the BRSCC will be holding its very first ever exhibition event. It will be called Driven by Racing, and that will be happening later on. More on that later on, but before we get to that, we get to our first grid of the weekend, and it's Jordan Pimley who starts on pole in the first Downforce Radio MX-5 Clubman race of the season. He will start alongside Paul Bateman on the front row of the grid. John Pethick and Bo Parry come next to Matthew Fletcher and Harry Dean. Matthew Fletcher starting back in 5th, but it's Pete Smith and Del Pace on the 4th row of the grid from Greensmith there back in the top 10. And then as we scroll through, it's Jake Pace, Matthew Goddard from Russell Halley and Kevin Bird. Then we have William Bream and Hayden McDonald, Simon Waterfall and Chris Thelwell round out the top 20. And it's Rob Greensmith and Jordan Head from Peter Williams and Nick Ledoyne who complete the top 24 cars on the grid. And as we scroll through down the order, the rest of the grid is Andrew Dean and Peter Bell on row 13. Row 14 is Chris Watts and Simon Privet from Tom Cannon and David Scowler and Simon Browning and George Aisbert. And then George Grant, who is starting right at the back of the grid. He likes a challenge, but he will start back in 33rd on the grid as we get set for our first race to begin very, very shortly. So as we mentioned, this is where the crunch time comes for this championship. We should also mention quickly for this one, it's for all 3 Mazda championships and for the Fiesta ST240s. You cannot drop any results from this final weekend of racing, which means that whatever results you score from either of the races in these 3 Mazda championships or the Fiesta ST240s, that's it. They have to count towards your final score. So if you get a good result and a victory, all the better for you. If you actually DNF or get a poor result, that has to count towards your final total, and if it loses you the championship, that's motor racing. Some drivers are not the biggest fans of it. Others see the competition in it and see what it does. But it essentially means it tries to keep the championship as close as possible and right the way down to the final race of the season. It keeps entertaining not just for those racing in it, but also for you watching at home and around the circuit. So as the cars then are getting themselves onto the grid, we are getting set for racing to get underway here very, very shortly. We've got the black and yellow machine of Jordan Pimley on pole position on to the right. The blue car of number 42 is Paul Bateman. The lighter blue car with the white offset striping is John Pethick. Then it's the grey car with the orange striping down the middle. That is Bo Parry. And then the championship leader, the purple car with the white stripes above the headlights, that is Matt Fletcher, just about centre of shot. Watch for him from P5 on the grid. He wants to try and pick his way through. He's alongside Harry Dean, who's in, I think, one of the cleanest cars on the grid, which is the white and green car, number 8, just towards the bottom centre of shot, you can see. And he'll be looking to try and get this race underway as quickly as possible to try and get away from the third row of the grid. There's also, of course, a Masters contest to try and fight out. There's Del Pace who leads that way. He's just the blue and orange car just towards the bottom right of screen on row 4. So watch for him to try and pick his way through. He's got a battle to go through there. So the 5-second board has gone up then. We're getting set for our first race of the weekend to get underway any moment now. The red lights will come on, and when they do, our first race of the weekend for finals weekend at Silverstone set to get underway. The Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship is going. Race number 1. It's a strong start from everyone off the grid. Everyone nice and cleanly away down towards turn 1 for the first time. And getting the jump from pole, it is Jordan Pimley as they head down towards Abbey for the first time. So Pimley turns in front. It is Bateman in second place, and John Pethick held on to third. The rest of the pack goes charging through as they come up towards the complex at the village in Maloot for the first time. Of course, being the international circuit, they'll head through the complex and then they'll head across and turn right onto the hangar straight rather than turning left onto the Grand Prix loop. If you're locking up, there's a car going sideways in the background, one of the red machines in the back. I think it was possibly car 3 that was involved in that. But they turn their way now out of the right-hander through the kink and onto the back straight for the first time. It's side-by-side between Del Pace and Johnny Greensmith. Now, those two are in the Masters category. Johnny's been one of the most successful Masters drivers in the field since he joined the championship effectively full-time from round 3. As Del Pace leads the way in that points battle, and he's currently side-by-side with him battling over 7th overall. But it's Pimley who leads the way. 2nd to Pethick, 3rd to Bateman, 4th to Bo Parry in the grey and orange machine, 5th to Matt Fletcher, 6th to Harry Dean. And then the rest of the pack comes streaming through. They're all going to tear their way through Stowe Corner. And there are battles already aplenty as we see Matt Fletcher having to make moves here. He knows he has to try and pick as many points as he can to try and reduce any kind of deficit that Jordan Pimley might start to eat into. Parry holds on to 5th position. There goes Fletcher with the undercut. Couple of cars running wide, and it is both Del Pace and Jonathan Greensmith. Also, Jamie Turner was involved in that in car number 9. And as Greensmith rejoins, he's just in front of Jack Warry in car number 6 as they come across the line to end lap number 1. So Pimley leads then, Pethick 2nd, Bateman 3rd, but it's Fletcher up to 4th after he started 5th on the grid, so up 1 place from where he began. It's Dean in 6th position as Greensmith looks around the outside and defends from Jake Pace, the son of Del, as they thunder over the curbs. And as they make their way down towards the complex again for the 2nd time. And into the right-hander they go. So Pimley still holding on, but Fletcher trying to apply the pressure now to 3rd place to Paul Bateman as they turn their way in. Also up there doing well is Pete Smith in car number in the 8th position at the moment. This is Russell Halley having a scrap with Kevin Bird, but he's also ahead of Michael Pearce. Now Michael Pearce is also somebody battling with Del Pace in the Masters points. He's back in currently 2nd or 3rd in that contest, because it's Johnny Greensmith in 2nd in Masters, and up to the lead, of course, has gone Del Pace 7th overall at this point as they turn their way into Stowe for the 2nd time. And there is Pete Smith in car number 17. That car's also had that is the same Pete Smith. He's had a few runs also in the Supersport Endurance Cup, where I believe he's finished 3rd this season in Clubman C. Moving up to 3rd place, though, is Matt Fletcher. That's what he needs to do. He needs to try and minimise any points taken away. Of course, there's no drop scores from these final 2 races, which means he has to try and hold on as Bo Parry gets very sideways, trying to put a move on Paul Bateman exiting the first part of Club. Across the line they go, and it is going to be Pimley from Fletcher. So Pimley actually took the fastest lap of the race briefly, and then Fletcher took it back again. As they come back now towards Abbey Corner for the third time. To the right-hander. There's Turner defending from the 18, which is going to be Chris, I see 17th place there for a second, but as they come up through the complex now for the third time, and Pethick now starting to put the pressure in there. Now, Pethick hasn't won a race so far this season. He's been on the podium several times, but hasn't yet reached the top step of the podium. Did so a couple of times last year, late in the year, and it was those results that actually helped him rise up to runner-up spot in the championship in 2022. Hasn't won a race so far yet, but now he might not do just yet, because if Matt Fletcher has anything to say about it, because down the outside goes the 21 car, looking for P2, and also trying to put the attack on Jordan Pimley, but Pimley has to drive it down the middle of the road, into Stowe Corner now, and still holding on to the position if he can just about keep it on the straight and narrow. Through the right-hander, and it seems as though this pressure is going to keep on building here for the leaders, as Fletcher doesn't successfully get past, and Pethick does defend, and now it's the top three in the championship, not necessarily in that order in the race, but currently at the head of the field, and very evenly matched it seems. Looking further back, a few lockups mid-pack as well. You can see 24, I think, is Simon Waterfall battling with 264. Some more battles further back. Way now up through the exit of another lap and on to 3 laps in the book now, onto lap 4. And see here, there's more, well, I think Russell Halley then having a scrap there just with Hayden McDonald. Goddard's in the mix as well, because you've got Jamie Turner who's recovering after he had a slightly slower start. Just see in the background, Bo Parry's having a battle with one of his, he's scrapping with at the moment. Looks as though that's Harry Dean, and Dean actually under pressure now from Pete Smith as now Del Pace runs out wide, and this could be crucial for the lead in the Masters category. Now Johnny Greensmith can't technically win the championship this weekend for Masters, but he can certainly make it difficult for Del Pace, and Del has got his son Jake for company there in the sort of duck egg blue MX-5 just behind him. You can tell it's Del Pace because he's got the almost the full Golf Tribute livery. He's got the same base colour as Jake's car, but it's the orange accents and the orange two-tone at the bottom of it. There it is. It might look red on the screen, but I've seen it up close and it's definitely orange. Turn into the complex they go once more. As that battle carries on, the top 3 just closing up a little more now as they turn in through the right-hander. Yeah, Pete Smith has the fastest lap of the race, 122.811 at this point, so he's certainly motoring along in car 17. He is a guest, so he won't score any points. He's just here just to drive and enjoy himself and have fun. We've got 65 and 24 sideways. That's Simon Waterfall going wheel to wheel with another guest driver, that's Williams in the mix. And just ahead of Hit, just behind them, also trying to get involved there was the 96 of Bell by the look of it. So lots of battling mid-pack here as Halley darts out and has a look. It's going to be 3 abreast down towards Abbey Corner. That's not advisable, but down the outside there goes the 96 of Bell. Through he goes, and also getting caught there is the 38 car. That is the 38 machine, which is Andrew Dean, and he was right in the mix of that battle too. That's a scrap that's going on for right at the bottom of the top 20 as they continue to battle away. Now to the back straight for another time. So Halley then under threat from the rest of the pack as they turn their way in towards Stowe once more. Fletcher knows he doesn't need to do anything dramatic, doesn't need to go diving at the inside of anybody like Pete Smith does, getting past Harry Dean. He just has to bank the points he can. He knows he just gets the points he needs because he's got that comfortable enough margin in front. Won't stop him trying though. He's a racer through and through, and he wants that second place. Now this car also is up for sale, Matt Fletcher's car, so if he can hold on and actually take the championship, he might possibly add another couple of grand onto that car in terms of how it, in terms of its resale price. Being a championship winning car, it's been a multiple race winning car over the last 2-3 seasons, but it's if he can add a championship to that, it would certainly help him shift it a little bit quicker, I think. Now through the complex at Club once again, this battle continues to rage on through the bottom of the top 20. Let's make the way down. Possible move here is 101. That's Hayden McDonald, I think, battling away with Goddard, and Goddard makes the move. Through he goes. So Hayden McDonald has to capitulate, and that lets him through. Meanwhile, leaders back now onto the back straight once again. This is on the end towards the halfway through another lap, and that's Jake Pace skipping across the road. So he's obviously tried to make a move, and it hasn't worked out. Running wide. Now he's still in combat with his dad Dell, but that now providing quite a good rear gunner approach here because he's got Michael Pearce not too far away, who is second in the Masters contest. See here, Hayden McDonald coming under the threat from Russell Halley, who's another of the cars that's being looked after by Mike Close's Close Racing outfit. Pete Smith, meanwhile, continues to tussle with Harry Dean over 6th position, still holds the fastest lap of the race. The rest of the top 10 below also sweeping through the order, as we continue to see here. That is again the gap that's going on between Goddard, McDonald and Halley. That's over 15th, 16th and 17th positions. And if anything, I'm just looking at the order of the top 3. I think both Bateman and Parry are starting to close in. Fletcher now sets the fastest lap of the race. It's a 22.7. So we'll try and keep on to this one if we can. More side-by-side action. 1-2-2 is Rob Greensmith. He's got a slightly new checkered pattern on the back of that car, but he's got quite a bit of attention. And one car in there also is car number 3, and that was the car that went spinning at the beginning of the race. That was Jordan Head. So Jordan Head recovering after his early spin up at the complex. And they make their way down to up towards the end of another lap. And now you see Kevin Bird here is coming under some pressure. This is over 10th position now. So Kevin Bird in the white car with the orange stripes. Now got quite a contest behind him here. You've got Michael Pearce trying to put the move on Jake Pace to see if he can go after Dell and take a few more points out of him in the Masters contest. And this battle we're still watching here, which is between Goddard and McDonald over 15th place, as Dell Pace lines up Kevin Bird, gets the toe down the back straight and has the inside line he needs. Can he break that a little bit later? He's got track position and Kevin Bird might just have to let him go. He tries to brave it out around the outside. He's still staying there. He's got the racing line. He's forced Dell to go a little bit tighter. But Dell manages to get the car braked and stopped in front for him just in time. He's up another place into the top 10. But let's have a look. He just peeks out and tries to threaten him into the braking zone. Paul Bateman sets the new fastest lap of the race. He does a 22.6. He's got the gap down to about 1.2 seconds. So he can get himself into the top 3 to make it a quartet. As the pack here scrapping over 6th place downwards turns its way in towards Abbey Corner and out of sight. That's between Dean, Pete Smith, Greensmith and Warry. Now as they make their way onto the back straight once again. It's race going to its final 4.5 minutes now. And we'll see whether or not there is anything that Fletcher can do. He's up to 2nd now, so he's actually made a move now. So up to P2 has gone Matthew Fletcher, and now he starts to put the pressure onto Pimley to try and get a victory. A victory would certainly do him no harm at all. It would actually further increase his championship lead over Pimley, and Pimley knows he's got to try and take every point he can out of Fletcher. Almost moves across and just holds onto his racing line, and Fletcher knows again he cannot afford to get himself into situations where he finds himself in trouble. I'm sure also he'll have bad memories of what happened at Snetterton when he was leading into the final corner, went way too hot into Murray's and lost the victory by spinning off the road, and that was in quite adverse conditions to boot as well. Bone dry and sunny, but a little bit chilly here and blustery here at Silverstone, so he's certainly having to be, can take a few more risks, but not too many to try and put himself in danger. This battle continues to rage on. This fantastic track for 10th that continues to go back and forth between the paces, Jake and Dell. And now Kevin Bird's under threat from Jamie Turner, who moves out. Bird throws the block, has the inside line, and he's also in turn trying to look up the inside of Jake Pace to try and take 11th place back from him, because both of the paces have squeezed past. Meanwhile, Fletcher's been caught by both Pethick and also Paul Bateman. Bateman up the inside of Pethick now for 3rd place, and I suspect possibly as the top 2 have backed themselves up into Pethick and Bateman now, because Bateman has the fastest lap of the race, and they're charging after each other as they make their way down towards Stowe once again. So this is very interesting. Now, as they come up towards the right-hander at Stowe Corner, Pimley's got a bit more of a breathing space now, because he knows that Fletcher's under big pressure from the 2 cars behind. He can hold on. There might be an option where he'll be able to just about keep this in check. To the complex they go then. And really, Fletcher's in a bit of a catch-22 situation here. He's got to keep one eye, if he can, on the cars behind, but also another eye on Pimley in front, and just has to hope that he doesn't actually run away too quickly. He knows what happens if he does. But even then, 2nd place will still be relatively good enough. Still be good enough for him to hold on if he can. So this will be a fairly straightforward result, I think, for Fletcher. 2nd place will lose him a couple of points, but it won't lose him. He won't really make too much of a dent into his championship lead, which is going to be a benefit to him anyway. into the right-hander now once again. Still look at this battle going on for 10th place. And Del Pace does now have Jake as his rear gunner once again. Out of the right-hander at Kink and out of Chapel onto the back straight once again. I think they're going to have this and one more lap by the look of it. And now onto the right-hander now towards the end of the lap here. Fletcher now just trying to hold on to this position if he can. He's really finding himself having a lot of pressure here at this point. And Bateman now, he's not in the championship hunt, doesn't really care about it too much. He just wants to get a good result and get himself onto the podium if he can. He's currently there at the moment, but Pethick might want to get himself back in there too. He's going to keep on pressing until the flag. They're going to come across the line to start the last lap. Little twitch of oversteer over the curb there for Pethick. This is also bringing Bo Parry back into the mix as well in P5. And Bo, of course, has been setting some decent lap times. He was about 6/10 quicker than Pethick last time out. Top 5 covered by less than a second. And there you can see Bo just in the background. He took a victory. He's had a couple of wins so far this year. The most recent one at Donington Park. And he's wanting to try and progress as far as he can. They've got some back markers here, some traffic to try and deal with also. This could be a challenge here as they all group up together again. Out of the complex village in the loop. And now back in towards the right-hander at the... onto the back straight as the back marker gets completely out of the way, wants no part of it whatsoever. And that would have been car 57 as now Bateman gets a little bit of a hurry up there from John Pethick. Come on, we're going to go after it. You've got to keep pushing. And now Fletcher's got a bit of respite. He's now on the attack on the final lap of the race. If he wants the victory, he's going to have to make it now or never. Is he going to make a move or does he risk it or does he sit back and take the points? He's going for it up the inside in towards Stowe Corner. We thought about it at least. He put himself into Jordan's mirrors and just about gave him a bit of aggravation. But he's not going to hold on too much. Now he might be side by side on the exit. They're going to be wheel to wheel. And Fletcher actually gets his nose in front before they get to the braking zone here at Vale. Pimley fights back on the inside line under brakes, turns in, gets his nose in front. He's going to hold on, I think, for another victory. It's going to be victory once more for Jordan Pimley. Matt Fletcher will get second place, and Bo Parry's really closed up for third, fourth, and fifth, but up towards the timing line for the final time and up towards the checkered flag, despite the clock freezing at the top of the screen. It is going to be victory for Jordan Pimley. It's going to be second place for Matt Fletcher. It's third for Paul Bateman, fourth for John Pethick, and fifth for Bo Parry. Now, Fletcher was punching the air there because I think he knew that that second place was critical to keep himself in a good position for the championship. So that will certainly help him out in terms of points, no end, I'm certain. So across the line, they all come. It's then 6th place for Harry Dean, 7th for Pete Smith, 8th for Johnny Greensmith, 9th for Jack Warry, and then 10th for Del Pace. And it was a Masters win for Johnny Greensmith. Now, Greensmith looks like he's got himself a time penalty. The time penalty is a 5-second one for track limits. I think also him and Kevin Bird, so 2 of the cars out of the same teammates, have got themselves time penalties as a result of that. The rest of the pack comes charging through. But again, that's a pretty key result for Matt Fletcher. He did go for the victory. He went for it in the end, but he realised that if he was going to try and make a move and the move simply wasn't on, it wasn't worth trying to risk it and try and throw away more points. He just needed to score as best as he could. Had to give second best to Jordan Pimley this time, but 98 points will certainly help him no end in the championship, and that will certainly put him into a prime position to do all he needs to do is be nice and comfortable and just simply, I think, bring it home trouble-free, and provisionally the title should be his. So quite an energetic first race of the day here at Silverstone, and of the weekend, mind you. And excellent stuff all round from those involved. And of course, the second race will be coming up later on this afternoon. The second race, which should be quite as entertaining as the first, but there's Matt Fletcher, still championship leader. And as he heads in, he will pull up in second place. And he's also punching the air. I think I hope he realises that there's no drop scores in this round, that effectively he can't win it on drops because he has to do the next race and score well in order to make it happen. But I think at the very least he's just very, very happy that he's picked up a second place, and that will certainly put him in a really good position to essentially have one hand on the championship, which is certainly going to help him out. So Jordan Pimley has already made it down to the top 3 area, where he'll be greeted by Rob Lewis in a very short second. There's a smile on his face and taking the helmet and gloves off as he does. So it's victory for Jordan Pimley, second for Matt Fletcher, and Paul Bateman for third. We'll quickly run down the rest of the top 10. It's 4th for John Pethick, 5th for Bo Parry, 6th goes to Harry Dean, 7th to Pete Smith, 8th to Johnny Greensmith after his penalty, 9th to Jack Warry, and 10th to Del Pace, with Jake Pace, Kevin Bird, Jamie Turner, Michael Pearce and Hayden McDonald rounding out the top 50. And he's down there now with Rob Lewis for our first race of the day. So let's have a chat down in pit lane.
And what a crackerjack way to start off this weekend's racing. Jordan Pimley, a deserved winner. We had a chat this morning. We pre-recorded some stuff that we'll see at lunchtime tomorrow. And you said what you had to do, go out, get 2 wins, pole position, 2 out of 3 done.
Yeah. Do you know if I got fastest lap or not?
Unfortunately not.
Doubt it, yeah.
That man in 3rd just snuck it.
Oh, well, at least he took it away from Matt, though. Yeah, that was a really difficult race. Trying to manage the pace, obviously, with the slipstream being so proficient around here, so hard to stay ahead.
Absolutely, and game plan for race 2, a bit more of the same.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed to see Matt come through the pack, but that's how it's going to be, unfortunately. So win the next race, take home more silverware, and have a bit of fun doing it. Absolutely. Congratulations on a fantastic race win there, Jordan. Just a quick shout out to my sponsors very quickly. Harry Bennett Foundation, Falcon Contract Flooring, A&P Training, and of course Team Close Racing as well, all helped me throughout the year massively. It's all to them. Absolutely, and I'll let you in on secret as well. We've got MJA Race Engines, the team there, are watching on for you as well. Oh, excellent. Nice to hear. Fantastic. Collect yourself some silverware there. So that's our very deserved race 1 winner, and we've got Matt Fletcher in 2nd place. Hello, Matt. Congratulations on a superb 2nd place. Now this is all looking very well for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, can't ask for much more than that. I just set out to enjoy myself in this last race weekend, and I'll let the championship take care of itself. As long as I get some clean racing in and have fun, which is what I did today, then it's all good. So 1 more race to go, and starting from a better position, and yeah, hunt Jordan down, get that last win, and hopefully take the championship.
Hopefully take that MX-5 Clubman Championship. And have you actually had any thoughts about maybe going up into the Gas Shocks Championship for next year? So potentially, it's all sort of to play for at the moment, sort of working out a few things, and a great moment to actually say a big thank you to my sponsors who were here with me today. So huge thanks from Simon at Goodall and Russell from Kesterport, Bob, everyone in the team, everyone's, I wouldn't be here without them. So a huge thanks to them, and we're talking about next season, so we'll see. Let's focus on today first, and then we'll worry about that tomorrow. Fantastic. In the meantime, I've got to shake the hand, Matt Fletcher, superb 2nd place. More of the same later. Thank you very much. Right, 3rd place, and not only has he got himself a podium, he's got himself a Masters win as well. Paul. Fastest lap, was it? Fastest lap, Masters win. And 3rd place. That's not a bad run, is it? No, obviously I started 2nd, 3rd, but I'm a bit of a slow starter, it appears, out there. But the boys went off like a rocket, but the nature of the circuit allowed me to creep up, and I had enough pace, and it was good. I got the timer right on the car. I knew it was the last lap. Made the move, and I'm pleased to be back on the podium. Pleased to be back on the podium. Bit more of the same in race 2. Yeah, why not? I mean, we're all it's very even. The nature of this circuit allows. I could have, if it weren't for a back marker on the last lap, anybody could have strung it down the back straight there. It's good fun. It's good fun. Absolutely. Well, congratulations, sir. I've got to shake the hand. Collect yourself some pots there, sir. So that was Paul Bateman, and that rounds out the podium for our MX-5 Clubman Championship. We've got cars out on circuit for the ST150s at the moment, and I think we're more or less going to see a championship wrapped up there too. Scott, up to you.
Very potentially. Thank you very much, Rob, and good to hear from our top 3 from that first of the Mazda MX-5 Clubman races this weekend. Of course, excellent victory for Jordan Pimley, 2nd for Matt Fletcher. Very delighted with that, of course, taking 1 step closer to the provisional title. And Paul Bateman just happy to be back on the podium in 3rd. Right, from Mazda MX-5, we now move on to 4 Fiestas. And as Rob correctly said, it is the first of 2 races today for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Of course, they're only racing today as well, which means by the end of today, we will have a provisional champion, and it could well be Sam Beckett. There's a chance he could wrap it up in this one, potentially, and how drop scores work out. It's Michael Blackburn who starts in pole position from an excellent lap from Chanel Drew in the qualifying session. Only a 2nd weekend in the championship. Front row start only by about 18,000 of a second. She missed out on pole. Really good effort. Dylan Davis, also rookie, starting from the 2nd row of the grid, alongside Dan Robinson. Then it's Sam Watkins and Jamie Luthwaite. Sam Beckett back in 7th alongside Thomas Eichen. He's got work to do as we work through the rest of the grid. And also in the mix as well, you've got the likes of Jordan Pimlett there starting from 8th on the grid too, and more who will hopefully try and pick their way up the order as much as possible as the weekend goes on. So the cars are already starting to make their way now on towards the grid for the first of 2 races today. In the championship, to kind of fill you in where we are then, so on drop scores, it is Sam Beckett who leads with 580 points ahead of Dan Robinson on 542. 534 points for Thomas Eichen in 3rd place, 529 for Matthew Pimlett, and then 522 for Michael Blackburn. Of course, there's quite a tight battle going on there. You can see at least going on for 2nd down to 5th. And if results go either of these guys, the driver's way, it could well help them out. So watch out for them, and also the likes of Paul Dobson, who is a bit further back than he'd like to be. He won a race course last time out at Croft. Mark Blunt also up there 7th on the grid. He is 7th in the championship. We've also got Chris Flynn, Sam Watkins back on the grid this weekend as well, and a few others. But certainly watch out for Michael Blackburn. His qualifying pace has been good, and the race pace has been quite decent. He's won a couple of races so far this year. He is the outgoing champion in ST150s, which means that we will see somebody else take the title. But is it going to be Sam Beckett on drop scores or somebody else? And I'll be very intrigued to see also how both Chanel Drew and Dylan Davis get through from 2nd and 3rd on the grid. We'll be very intriguing to see how that race plays out. So, green flag all set to get ready at the back, and we're getting ready then for our first race of 2 for today for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. 15 minutes of Fiesta racing. The red lights are on, red lights are out, and we're underway. It's a cracking start for Michael Blackburn. It's an equally good start for Chanel Drew, who tries to pull alongside on the run, but it's Blackburn who sweeps across and manages to cut the avenue off to try and get past towards Abbey Corner for the first time, and Blackburn sweeps in as the leader. It is Chanel Drew in 2nd place. It's then 3rd then for Dylan Davis, who tries to hold on from Dan Robinson up in 4th. He's the best placed of the 2nd best placed of the top 5 drivers, because it is Blackburn who leads, and it is the 2 2010 cars in 2nd and 3rd place, followed by 2 of the SBR Motorsport cars, and it is Sam Beckett who's already up to 5th. So a good start for Sam, then up 2 places as they turn their way out now onto the back straight for the final time. And let's see if they've got anything in reserve here. They're all justing for position. Paul Dobson there's got Matt Pimlett, and Pimlett knows he has to try and make up as many places as he can. He's ahead of Thomas Eichen already, so not a good start for Thomas. They started on the 4th row together, and Pimlett already ahead of Eichen as they make their way down the hangar straight towards Stowe for the first time. Here comes Dylan Davis to the inside. This is him making a move on Chanel Drew. This is for 2nd place, and talk about a great start for a rookie guest driver, and that's Watkins. It's Watkins, in fact. It's not Dylan Davis, it's Watkins. So Watkins had a decent start from 4th and 5th on the grid. Davis, I think, was the one with the red car running wide for a second there, but Sam Watkins immediately jumping up to the second spot ahead of his teammate, and now putting the pressure onto Michael Blackburn as they turn him through Vale and Club for the first time. And let's see what they've got in reserve here, because this could be quite an intriguing next 15 minutes in this race. Onto the pit straight they come again to end lap number 1, and it is Blackburn who leads the way then. 2nd place for Watkins, Drew in 3rd, Robinson 4th, Beckett 5th, Davis 6th, then Luthwaite, Pimlett, Dobson and Blunt. That's the top 10. As they make their way now towards the 2nd. Now, Eichen now needs to try and make up as many places as he can, because he's way down the order back in 12th. And that's not going to do his chances to try and get 3rd in the championship any good. He has to really amp this up if he can and make some more progress. Now heading onto the hangar straight for the 2nd time, and now Blackburn was talking to him in the pit after the races at Croft on the pit lane interviews, and he was saying that his starts were pretty decent, but sometimes he's been working on the single lap pace quite a bit, and his race pace tends to be quite decent all the way through, but he's been working on his single lap pace in qualifying. It's been paying off, because he's had a pole position time in qualifying at Croft. He did it again this morning, and that was pretty tricky. Now, that was either Blackburn getting shaky under brakes. There was a little tap in the tail there from Watkins. Either way, it was tricky to see from that angle. What it has done is open the door for Chanel Drew to go back to 2nd place in car 25. That's the 2nd of the red cars. It's the car with the red roof compared to the black roof of Watkins, and down the inside she goes. She's not afraid to go for it, is she? Especially on her teammate, as Watkins then holds the inside line and defends the position. And now she runs a little bit out wide. Now this gives the chance for Dan Robertson to squeeze past the 3rd place. Now Chanel is one of a couple of guest drivers in the field, so this won't affect in terms of points how many points that they score. But the key thing is that both Blackburn, Watkins and also Robertson are all ahead of Sam Beckett at this point. Beckett is the 2nd car, number 96. He's the 2nd kind of 2-tone green and white car with the Mars Jones Limited sponsorship on the side. He's currently sat in 5th. He has the fastest lap of the race, the first proper flying lap. So that will certainly give him a couple of bonus points to boot. Now they make their way down towards the complex again for the 3rd time. And now it's still, in fact, Robinson's got through. Chanel trying to fight back on the outside line. It's a little too deep. That's now going to put her under pressure from Beckett. Also up there too still is Dylan Davis in his first ST150 Challenge race, doing a fine job. The two teammates here, that's Chris Chisnell battling with Thomas Eichen, and Eichen really needs to be a bit higher than 12th position if he wants to keep himself in the hunt for third place. Here comes Watkins to the outside to try and make a move here on Blackburn, and the top two are pulling away as now Robinson gets up the inside of Drew. Drew goes a little bit sideways. She hangs it out on the outer line at Stowe Corner, out in the dust and dirt, and that now allows Beckett to get through to hold, take 4th position. So it's now 10 Sport in the lead, 2010 in 2nd place. It's the SBR Motorsport cars 3rd and 4th. And then it's now Chanel Drew's got Dylan Davis as her rear gunner at this point. And a good run also for Jamie Luthwaite in the blue car in there, in 7th place. Watch out for him in car 121. He's having a fine run up in the top 10. Matt Pimlett's back in 8th. Dobson 9th, and then it's Mark Blunt rounding out the top 10 as they make their way onto the straight to complete 4 laps as Watkins goes on the offensive, looks to the outside and tries to get the cut back, exiting Abbey Corner. He's certainly pushing hard as he dares. And let's see if he can try and hold on to this place as much as he can. He's going to keep on putting the pressure on. He's got the inside line for the complex at Village, but Dan Robertson also getting to the mix now as Watkins goes to the inside line and takes the lead at Silverstone here in race 1 for the ST150 Challenge. And Blackburn almost moves across and says, I've lost one place, I don't quite fancy losing another, but he might not have any choices. Here goes Dan Robinson, and of course Robinson, of course, is trying to score key points here to try and keep himself in the hunt for the championship. That's not going to help Beckett either. He's on the outside line under attack from Chanel Drew. They've also got Dylan Davis in the mix as well, as he's going to give her the push down the back straight. Watch a bit of bump drafting between the two 2010 teammates. And as Watkins now tries to escape, Blackburn is swarming around the back of Dan Robinson, trying to reclaim 2nd place if he can from the SBR Motorsport driver. Fight for 4th is still going into Stowe Corner. And there goes Sam Beckett very sideways, and Davis threw it up the inside to push him another place down. Now, I think both Drew and Davis are both guest drivers, which means he won't score any points, so it shouldn't affect how much he scores. He should technically, if he stays where he is right now, score points for 4th place. But now what this is doing, now he's stuck behind Drew and Davis. He's now under massive pressure now from Matt Pimlett in the turquoise and black car, number 24. Luthwaite also under threat from Dobson and Blunt. Wherever you look, there is battles aplenty in this ST150 Challenge race. As Watkins turns his way in, Robinson's still in 2nd place now, and Blackburn going with them. And now it's Chanel Drew leading the charge for 4th place as Dobson throws the car in towards Abbey Corner, cuts the corner, and just about gets away with it. If the car got sideways, he would have used the classic front-wheel drive technique. If you get in the slide, boot the throttle and hope the front end comes around eventually. And it did in that instance. But these ST150s are quite stiffly sprung, but they do bounce around quite a lot, and you see watch them, they're riding over the curbs, and they're rocking and bouncing and bucking around. It's quite a sight to see as they turn their way through onto the hangar straight. There's Eichen diving up the inside, trying to take full advantage of Dobson. Dobson sweeps back across and holds the advantage as they exit out wide. And now down the back straight once again. This is going to be quite critical to see if Robertson can go for the lead here. We could have our 3rd different leader of the race if we play our cards right. Robertson knows he has to take every single point he can out of Sam Beckett to try and hold on. At this point in time, Beckett would still score the points for 4th, because the 2 cars in front would be guests, which means they'd be invisible for point scoring. It's 50 points for a win, 46 for 2nd, 42 for 3rd, and 38 for that. Blackburn uses all the curb a bit more and puts it up onto 2 wheels almost through Vale. You can tell he's pushing hard. And in terms of pace, Beckett doesn't have the outright pace, it seems, to really go for a move both on Drew or Davis. Now, whether he's hanging back because he knows what he needs to score, or that pace isn't simply there. I imagine he would have been pushing as hard as he could in qualifying, and not able to get any higher than about 5th or 6th on the grid means that he's really got to push hard here. There is Beckett. Took a victory at Croft, site of his first 2 wins in the ST150 Challenge a year prior, so that place holds good memories. But let's see if Silverstone can do the same too, and possibly give him the title if results go his way. Now into the right-hander and onto the back straight once again. Is there any possibility now that there could be a lead change? Luthwaite now under threat from Mark Blunt there as they came out onto the back straight. Also there you see down wide kind of threat from Alex Sprange in his first weekend in the team, not in the championship, but his first race weekend with 10 Sport Performance. As here comes Dan Robertson diving down the outside line. He might have the momentum to get the undercut here as Watkins has to go defensive into Stowe Corner. He does get the switch back. He's on the racing line now for the run in towards Vale. Couldn't get the move done, but he's slotted back in behind him, and now he darts back out once more to have a look. He looks very impatient to get through by the look of it. But Watkins is holding firm here. He knows what he has to do. Watkins is simply racing for himself. He's not in the hunt for the championship or anything else, but he might be about to lose the lead as now Robertson has a squeeze up the inside line through the exit of club corner. They're going to be side by side across the line with 6.5 minutes to go. And the gap across the line, if I look at the timing screen, what was the gap between the two of them as Robertson does it? It's 3 abreast down towards Abbey Corner as Blackburn goes for both of them in towards Abbey. That's an outrageous move for Mike Blackburn. He can't get past Watkins, but it's put him in position to try and get past Robinson on the approach to the complex as they come to another lap. As they came across the line, what was the gap between them? It was 0.057 between Robinson and Watkins, and Robinson had his nose in front, but only just. Now what this is now doing is it's now bringing Chanel Drew back into play in 4th place. She's got a small gap over P5 Dylan Davis. You've then got in 6th position still Sam Beckett. He's under big pressure from Matt Pimlett as he threw that car into the right-hander. Also more battles aplenty. This is great stuff from the ST150s. I said that almost sounding slightly surprised, but they've been putting on some great racing all season wherever they've gone. So great to see them really letting their hair down for the final round. And there's a championship on the line as Robertson again looks one way, then the other, darts up the inside of late, goes last of the late breakers, turning in towards Stowe. But Watkins again holds the line through the right-hander and still holds to the place. He will not capitulate, but it really is bringing in the 2 2010 cars behind him. It's stacking up the top 3 into the path for Chanel Drew in that number 25 machine, and Dylan Davis, who's running in P5. Again, I remind you, in his first race in the championship, as there goes Chanel Drew up the inside. Chanel Drew up on 2 wheels, makes a little bit of contact with Mike Blackburn, but holds on to 4th place. Slightly ambitious from Chanel, but then at the same time, I guess might have shut the door on her. Either way, they both carry on unscathed. Still 5 minutes to go as they come up towards the right-hander at Abbey. It's now 5 for the lead, because you can see Dylan Davis has caught up, and interestingly enough, Sam Beckett doesn't have the pace to catch them. He's going to have to rely on these 5 getting in amongst each other to really bring them back towards him, and he'll bring Matt Pimlett with him. Back to the complex. There goes Chanel back up the inside again, this time for the 2nd time in about half a lap. Blackburn runs out wide, holds his line, and Chanel might have the inside this time to go to 3rd place if she can make the move sticking towards the right-hander. She has a look again for the 3rd time. Blackburn runs out wide. Now, what can the momentum be here? Can Drew pull herself alongside? Can she get the push from Dylan Davis here? Because if he can help, she can give his teammate a bit of a push in terms of a bump draft down towards the complex. And I think he realises what he needs to do. They are side by side for the lead and also for 3rd position. And Drew has got the inside line as Beckett goes to try, as Robertson goes to try and make the move. And not only has Chanel Drew gone to 3rd place, but also so has Dylan Davis. So looks like Blackburn has lost 2 spots in as many corners but with that move, and now it's Drew up into 3rd position. This would be amazing if Chanel can get her first podium in the championship, but only her 2nd weekend racing in it. She took a top 5 in the 1st weekend at Croft. That was a great result for her to really get in the mix. She's done plenty of front-wheel drive racing prior to this. She's raced in junior racing on top before that, and then she did a little bit of mini challenge, if I'm correct. But now into Fiesta ST150s and really reveling in these little ST150s here. She's having a great run in 3rd place. For 4th now, Dylan Davis against one of the more established drivers in the field. You'd never guess that Dylan Davis was a rookie in this championship, and having his first race as a guest, but he's driving like he's been here for years. As the leaders come back into the complex. Now, there's been a penalty for car 26, which is Dan White. That's a 5-second penalty for track limits, but Dan is back in 15th place, so it means he's a bit further back to have any effect on the front runners. As for the championship contenders, Sam Beckett is still 6th and hasn't really made much more progress. In fact, he's still under pressure from Matt Pimlett behind him. So this is not quite the start of the weekend I guess Beckett was hoping for. But again, you'll still get the points for 4th, given the fact that Drew and Davis are both guest drivers. Side by side for the lead again. This is now Dan Robertson, who is determined to actually win this race. He knows he has to keep himself at any possible good chance to win this championship on drop scores. Unlike the ST240s, there are no drop score. There's no every single round counts as a drop score, which means that there's no rule in place where you can't drop anything from the final round. I couldn't see anything in the regulations that says that. And Robertson is really monstering the back of Watkins here as they turn their way through. Still 2 and a bit minutes to go here as they come through. And they make their way onto the pit straight for the 2nd to last time by the look of it. Further back, this is Jamie Luthwaite having a scrap with Thomas Eichen. His race has gone a bit backwards as Jamie. He was up there as high as 7th place, but he's now slipped back to the clutches of Eichen, who again is another driver who has been a front runner and has been up there in the points in 3rd in the standings coming into the weekend, but just hasn't really made an impact in this race at all. He's kind of really sat back and had a bit of a quite subdued first race. He's 3rd in the championship, 534 points on drop scores. He's 36 off the points lead. And that could really be something that's quite surprising. Now, Chanel Drew's just set the fastest lap of the race, and she's going after the top 2 here. I should remind you, she was only missed out on pole position by 18 one-thousandths of a second, so she's got genuine pace around here at Silverstone International, and she's closing in that much that she could even start to give first and second a bit of a headache in a minute. There's Luthwaite and Aikin. As there, Robertson goes for his 17,000th attack on the outside line in towards Stowe Corner. There's Chanel Drew in the second of the red cars, keeping a watching brief in third. And Robertson here's got a great chance to possibly try and make a move here, but he knows he's going to be under pressure from Drew behind. You can see all the spectators and the supporters and fans watching around the top of the wing building as this got a great view here of the cars coming in towards Vale and Club for the second to last time. And Drew's now going on the attack here. She's going for second place. She's on the back of Dan Robinson. And of course, even if Drew gets through, again, as she's a guest, it won't affect how many points that Dan scores. He will still get the points for being second place, which is 46. There's a black and white flag going out for somebody else. We should check who that might be. Black and white warning flag has gone out to... Is there anything in race control? No, there's no warning. Couldn't see the number on that either. But someone's getting a warning for track limits also. But now on to what's going to be the last lap of the race. And let's see if there's going to be any change in the top 3 here as they come back down towards the right-hander at Abbey Corner. There 142 is Jay Goodwin. She's making her first appearance with SBR Motorsport this weekend. Not her first appearance in the championship, but she's raced a couple of times with GRW, but it's her first meeting with the SBR Motorsport team. This could be a real contest. Now, onto the back straight for the final time. The top 3 are all together now. This could be a really, really interesting final few corners as they come down towards Stowe for the final time. The time is pretty much hit to 0, and all 3 of them are going to be together up towards the braking zone for the right-hander for the last time. Which way is Robertson going to go? Inside or outside? He's going to go outside. But here comes Chanel Drew down the outside. She's going to go for second place. She's thinking about it. Tries the undercut on the outside line. Looks for the switchback, but finds Robertson on the apex, so she can't try and make it through. And now as they come back towards Vale and Club for the final time, is this going to be the final top 3 for this first race, or is it going to change in a few corners' time? Robertson closes back up under braking, gets very, very close. Watkins needs his turn in very late, but he holds onto the line. Blackman also getting back into the mix in 4th place, but it looks as though it's going to be a victory in race 1 of the day for the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge for Sam Watkins. Watkins takes the checkered flag first, second for Dan Robinson, an excellent 3rd place and the first podium in the championship for Chanel Drew, and it's 4th for Mike Blackburn. 5th goes to Dylan Davis on his debut, 6th for Sam Beckett. That'll certainly be at least some solid points towards the championship to keep him in strong stead. And the rest of the field comes streaming through past the checkered flag. That's Jay Goodwin ahead of Alex Sprange. So strong results for them. Goodwin 13th ahead of Sprange, 14th for their new teams. First time out. And then we have the rest of the field cars pouring through and taking the checkered flag. Well, that was an incredibly exciting Fiesta ST150 Challenge race all the way through from start to finish. And that's some very popular results. Sam Watkins, of course, with an excellent victory for him. It's 2nd place for Dan Robinson and very strong points for the championship. And I guarantee Chanel Drew is going to be absolutely delighted with 3rd place. She's definitely one of my drivers of the race. She started from the front row of the grid, fell back as far as about 5th or 6th, powered her way back through, took the fastest lap of the race, and now she picks up a podium in only what's her 4th Fiesta ST150 Challenge race. Not bad for a newcomer. So I'll quickly run through the result as we come through, because I know we want to see the top 3 results. So Sam Watkins then takes the victory by only a quarter of a second from Dan Robinson in 2nd place. Chanel Drew takes 3rd and her first ST150 podium. It's 4th for Michael Blackburn, 5th for Dylan Davis, then it's 6th for Sam Beckett, 7th for Matt Pimlett, 8th for Mark Blunt, as you see on the screen here, 9th for Paul Dobson, and 10th for Jamie Luthwaite, with Aikin back in 11th place. Not really where he wants to be off this first race. And 12th for Chris Chisnell. There's a quick reminder again. Sam Watkins the victor. It's then 2nd for Chanel Drew, 2nd for Dan Robinson, 3rd for Chanel Drew, and then Blackburn and Davis in the top 5. And Chanel Drew also took the fastest lap of the race as well. Then it's from 13th downwards. Jay Goodwin in her first race for SBR gets 13th place. Alex Sprange in his first race for 10 Sport gets 14th. And Aidan Vickers, Andrew Ward, Matthew Morton, Dan Wyke round out the 18 cars that they get. Well, the 7 18 cars that took the start. And Dan Wyke looks as though he did take the flag but had that penalty for track limits. So that actually concludes the racing action for the morning, or at least the first part of the day. We had all the qualifying in 2 races. We're going to go into racing very, very short, into racing after a lunch break, which is coming up in a moment. But the top 3 have already pulled into our podium part ferme area, if you like, where Sam Watkins is just removing helmet and racing attire before he jumps out of the car. I'm sure there'll be handshakes with his teammate Chanel Drew. And as for Dan Robinson, I'm sure he'll be delighted with 2nd place to get the points he needs to keep himself in championship contention as much as possible. But there's a smile on Sam Watkins' face, and he enjoyed that, and as did all of we. and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of handshakes and smiles around. It seems as though everyone quite enjoyed that, and there's a good reason to do so. Excellent racing once again from the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, as per usual. And to have a chat to our top three to find out how they found that first race of the weekend, let's head back down to Rob Lewis, who's at the top of the pit lane, waiting to have a chat to our top three.
Well, I'm trying to find our first place driver. If we could just get our drivers to come over next to the Brscc signboard, we've got to get the branding down. But you know, he's got his priorities right. Sam Watkins, he's got his trophy, he's got the bubbly. Let's get him standing there in front of the board. Sam, fantastic race. If I'm honest, I actually want to interview the top 5 because that was mega tin-top racing.
Yeah, it was awesome. There's a few good laps at the start, and then I just had to defend for everything. But yeah, it was awesome. Good race.
A good way to sort of a bit of wing mirror rubbing. There was a lot of curb used as well. I need to speak to Chanel about that. There was a bit of curbing going on, but it just shows how close this championship is.
Yeah, it's great. They were pushing each other down the straight just to make sure we didn't get overtaken by someone else. So yeah, it's exactly what you want to do in a Fiesta. It's awesome, yeah.
But at the end of it, you managed to get yourself a bit of a gap and clear away with the other two.
Yes, yeah, just about. Slowly work at it, just try and keep the tyres alive for the rest of the race.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a superb result there. So that's your race 1 winner for the ST150s. I'll just bring in our second place man there, Dan Robinson. We had a chat earlier on. It's about building up those points for the championship, but that was a spectacular race.
Oh, 100% from the start, wasn't it? Yeah, he's only chosen the rounds he wants to do this year, so he's not in the championship. The main one that I needed to beat was Michael, who I managed to get past. So yeah, I mean, so far today it's gone pretty perfectly. Couldn't ask for a lot more.
So the game plan for race 2, more of the same?
Yeah. Starting on the front row now, so hopefully if we can get a good start, then there's no reason we can't win. It's not the easiest place to overtake, and a lot of slipstreaming around here, so yeah, hopefully we can get the start and get away.
The circuit kind of favours this kind of close style racing, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. There's only 4 real corners that matter that you're fast at, that they'll influence your whole lap. So it eliminates a lot of overtaking spots, but the slipstream makes it a lot closer. So end of the back straight, you don't know where you're going to be.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there on a superb second place, and it's time for our third place driver, Chanel Drew. That was absolutely fantastic. I'll just get you to stand on the pit sign there. That was absolutely fantastic racing. It really summed up ST150 racing in particular. How was that race from your point of view?
Oh, spectacular. I haven't been here for a long time. It's been so nice to just get back out. It's my second round this year, so I'm still getting used to the tyre, but that was an epic race. We got pushed back to 5th or 6th at some point, ended up getting the fastest lap and pushing back up to the podium, so really happy with that.
Absolutely, and a brilliant fastest lap by yourself. And there was a bit of curb hopping going on there partway through, wasn't there?
Yeah, I got pushed onto a sausage curb, so we were on 2 wheels for some of the race, which was quite an experience, but managed to get back onto it. We have a little bit of tracking gone, I think, from the wheel by the end there, but kept going, kept pushing through, so really happy.
So the plan for race 2, get the alignment done, send it again?
Yeah, just drive as fast as I can, I think, just like the rest of them. It's going to be a difficult race. Obviously, we're on the other side this time, so we'll see how we get on.
Is this something about this circuit that just helps out with this kind of low power, close racing?
Yeah, it's because it's a single make championship as well. Everything is ultra close. So my qualifying time was 100th off of pole, which is just insanely close. You couldn't even really physically see the difference if you were to put the cars side by side. It's a fast circuit purely because you've got the really long straights. It's all about toe in these cars. So having such a sort of tight grid is quite a tough competition, but it makes the cars really, really fun and exciting.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully more of the same battles. Congratulations on a superb podium there. So rounds out our podium for the ST150s. I'm looking forward to race 2. I don't know about you guys watching at home. Now, we've got a lunch break now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to throw back up to Scott Woodwis, and I believe we have got a very special tribute to carry out with the Mini 7 Racing Club. But for now, I'm going to hand back to Scott Woodwis.
Thank you, Rob, and yeah, great to hear from our top 3 from that first Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race. Again, congratulations to Sam Watkins for the victory, for Dan Robinson for second place, and an excellent first podium for Chanel Drew with fastest lap also. I'm looking forward to see how race 2 plays out. So let's quickly just give you a run through what's happening in the afternoon session, because we've got quite a few races coming up, including more Mazda MX-5s and more Fiestas on top of that. So, and of course Mini 7s to come on top of that as well. So in terms of the actual timetable, the first race after lunch will be the Ganshok's Mazda MX-5 Championship. Championship, followed by the first AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race. Then we go into Minis. It's a Dunlop Mini Challenge for the Medias and the Libras. Their first race is scheduled at around about on the timetable 3:15, but of course it'll be on the order depending on how we are on the timetable. Then we get to the second of the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship races, where we will provisionally crown our first champion of the weekend. First champions will have the overall and the Masters titles to decide there. Then we, of course, have the second Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge race. If it's anything like that, stay tuned. That was an absolute belter. We could be in for a second excellent grandstand finish for them, and also to provisionally decide their championship on top of that. And then we have to round out the day the Dunlop Mini Challenge, sponsored by Mini Spares for the 7s and 7S cars, and then the final race of the day is the first of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship. Well, as Rob alluded to, yes, don't go anywhere too far. Just take a quick break, and as RJM would say, grab yourself a cup of tea and a slice of cake or a sandwich or a biscuit or anything that you fancy to get to satisfy any hunger, and get yourself back in place, because we're running a short break for roughly round about, looking at it roughly sort of about 10-15 minutes, because as Rob mentioned, we have got quite a special tribute that's taking place in the pit lane from the Mini 7 Racing Club. For those who know the Mini 7 Racing Club and those who know club racing, you will have heard that very sadly, very tragically, we lost several weeks ago the literally bona fide legend, not just of club mini racing, but club motorsport in general, Peter Baldwin, who was known by many within the paddock. He was loved, he was respected, he was a fierce racer, multiple-time champion, incredible driver all round, and someone who really was mini racing through and through. Very sadly passed away several weeks ago. They did a bit of a tribute with his funeral, and also pay respect to him since then, but they're going to do a proper tribute here, at circuit tribute here at Silverstone. I'll be wheeling the cars out to the garage in support. There'll be a big, huge group photo as well. And we're going to have a chat to Colin Peacock, to some of Peter's family, some of his friends, and also to anyone else who is up for a chat to talk about Peter, his time in the club, his time racing with them, and some great memories, of course. So be sure to join us for that, what should be a very a wonderful tribute to a wonderful, wonderful driver. And hopefully we'll be able to get, once we've seen that, we'll get racing back underway, all being well, later on afterwards, after that race, when we get our first of the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship races underway. But for now, enjoy a quick break. We're back very shortly with that Peter Baldwin tribute, and afterwards it'll be then going to racing for this afternoon here at Finals Weekend for Brscc at Silverstone. Join us in a few minutes.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Silverstone Finals live stream. You join us during the lunch break in the Silverstone pit lane. We've got these immaculate cars here from the Mini 7 Racing Club. The Mini Miglias and the Mini 7s are paying tribute to a long-term ambassador, 7-time champion Peter Baldwin, and we've got friends of the series that have come down. They're taking some pictures down at the pit lane, and they're going to be paying tribute. Now what we're going to be doing as well is just walking down and speaking to some of the personalities of the Mini 7 Racing Club to pay tribute. And the first person I'm going to speak to actually is Gareth Baldwin. So Gareth, we're here with Peter's car now. Just your tribute to a great man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very proud of my dad and everything he achieved. As a wee nipper, going around the circuits all over the country, all over Europe, it's a lovely tribute, and obviously the Minis was his life. So for the Mini 7 Club to put this on and have this tribute is just a lovely finale to what's been an amazing month since Dad passed away.
And I must say, especially after the qualifying this morning, I believe the racing today is going to be a great way to pay tribute to him also, because let's be honest, Miglia racing hasn't changed over the years. It's still been spectacularly close, fun racing.
Well, I think the Minis always bring the crowds in because they're so entertaining, so competitive, so close. But there is great camaraderie in the Mini 7 Club as well, so that's a lovely thing to see. I had a little sniff of it with 18 months of being in my dad's car. I wouldn't say racing it, I drove it. So yeah, I can appreciate just how special it is.
And 7-time champion as well. Obviously you feel the pride in the fact that your dad will forever be etched into the history of the club and of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things that have really shocked people is when they hear that he was 72 and 73 when he won his 6th and 7th title, and that even at age 80 he won in the historic Minis at Thruxton. So, you know, just things that you look back on and just feel immensely proud of what was achieved. And huge thanks to June, who's been a major part of the team Baldwin in making that possible.
Absolutely. Now June, you know, doesn't want to talk to us. That's absolutely fine. Obviously, emotion's still very raw on the day, but she's here paying tribute.
Yeah, I mean, June and Dad were a formidable team, and June did an amazing job looking after Dad in the last couple of years when his health's not been so fantastic. So I think from every perspective, June is Dad, and I think everyone in the paddock has been so lovely and warm in welcoming her and me back in today, and you can just tell the respect there is for Dad as well. You know, 7-time champion, 700 odd wins and 50 championships in all of his time. It was his life, so I think it's quite a fitting end.
A fine racer and an absolute gentleman. Thank you for talking to us, Gareth. A couple of other people we do want to speak to. I'm hoping to speak to and catch Rupert Death. Yes, so Rupert, we're just chatting to Gareth as well. Your tributes to a great man.
Where do I start? The reason we're here, or I'm stood here, is because of him. Got me involved helping him back in the early 90s, and it escalated from there, really. I used to mechanic for him, and then he one day said to me, "Why don't you go and get your licence, Rupert?" And I was like, "Really?" So booked a session, came up here, got my odds, and went back to Peter and said, "Mate, I've got my licence." He goes, "Oh, well done, mate." He goes, "Fancy having going in that?" And there he was, pointing at his Metro Turbo. And yeah, it all started from there, really.
And to race alongside him on the grid must have been absolutely sensational.
Oh, it was amazing. He was always very critical of everything he did, but yeah, I think, you know, the reason that I've become a fairly good competitive racer is down to him. You know, I always took on board what he's got to tell me and say, and, you know, he's almost like a second dad to me.
Absolutely, and like a fine wine, he got better with age. Gareth mentioned the age he was when he got the 6th and 7th title.
Oh, yeah, truly amazing, especially for a man in his 70s to achieve that. Yeah, that is an inspiration for all of us.
Thank you for paying tribute to him, and I think the best way to round it off today would be for the Minis to do what they usually do and have some brilliant racing.
Put on a good race, oh definitely, and yeah, stay tuned, and hopefully we'll put on a good show for you guys.
Fantastic. Well, that was a very touching tribute there, Rupert. A pleasure to speak to you today. So, as you can see, we've got the car still in the pit lane there. So this is number one forever will be Peter Baldwin with the Mini 7 Racing Club, and to chat to his dear friend as well. But for the live stream now, we've paid our touching tributes. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then once the racing gets back underway, Scott Woodwist will be back and myself will be back to take you through the rest of the afternoon's action. But for now, goodbye. So we are back in action this afternoon. So if you are sat watching the live stream at home, make sure you've got a good drink beside you, a plate of biscuits, because it's non-stop now until the end of the day. Out on the track at the moment is the Brscc MX-5 Championship. It's time to head back up into the Silverstone wing to our colleague Scott Woodwist, who's going to take you through the starting order.
Thank you very much, Rob. Welcome back to our first day of our Silverstone Finals weekend here on the international circuit. Scott Woodward here to guide you through the action for this afternoon. It kicks off this afternoon with our first of our Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship races. It's going to be Jack Noller on the right-hand side of the screen starting on pole position alongside Thomas Langford. But the main champion contender you want to watch for is Steve Foden starting in fourth. He's the white and gold car just to the right, shot towards the front of the grid. He's alongside Luke Pullen. Also watch for the silver and orange car, which is Adam Sparrow. He's back in eighth. Steve Foden has a championship lead of over 60 points into this final race, three races of the weekend. He needs to hold on to try and make sure he can get as many points as he can. There's no drop scores from these first final three races of the year either. You can't use them towards your final drop score total. It has to all count towards the final outright total at the end of the year. Last couple of cars are getting into position. They've already had their warm-up lap, so we're getting set for 20 minutes of Mazda MX-5 action, all set to get underway here at Silverstone. And once it does, we'll see who can win the sprint down towards turn one. Is it going to be poleman Jack Noller on the outside of row one in the white and black Go For It racing car on the left of shot at the front row? Is it the white and blue car, the X, or the all-wood machine of Thomas Langford, former champion leader at one point? What about double Donaldson winner Luke Pullen from third on the grid? Can he take his third win in as many races? And also watch for Steve Foden from fourth. Red lights are on the first Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship race of the weekend after a very long hold is underway. It's a lightning getaway from the front row from Thomas Langford. A great start to see him catapult his way into the lead, and also going with him is going to be Steve Foden in car. No, it's Jack Noller, in fact, actually in the second race, who slots in behind him. For third, it's going to be Steve Foden. Everyone trying to be fourth behind him. And they now make their way up towards the first part of the complex at Abbey for the first time. So let's see who can come out of this complex part in front. It is going to be, for the moment, Langford, who's going to go side by side with Noller. Three abreast for third between Sparrow. Adam Sparrow, in fact, has gone from eighth on the grid to third already. That's a lightning start for Adam Sparrow. And he needs to get as many points as he can to try and stay ahead of Steve, try and reel in Steve Foden if possible. Carving up the inside of Jack Noller. Adam Sparrow is not hanging around here. He's up from eighth to second already after an absolutely sensational start from the grid. And now he could be even challenging for a lead before they get to the end of the first lap. Side by side with Noller, they're at it already. And the car the queue, and it really has down towards the bottom of the side to try. A little bit of fan out 3 or 4. Chilsler goes but through all of it comes Steve Foden. Let's try and make some of that. It was 4 further back, very wide in the background. Also 2 might have been Hills, I think. He was onto the road. It's Noller second place. He's back into P5. Fifth, but just on the got a lap of breath already. This the tone that's been set for this year's Mazda MX-5 Championship. Back not use them as drops. Literally. It was another car. I think it was possibly the 18 car that went off the road. That was Matthew Goddard, I think. So he's doing double duty in Clubman and MX-5 Championship. And further back, there's lots more battles. Luke Pullen recovering as he goes up the inside of Oak Richardson, who's here this weekend as a one-off. So he's back in the order. He's the blue car with the 2 racing white racing stripes down the middle. More scraps going on there. That's Richard Wotton having a scrap there with Simon Hartley. 2 of them going side by side. And also in the mix there is Harry Storer, who is quite a way down the order. He's now fallen down to the bottom, I think, of the top 15 or so. One of the Go For It racing cars, at least, in the further back than he'd like to be. Through the right-hander. Also in there too is the 23 car. 23 car, if I take a look at who that was, that is in fact 23 is Martin Tolley. In fact, he's actually back into the Mark 1, so a bit of throwback for Martin Tolley this weekend, getting back into a Mark 1. He's been mainly racing in the SuperCup this season, but it's good to see him back out in a Mark 1 this weekend, and also getting the most out of his final weekend of racing this year. As the pack comes streaming through, with lots more three-wide action. It was Kevin Dengate getting up the inside of the 17 car of Harry Storer. He really has fallen back in this first couple of laps. The leaders come back towards Stowe Corner, and Jack Noller trying to absorb that pressure. Levi Aisbett is one for the pit lane after he came across the line in what was 15th place. Owen Mills is having a very strong end to the season. Hasn't finished on the podium yet, but he's been scoring some very consistent and strong results, and he's not that far off it. In fact, he's only about 6th at the moment. He has trying to chase down Ted Bradbury and Steve Foden, but he can't do that with Patrick Lay locking up on his inside. And Patrick Lay, as I mentioned, the last time I saw him was about 2017, 2018. It's good to see him back in the MX-5 Championship. Hopefully, this isn't just a fleeting visit, and he can come back for more next year, if possible, because he was definitely, at one point when he did leave, he was getting to a point where he was one of the quickest drivers out there in the field, and a regular front-running driver, at least in the top 5. Lots of jostling going on here. You've got Neil Chisnell in there, you've got Luke Pullen, also in there too crucially is Tim Dorr. Now Tim Dorr now leads the Masters category, and he could potentially take he looks like he's on course to take the title there if all 3 races work out in his favour, and he can keep trouble free. So watch for him. Tim Dorr, the likeable Australian, in 10th position at the moment in his green and gold machine. The top 3 really have broken away at this point. It's still Noller, Sparrow and Langford together. They make their way through the right-hander onto the Hangar straight. Lots more battle going on here. We've got Owen Mills being chased down by the 478, which is Stephen Bartlett. So he's also up at them with the top 10. Good to see Stephen getting a regular run. Ted Bradbury almost practically pushing Steve Foden down the back straight. They're all starting to pair off a little bit here. It is one of those kind of circuits where it favours having a drafting partner rather than simply just trying to run off by yourself. If you can run with somebody, at least one other car at least, you can start to pull yourself towards the cars in front and even start to pull away from those behind you as much as possible. Certainly working for the top 3 and for the scrap for 4th between Foden and Bradbury as that sweeps through the front of shot. And now as they make their way on towards the next part of the right-hander. Way down towards Abbey Corner once again, side by side between Patrick Lay on the right hand side and Neil Chisnell on the left, and this might open the door for Luke Pullen, who's giving Chisnell the push. And as a result, Pullen almost had to look up the inside of Neil Chisnell himself. He looked to try and make 2 passes in one, but he wasn't that silly to try and push too hard, and managed to sit back and just follow the number 8 car through. Noller, in fact, hasn't actually won a race in the MX-5 Championship yet, so if he can hold on to this, he might well be on course within the next 13 3/4 minutes to take his first ever MX-5 Championship win. He could even emulate this man, Luke Pullen, who now heads this next group, as he has also managed to get through past Neil Chisnell. So as they make their way onto the back straight once again. To the straight once more. Fastest lap of the race still held by Jack Noller at this point. Make their way back down again. This is looks like that's Kevin Dengate having a scrap with Richard Wootton. That's over 14th position, so right down towards in the second half of the top 20. And there's been some nice progress from some drivers. Kevin Dengate's been one of them. He's always been around a stalwart of MX-5 racing. Done quite a lot of MX-5 Clubman racing previously. And that car was even piloted at Donington Park by one Ali Bray, and it just showed how much pace that's got, because Ali was fairly up there most of the time in showing his skills. Of course, does that most these days in the MX-5 SuperCup. 3 wide again through the final corner. Is that going to work? Just, but all trying to scrap for their own piece of real estate on track. Now as they head back down towards Abbey again, this is typical MX-5 racing. Lots of jostling for positions, side by side, wheel-to-wheel stuff. Doesn't matter where it is in the pack. It's either up the front, in the midfield, or towards the rear. You've always got somebody to race with in this championship. And lots of drivers coming in and trying their hand and really getting involved. And it looks as though that it's not a championship that is short on new drivers. There's usually drivers always coming through the ranks and wanting to test their mettle and see how they can stack up against the cars. And it's always great to see as well, some drivers progressing through from the MX-5 Clubman Championship into the main MX-5 Championship. You look at drivers like Neil Chisnell that's done that, also so has Harry Storer, and they make progress and they can push themselves forward as much as they can. One car had to stop off the road, sadly, is 991 Simon Privet, who started at the back of the grid. So sadly, technical problems for him means that he's had to pull off rather prematurely. So 11.5 minutes to go, 5 laps completed. Leaders will be coming through very shortly to complete another lap that they come across now. 6 laps in the books, and the lead gap is 0.4 per second. Still more battling further back. That's another one of the Go For It racing cars, one of several in the field, you can see. Harry Storer is not having a comfortable race. He's all arms and elbows exiting Vale into club, and he's losing several more places. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Harry Storer, because he's really tumbling down towards the bottom of the top 20. He's fallen out of it, and in fact, he's marching his way towards the back of the field. So not a happy Harry Storer, nor his car either, because that car is not on the form it should be, or how it has been before. There is Goddard, the number 18 machine, battling with another one of the Go For It racing machines in the mix. As they come back towards the next right-hander at Beckett's and back onto the back straight once more to continue this battle. There is the 550 car. Just double check. 550 is Tom Mallet having that scrap with Matthew Goddard. And that seems to be quite a healthy battle indeed. Now at the front, Adam Sparrow is still applying the pressure to Jack Nollett. And Jack is actually resisting it really well. The man who works regularly for Williams Esports is one of their race engineers. And certainly proving his own pace at the wheel of a racing car. He has done throughout this season, had a fantastic run, had a couple of podiums to boot as well throughout the year. But this now is literally his best possible chance to take his first Mazda MX-5 race victory. If he can do it, it'll certainly be quite an occasion for all involved if he can make it happen. And of course, it'll be a great occasion also for Martin Tolley too, because his Go For It racing squad would love to get an overall victory. And Jack certainly has been the pick of the bunch when it comes to the fastest drivers out there. Like Harry Storer always getting up there too, but not having a great race today. Now Thomas Langford's also still going with them. He's fallen back by a couple of laps, but he's coming back into play into the second half of this race. Here's the next group behind the scrap for 4th. This is for 6th backwards. It's still between Luke Pullen and the number 27 machine. Also in there is Patrick Lay in red and green. Owen Mills is in there in the orange and white machine, number 22. Stephen Bartlett not far away either. Thomas Langford was on the tail of the top 2 already down the back straight, so it looks like it's going to be a leading trio that are going to scrap over the victory here in a second. Side by side for 6th position. Up the inside looks Neil Chisnell, but Pullen holding his line round the outside. This will put him on the inside of the next corner at Vale. But meanwhile, back with our leaders, it's still Jack Nollett, who is still consistently just absorbing all the pressure that's coming in through from Adam Sparrow. Adam knows he needs to get as many points as he can over this man in white and gold. That's the championship leader, Steve Foden, because he knows he has to try and get as many points as he can. So at least try and put himself in the best possible position so that if anything were to happen to Steve Foden, he can pick up as many points as he can and even possibly try and steal the championship lead. It's quite a tall order, but he would need a horrific piece of bad luck from Steve Foden in order to make that happen. So all he can do is race as hard as possible, try and finish ahead of him, and ultimately try and get the result he's looking for. So they come back towards the back straight once again. It's now Langford now putting the pressure, this time, on the second place man, Adam Sparrow. So it's the other way around now. It's not Sparrow attacking Noller, it's now Langford attacking Sparrow, but they're all back together again in the slipstream. Now looking to the inside line for the lead now. That's Adam Sparrow making the move he's been looking for. And Noller didn't quite have an opportunity to defend that, because Sparrow really did sneak up the inside, on the inside line to try and make the attack. And as soon as he made it stick, that was it. It was done. Noller trying to come back at him here. He might look to the outside line. If he can stick round the outside at Vale, it'll put him on the inside line for the next pilot club. Looks for the switchback if he can, which he might want to try to pull off. But Sparrow literally parks the car straight on the apex. It's a bit of cheeky racecraft, but it's keeping him in front, and this is now going to bring Thomas Langford back into play. And Langford now has the back of Noller's car to look at, and it might well be a different story as to whether or not Noller can defend from Langford if he's on his toes too. Langford, of course, if you've watched us from the start of the season, will know that Langford was a championship leader for the early stages. Then had to miss the round at Croft. And the because of that, he then dropped out, and that essentially has become his championship, one of his drop score weekend, because he cannot use any others because he ultimately has used up all 3. So as they come back through onto the back straight once again, he now has to try and get as many points as he can. He was a former championship contender at one stage, but has had to drop back a little bit, and has been kind of sort of trying to claw his way back up the standings ever since. So side by side for the lead again. Nola this time trying back on the outside line as they turn back through towards the end of another lap. Let's see if Langford's got anything in response here. He has a look. He's putting himself into Nola's mirrors and trying to do what Nola tries to do here. It's almost 3 abreast under braking towards Vale. But again, Sparrow holds firm on that inside line. He knows he has to where he needs to put the car in order to make it the most difficult task possible for both Nola and also for Langford. As here come up the inside, Nola with a great switch back into the second part of Club. Up the inside he goes, puts Sparrow onto the curb. I'm so excited I can't even speak. Up the inside goes Nola, past Sparrow, and because of that, it firmly opened the door for Langford to get through as well. And in the blink of an eye, it's now Nola back into the lead, Langford up to second, and from what was the lead 2 corners ago, Sparrow is right the way down back to 3rd place. And this could now also, if they start to fight amongst each other, which they are starting to do now, as Sparrow tries to come back at Langford on the outside line, it could start to bring Foden and Bradley back into it. Just going to check the lap times last time by for who was doing what, and it looks as though, we looked at the lap times, so last time by, it was a 23.5 for Nola, 23.7 for Sparrow, 23.5 for Langford, and it was a 23.0 for Foden, 22.9 for Bradbury. So they're catching the top 3, but at least about half a second, 0.6 of a second per lap at this point. And it's only going to get stronger if these 3 don't stop battling, but they can't help it. They're 3 abreast down towards Stowe Corner. It's Nola on the inside, Langford in the middle. Sparrow does the switch back on. Langford looking for the inside line for 2nd place and also to get back through and set himself up for a move on the leader, Nola, as Richard Woodton gets a 5-second time penalty for track limits, I imagine. But again, Langford holds firm, back up the inside and through into 2nd place he goes again. Here comes Sparrow over the curb, tries to get the power down, but it's lost him a tiny bit of momentum. This will now put him under a bit more pressure. Further back, there's Stephen Bartlett in black and green. Oak Richardson in the mix as well. He's ahead of Tim Dorr. And Tim, of course, again, leading the Masters category, so he's going to be looking to see if he can continue that advantage. He does, in fact, lead the Masters category. He's up there in 12th overall. So that's working out nicely for him in terms of position. That will certainly give him 100 points. And in terms of fastest lap, he might even get the fastest lap on top of that as well, because Tim Dorr's best time is a 1:23.3. And yeah, in terms of other Masters drivers, no, in fact, no, forgive me, no, it's Bartlett who is. I wasn't quite sure, but Bartlett actually leads the. I've got the wrong driver. It's Bartlett, in fact, that leads the way in the Masters category. Is that possibly then Richard Bartlett? I should have probably figured this one out, but let's see if it is Richard Bartlett. I think it might well be Richard Bartlett. Let's have a quick look. Whilst we do that, it's now 3 abreast again. Let's focus on more entertaining matters, Scott, not just who's in that Bartlett car. It's side by side for the lead now as Langford looks to the outside line. It will give him the inside for the next corner at Vale. Over the curb on the outside, and Langford might well get this move done. He has. So Thomas Langford to the lead then. It's our 3rd different leader in this race, and it's not over yet. There's still 3.5 minutes to go. Sparrow back up the inside of Nola, who again holds his line for the first part of Club Corner. Now there's the undercut on the exit, but Sparrow holds to where he is, and he's going to try and stay in the tow all the way through. Meanwhile, further back, Neil Chisnell battling away with Patrick Lay and Owen Mills. Mills runs wide on the exit, still side by side with Patrick Lay as he carries the momentum through the second part of Club. Over the curb, keeps the foot in, still almost touching wing mirrors, and that's over 8th and 9th position. And across the line, it shows that Mills was only fractionally in front of Lay, but Patrick has got the inside line. Doesn't matter to Owen. He sweeps around the outside at Abbey Corner. And can he hold on this time? They're still wheel to wheel. Just about does it for the time being. Now, back to the leaders. It's still Sparrow who's desperately trying to get through past Jack Nola. Now, Thomas Langford's starting to pull away at this point here, so I wonder, is there enough tyre life or pace left in that number 75 car to start to edge away and create a gap to the 2 cars behind him? This could well be the prime opportunity that Langford needs to try and pick up a race victory. So they head out of the right-hander at Beckett's onto the back straight once again. I was going to see if I can double check what the where they were in terms of the points. As now we see Sparrow looking to the outside line, and Nola wants to try and get back through again. Sparrow does sweep around the outside line, and for the 2nd lap in succession, Jack Nola's been passed round the outside by one of the cars he's battling for the lead with. So Nola then gets shuffled all the way back down to 30, looks back down the outside for second and gives Sparrow a bit of a retaliation for his own medicine. He sticks there to the outside line. He has got the opportunity to get through. They're still wheel-to-wheel on the exit. They're almost touching wing mirrors. Now, what can Sparrow do here? Can he try and defend? Bartlett gets... it is Stephen Bartlett. It's Ness Bartlett on the timing screen. So Stephen Bartlett does indeed get... he gets a 5-second penalty for track limits. So that will push him down a little bit further down the order if he's not careful. But now with 1 minute and 49 to go, top three getting in the mix. Martin Tolley also gets a 5-second penalty for track limits too. As we see here, Owen Mills trying to put Patrick Lane under pressure again, dart into that inside line. Now what this will do also is Stephen Bartlett will drop behind at least Tim Dorr and Oak Richardson if it stays like this. These two cars here on screen will be promoted ahead of the black and green car in front of them because of the 5-second penalty for track limits. Onto the back straight. You can see that Foden and Bradbury are visibly closer, and Pullen's tried to go after them too. He's pulled away from 7th place Neil Chisnell and created the gap. This is now leaving Chisnell on his own, and also Lay and Mills the chance to try to play with each other at this point. Looking at lap times, fastest man on the track at the moment. Last time by was in fact Steve Foden, 122.5 as they're side by side again. Nola goes to second round the outside and holds onto the place. Now can he be on the inside line here this time to get the lead back down towards Vale? He's going to be close. He might try and edge himself alongside if he can. Sparrow takes the outside line to the complex. Is now exit break a little bit later, and he forces Langford to go deep. Can he get the undercut this time? Will Langford park it on the apex? He chooses the latter and they make contact. He was a bit slow on the exit, and round the outside goes Adam Sparrow. That was Langford purely parking the car right on the apex. It caught Nola off guard, and now look at Steve Foden. It's Foden onto the last lap of the race. He's in the leading group. He's got away from Ted Bradbury. Could Steve Foden at least get himself onto the podium here in this first race of the day? Through Abbey Corner, it's now a quartet for the lead, with Sparrow leading Langford, leading Nola, and now leading Foden. Ted Bradbury's not out of this either. He's also in the mix for 5th position if he can close in. Wheel to wheel into the complex. Can they try and make any more positions up? They're all drifting wide. Round the outside looks Langford. He's now almost on the inside line. Just literally elbows Nola out of the way. And here comes Steve Foden in white and gold. Down the outside goes the 77 car. Can he hold on to the place? The answer is no. He can't get past them. Bradbury's in the mix as well in 5th position. 5 of them for the lead now. Down the back straight for the final time. I think the Foden's given the signal to Bradbury. Push me. Let's go. Let's not fight. Let's go for this. But I'm not sure if Bradbury's listening. In fact, he is listening. He's giving the push to Steve Foden, pushing him past. He's going for 3rd place. The fact he's going past all of them. Down the outside and towards Stowe. It's almost 5 abreast down towards the final corner. Sparrow down the outside. Langford holding on to the outside line. It's 2 by 2. Hurrah on the outside. It's then Langford on the... they're all on the outside line. Almost losing it. Foden looks up the inside, darts out of it. They're side by side, 2 by 2 into the complex at Vale. Who's going to win this? I've absolutely no idea. Nola back to second past Sparrow. The checker flag is in sight. Langford looks like he's going to win it. It could be anyone for second place. Bradbury could be 3rd here up the inside. Foden could try and follow him through. Up to the checker flag. Thomas Langford wins the first MX-5 Championship race of the weekend. It is Jack Nola in second place, and Ted Bradbury, who started the race that last lap in 5th, comes through to score a podium. 4th to Adam Sparrow, 5th to Steve Foden. They're still fighting towards the flag. It's Bartlett and Oak Richardson to the flag, nose to tail. It's going to be Bartlett only just. Well, it shows, and of course, but he gets the time penalty for the track limit, so it's Richardson. That side-by-side finish was irrelevant. But my goodness, that was a typical side-by-side final lap for the MX-5 Championship. I was getting so excited, I was tripping over my words. But amazing stuff. But Ted Bradbury, what a hero, heroic final lap that was. To come from 5th and a couple of car lengths back on the final lap of the race, starting it. And I said at the time, he might well be out of it. More scraps going on here. This is Goddard and Tolley to the line. Who gets it? Tolley only just. And Tolley picks up 18th position. But also, he's one of a few other drivers that get time penalties. Richard Wooten also gets a 5-second penalty. So too does Graham Rumsey. So that was a big shuffle around in that group of cars that came across the line. But amazing, typical Mazda MX-5 racing. Great action from start to finish, as you would expect from the championship. And there's still 2 more races left to go. Well, that essentially means that Sparrow's taken a couple of points out of Steve Foden. Also, Langford's done quite well too, as has also Nola and Bradbury. But that was a race, certainly to remember, and if that's the tone for the rest of the weekend for the MX-5 Championship, sign me up. That was brilliant. So Thomas Langford then wins the first race of the weekend for the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Jack Nola from pole in second, and Ted Bradbury goes from a few car lengths back in 5th to 3rd in 1 lap to get a podium finish. How about that? Adam Sparrow 4th, Steve Foden 5th. That's crucial for the championship for him. Then Luke Pullen, Neil Chisnell, Patrick Lay, Owen Mills, and Oak Richardson round out the top 10. Tim Dorr is top Masters driver, ahead of Steve Bartlett in the end after the penalty. Then it's Simon Hart Hartley and Kevin Dengate and Matthew Goddard in the top 15, followed by Tom Mallet, Harry Storer, who finished 17th after falling down towards the bottom of the field at one point. Then Dougal McGregor, Ben Smalley and Martin Tolley round out the top 20 after his penalty. Then Wootton, Rumsey, McGregor and Dean round out the top 24 cars in the order. Of course, penalties for Tolley, Wootton and Rumsey after track limits. Then Ryan Margolis, Jonathan Fieldsen, Clive Chisnell, Levi Aisbett, with Simon Privet and Tim Storer sadly retiring early on in the race. I don't know about Rob, but I need to lie down after that. That was an incredible finish to that first MX-5 Championship race. 2 more of them still to come. More racing action coming up next. And so head down in a short while to have a chat to our top 3 in a moment's time. Is going to be Rob Lewis, who will have a chat and see. There's hugs all around. There's congratulations. That was a magnificent race between everyone involved, particularly between Thomas Langford and Jack Noller. And I think they were surprised to see Ted Bradbury. What are you doing here? How did you get 3rd place? But incredible stuff. Let's have a chat with our top 3 then from our first MX-5 Championship race. Let's cross over to Rob down in pit lane.
I've got an absolutely elated winner there. How did that happen?
I have no idea. It was frantic from the word go. I'm absolutely thrilled. I just want to take a moment to thank my sponsors for making this happen. I couldn't do a full season, so I want to thank Next Wave Safety, CityCar Electrical and Surrey Sign Solutions. Without them, I just wouldn't be on the grid. But these guys are crazy. It's so much fun. I tried to settle it down at the start, first half of the race, just to keep the tyres in check. But after that, it all went crazy.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show that albeit these cars are getting fairly old now, the racing is certainly red hot.
Oh yeah, and I don't think it's going to change. These cars are older than me. Yeah, the two tomorrow will be exactly the same.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to that. Well, in the meantime, go get yourself a trophy and a light refreshment for a fantastic win. If we could just get Jack Noller to come over and stand in front of the Brscc boardings here. Jack, that was Mazda racing summed up pretty much.
Yeah, it was amazing racing. Super close, work together for some of it. Some of it you don't work together, and then you pick the fights where and when. Last lap board didn't come out, so we had no idea when the race was going to finish, so we just kept racing as hard as we could. Start was chaotic, busy. Someone jumped the start, so whether or not he's going to stay there, and because of that, I wasn't too worried about where he was. So I just used him as a tow and stuff like that when I was racing, so whether the result stands in that, but amazing to get pole, amazing to get P2 on the road, whether it's goes up, one up, I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, it's been amazing racing, and what a season, the last round.
Absolutely, and you've got plenty of good racing to come today and tomorrow. What is it about this circuit? Does it draw itself to these cars?
Yeah, so you've obviously got the massive straights, and I think especially the wind. Like, we've got straights along as this and Snatterton and stuff like that, the others, but the wind down that hanger straight is so powerful. Like, 7 tenths is what we're gaining in the tow down that back straight, so no one can run away, and you just got to work together with who you've got. And then because it's not just the right-handers as well, like Brands Hatch, you've got the left of Club and Vale that you can switch back and try the other side if someone's always defending one side. So you've got so many options. It's amazing racing. It's an amazing track.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb result there. That's our 2nd place man, Jack Noller. Now our 3rd place man. That was hectic to say the least. Describe that race from your point of view.
So it was quite scrappy on the first lap. Obviously the front 3 got away, but then I just tried to push up with Steve, managed to get there, seeing the front 3 battle, and then last corner just saw the outside open up and went for it, and managed to gain 2 positions, so absolutely buzzing with that.
You didn't have David Croft's commentary from the Formula 1 in your ear, did you?
I wish though. But yeah, I'd just like to say a huge thank you all year and that race. AB Motorsport just supplying me with an amazing car. All my family for coming this weekend, just amazing to have them there. And yeah, all this paddock, just a friendly, nice environment. So yeah, thank you.
Great words there. Congratulations on a superb result. A good podium. We look forward to some more class racing from the MX-5s later on. It's time to head back up to Scott Woolwich. I believe we've got some Fiestas out on track. I could be wrong, but I believe it's Fiestas.
Well, you make me think on the fly that one. Thanks for that, Rob. And again, congratulations to our top 3 for the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, particularly victory there. That is the MX-5, not the next race coming up, so that's we'll come to that in a second. But in terms of the race that is coming up, It is, in fact, yes, it is the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And this could be one of the most exciting championship battles of the weekend. The reason being, because with no drop scores from this final race, it means that it is a straight shootout in the last two races for the overall and pro class title between points leader Albert Webster and second place Alistair Kellett. 8 points between them, but Alistair Kellett has already taken at least a point out of that lead because he starts on pole position for race number 1. But Albert Webster in the perfect place to be if he can't be on pole, on the front row alongside him. And that could mean there could be plenty of fireworks of the good kind down towards the turn when it could be a real sprint. So the championship contenders then, Kellett and Webster on the front row of the grid together. Then it's Zach Lucas and Simon Horben on the second row. Morgan Kidd, who's on club class pole with a brilliant lap to put herself 5th overall. Great stuff from Morgan. John Cooper 6th. Then it's Matt Luff in 7th place. Joseph Knight is 8th, and Gary Miller 9th, and Sean Reynolds rounding out the top 10. Then Adam Clark and Connor Blackburn complete rows 6th, 11th and 12th. Then it's Barry John McHenry and Archie Johnson from Caitlin May and Marco Ricci. And then it is Matt Chambers who completes the 17-car lineup for this afternoon's first of 2 races. There 1 race today and 1 race early tomorrow. There is a chance that the club class title could be wrapped up in this first race because Morgan Kidd is, I need to look back at the point, I think she's about 60 points ahead, I think, or 40 points ahead of the second place car in that particular title fight, which is Connor Blackburn. But I will bring up the points table in front of me here so I can at least give you some more accurate readings on this. But it's been an amazing season for the Fiesta ST240s. I feel like I'm saying the word amazing season for all of them, but it really has. It's been the first season for them standalone, and they've had some great news in recent weeks with the fact the ST240s will be one of the 4 permanent support series that will be on the grid for the on the weekends of TCR UK next season, along joining their younger up-and-coming brethren in the Fiesta Juniors, as well as also top of that the Civic Cup, who've been all with us on that package all season, and of course the new Audi TT Cup Racing Series, which has also made an announcement this week that they are switching to Dunlop tyres next year. So very similar compound, or it's the same family of tyres, if you like, or same company, which also supplies the tyres to just about every other championship on that support package grid as well. So it kind of ties everything up nicely. So in terms of the championship coming into this weekend, then let's quickly just run you through that again to see how we are. There is an 8-point gap between Albert Webster on the front row, who's on the left in the red and white, and the silver and blue car on the right on pole position is Alistair Kelly. It's 8 points between them. 5-7-8 on drop scores for Albert Webster, 5-7-0 for Alistair Kellett. It is then the battle for third is also on between Matt Luff in car 72 with 498 points, John Cooper on 489, and Simon Horobin on 480. Now, in terms of the club class battle, Morgan Kidd leads with 380 points on drop scores, and she is 56 ahead. Just quickly work that one out again for a second. Yes, 56 points she's ahead of Connor Blackburn in second place, which means that if she can finish it, essentially if she wins the class today and outscores them enough, the maximum you can score from a race is 51 points in race number 2, which means that the title, 52 points, which means the title essentially for the club class will be out of reach provisionally. We'll wait and see. Watch for her in pink from 5th on the grid. So the title contenders then for ST240 on the front row of the grid together. What will turn 1 bring? It lights out on the first Fiesta ST240 race is go. What's the sprint towards turn 1 look like? It is going to be side by side. It's a better start initially for Kellett, who sweeps across and holds the line down towards turn 1 for the first time. Lucas looking around the outside for 3rd place if he can. Also in the mix, but not a great start, is Morgan Kidd. She got a really bogged down start. She's into the pack amongst, looks like, Christopher Blackburn and also the mix. That's Lucas running very wide on the outside of the corner. I'm not quite sure where he's going, but he's way off the road, way wide. He's lost 1, 2, 3, 4 spots. He's lost out to Webster and Horobin, Cooper, and almost Matt Luff, who's on the inside in towards the right-hander onto the back straight for the first time. Lucas is braving out around the outside. He wants to hold on to the place if he can and stay in the top 5. But they make their way down the back straight for the first time, and Kellett is absolutely gone. Now, Kellett can win the championship if he wins both races, because it means he'll outscore Albert by enough points to be able to overhaul that 8-point deficit. It's now a 7-point deficit, of course, because he took the point for pole position in qualifying earlier on. So it's 7 points, and there's a 4-point difference between first and second place. It's 50 points for a win and 46 points for second place. And remember, you cannot use either of the races this weekend in Fiesta ST240s as a drop score. They have to count towards your final total, which means if Alistair simply wins both races, and Albert, even if Albert finishes second or even gets the fastest lap of the race or so, it's not going to change anything because he will outscore him by enough points to essentially take the title. So effectively, all Albert can do now is to try and, the primary task for him is to finish ahead of Alistair Kellett. If he can do that, that will certainly minimise any chance and even keep it the fight right the way down to the final race tomorrow. So up through the complex here, and even if if Kellett gets the fastest lap of the race and also takes the victory, he'll outscore Albert by another 6 points, which means he'll bring the gap down to a single point between them coming into that final race of the weekend. So that really is going to be tense if Kellett does get that fastest lap. And Webster knows he needs to stay on the toes, keep close, and even try and get in front of him if he can. He's doing all the right things he needs to try and keep up with Kellett, but he knows that if Kellett can get away, he might well start to fall backwards, and that title could start to possibly slip out of his grasp. Battle on for fourth. We see John Cooper, who's been in better form recently, up there in P4. Just holding on ahead of Zach Lucas in 5th position. Now up into the complex again of Vale and Club, and Webster's closing back in under brakes. There's more jostling here as Morgan Kidd's on the comeback trail here. She's now up ahead of the 777 of, that is, 777 is, yes, Christopher Blackburn, I think it is. Conor Blackburn's dropped back a few spots though. He's now down into, where's he now? He's now down to, no, sorry, it's Sean Reynolds in fact. Sean Reynolds has changed cars by the looks of it. So Sean Reynolds is, yes, he's ahead of Cartness. Yeah, he's in the 777. He's in the typically JRW green car. That's typically the livery that someone like Jamie White would run. Meanwhile, at the front, Albert Webster is putting Alistair Kellett under big pressure now. He really is going for it. This is what we wanted. The two championship contenders going wheel to wheel on track for the title. 7 points between them now after Kellett's pole earlier on, got him that bonus point. He's going to have to try and push hard as best he can to hold on here. Meanwhile, Morgan Kidd doing everything she needs to essentially provisionally wrap up the club class title. Because if she manages to remain at least 52 points ahead of the cars behind her, she can make it. As up the inside looks, Albert Webster dancing around under brakes, but that's also possibly put Alistair Kellett off a lot line as well. He drifts a little bit wide, and now they're going to go side by side. The two championship contenders are going to be wheel to wheel down towards the complex at Vale. This is what we wanted to see. Albert Webster looks down the outside line. Can he be on the inside for the first part club? He can. He goes round the outside. Kellett gives him the room. He's over the curb, and up the inside there's a small bit of wheel to wheel contact, but they hold on to us through the right-hander at Club and onto the pit straight. Webster just about has his nose in front, but Kellett's not going to give it up, and here comes Simon Horriban in 3rd place. They are side by side down the pit straight. It is Webster on the left, Kellett on the right for the championship between these two in towards Abbey Corner, and Kellett has to capitulate. He slots in behind Webster, but he knows if he keeps on pushing, he might get another chance to get him back. There's still 15 and 3/4 minutes to go. A lot of this race left to run as Kellett goes back up the inside line, dives back up the inside into the arena section. There's a tiny bit of a touch. Kellett gets nudged out wide, and Webster's back through again. I told you there'd be fireworks, and here comes now. This is not going to help Webster, Kellett at all, because now Simon Horriban's on the inside for 2nd place. He's 5th in the championship. He wants to get, he's 5th in the championship, trying to get as many points as he can. And look at also Zach Lucas. It's 3 abreast on the back straight. Cooper's getting involved, and so is Matt Luff. All of this is benefiting Albert Webster, who's trying to pull away here, whilst Kellett is stuck in a 3-way duel for 2nd place. I'll catch my breath in a second. Cooper's trying to make it 4 wide in towards the right-hander at Stowe. Kellett looks down the outside line, tries to turn into the apex, finds Horriban and Lucas right there and turns back out of it again. And now look at this. Webster's pulling away. Oh, there was a bit of a touch there, I think, between that was Luff and Cooper for 5th and 6th position. They're still wheel to wheel. But Alistair Kellett is exactly where he doesn't want to be, behind Albert Webster and stuck in a traffic jam for 2nd place backwards. He's down to 3rd. And all this is going to do, if he finishes behind, he's going to give more of a points advantage to Albert Webster and make it even more tougher for Kellett to try and overhaul that deficit. If Webster starts to pull away here, it's 3 abreast as Morgan Kidd looks up the inside here to try and defend, I think, looks like from. That's Cooper who's fallen back, and now it's Matt Luff. Morgan Kidd, who I spoke to at Croft and wants to go into the pro class next year, she's absolutely going about it the right way. She got a great lap in qualifying to go 5th, and now she's battling away with Matt Luff, who's 3rd in the championship coming into the weekend, and John Cooper, who's 4th in the championship. So Morgan Kidd really has come on leaps and bounds this season. No wonder she leads the club class title by 56 points. Incredible stuff. We'll take a second to take a breath here for a moment, because it's all kicked off in this first AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race. But there is Albert Webster doing everything he needs to do. He needs to try and pull away here and try and create as much of a gap, because he knows that if Kellett can shake off these two cars he's battling, which is Horriban in front of him and Lucas behind him, he knows that's going to really help him out. Now, what's also intriguing is that, yeah, if you look on the side of the cars, both of them have got JRW, and which team does Albert Webster drive for? JRW. So that's going to be something which I'm certain is going to be sort of helping Albert a little bit here. But if, let's say, team tactics, shall we say, that's probably going to try and box Kellett in a little bit here. Nothing underhand, just simply making life a bit more difficult for the man that's second in the championship. And they make their way now out of the pit straight again. So Webster's lead now, if I look at the timing screen, Webster's lead is currently, if I refresh it quickly, it is now 1.6 seconds, and he has the fastest lap of the race. That's crucial. That'll give him 2 more bonus points. That'll give him a chance to extend his lead again. If Kellett stays where he is in 42 points, that'll be 52. So it'll be another 10 points added, so it will change the complexion from 7 up to 17 for Webster. This is really critical, and I have to say that Kellett, being in a sea of JRW cars, is really on the back foot here, because ultimately they're just racing him hard, but also making life very difficult for the Irishman. And Kellett, of course, has missed out on the title the last 2 years. He was involved in an incident at the start of one of the final races of the weekend at Cadwell Park in 2021 when he was in contention for the title. And then last year was just in the attach when his windscreen was starting to mist up a little bit. And because of that, he really dropped back and allowed Jensen Brickley to come through and pick up the points he needed to become the 2022 champion. So Kellett, I'm sure, does not want to repeat another near miss in the championship and make it 3 years in a row where he's just missed out on the title that he's been looking for to try and get a second title for since his first one back in 2016. And that was in the old class structure when you had 4 different classes in the championship running at one point in Fiestas. You had classes A and B for the older Fiestas, Class C for the ST150s, and Class D for the newer Mark 7 ZTEC S's. These sort of ST240s are, in a way, an evolution of those ZTEC S cars. They are dedicated ST180s, but of course they've been bumped up to 240 brake horsepower, and they are absolute rockets in a straight line, but even that power's not helping Kellett right now. He's slipped down to 4, so he's dropped back now behind Zach Lucas, and Lucas is now trying to push Horobin to get those two up the road, so it could be a JRW 1-2-3. Well, it is now, but it could be more secure if Lucas can push Horobin down the back straight. He hasn't counted on Kellett trying to chase after him either there. The silver and blue car in that in the back of that 3-car group, battling for second place, is in the mix there and trying to hold on to the position if he can. Back. Down towards the complex again. Here comes Kellett looking to the outside, but Lucas throws the defensive blow. It's something to do with the ABS system where if you brake really hard, it brings the hazard lights on, and some drivers don't seem to switch that off. When they hit the brakes, you can tell how hard they're hitting the pedal because they're right. The hazard lights come on almost without warning. Further back, some of our club class drivers having a scrap. This is Conor Blackburn in the almost Golf liveried car in blue and orange. Also in there too, you've got Archie Johnson, who's the sole representative in this championship for Jam Sport Racing. And just behind them is Barry John McHenry, who used to run with Kellett Motorsport, but he's now switched to 2010 mid-season and having a good run. He's had a couple of club class podiums and wins. Struggling a bit here this weekend. They had to do an engine change after testing yesterday, and he blew an engine in testing. 2010 didn't put a complete second engine in. He's been trying to bed that in ever since this morning, I think, in qualifying. Sat back a little bit in 4th in class at the moment. Yes, he's 4th behind but Johnson, Blackburn, no, 5th in class. He's Johnson, Blackburn, and then Clark and Kidd. So Morgan Kidd, of course, leading in 7th place. Now, Horobin and Lucas are trying to pull away a little bit here. There's a bit of trim hanging off the back. That's telling, because I wonder if there's been a little bit of a love tap from Alistair Kellett behind trying to get back past. Even just a slight one in his efforts to try and get through, because you can see that Horobin and Lucas are trying to make it difficult here for Kellett. Again, in a perfectly fine way, because they're just simply racing their own race. But of course, being teammates to Webster in the same outfit, of course they're going to try and make it a bit tricky for him. This is tricky for Conor Blackburn to defend. Up the inside goes Archie Johnson. That's him going up to what will be 3rd in class. And also getting involved there is Marco Ricci, the London-based Italian. He's in car 15 there, so a great club class battle going on between these 4. This is for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Johnson currently has that final step on the class podium. Blackburn will try and fight it back out around the outside line, takes the wider approach to Abbey Corner. He'll put him on the inside for Farm, but again, if Johnson stays where he is, he'll have the optimum line for the next part going into the complex. So, on to the back straight goes Albert Webster. Again, has the fastest lap of the race. If he wins this, he'll take 52 points. If Kellett stays where he is, he'll be down to 38 points. That will take the gap up to 21, I believe. because that'll be 7 plus 14. That's 21-point gap, it'll be for Albert Webster, doing literally everything he needs to. All he can do is pull away and hope that Kellett doesn't get second, but just if he can finish ahead of him, he's at least adding more points to his tally. To see Archie Johnson having to defend from a sea of club class cars. At the back of that queue is also Caitlin Maynor. She's quite far back in the order. She's back in 16th and 6th in class. And how you score points in club class is basically where you finish overall. So ultimately, basically the higher up you can finish overall, the more points you're going to score. And given where Morgan Kidd is up in 7th place and her nearest rival Adam Clark is 9th, and then the rest of them are 10th downwards, it's certainly going to make it quite difficult for the rest of them to try and make any more inroads. You can see Morgan Kidd in the bright pink Fiesta is just about holding on there. As I come back through the complex once again, and there's Alistair Kellett looking to the outside, and he's got to try and do something here to try and attack. He's now got John Cooper creeping up behind him to try and push him down another spot, but Kellett will be feeling a bit frustrated here. He just gives a tiny little sniff around the rear end of Zach Lucas's rear bumper, trying to squeeze up the inside, and he's forced Lucas to give him the room. He just slightly leans on him there ever so slightly. Gets the push from Cooper down the back straight. He's got one ally in this battle at least. And Cooper goes up the inside. Lucas went for the apex and went whoops. John Cooper's to the inside. Can't make that one stick. So Cooper now is holding on to what is currently 4th place now. Kellett's back up to 3rd, which gives him 42 points, but he still loses 10 points at the moment, given the fact that Webster still has the fastest. No, he doesn't, in fact, because John Cooper's got the fastest lap of the race. So it means that it's now 8 points, which he will lose to Webster. So Webster's lead will go from 7 to 15 points at this point, at this opportunity. And now, as we head towards another lap, 6 minutes 50 to go. There's Morgan Kidd. I think she's in pretty much position to, provisionally at least, wrap up the club class title a race early. You see that was Kellett having a big look up the inside, having a big look in general at Simon Horrobin trying to get through. And I wonder, he's possibly sat back a little bit and tried to take some of the frustration that the other drivers around him have made. But now he's starting to find a bit more pace. He looks around the outside because that was a shaky exit from the right-hander onto the back straight from Horrobin. This might put him on the outside line to charge down towards Stowe Corner. We know Kellett's car's good in a straight line here. He might try and get himself into the toe, which he does. And Cooper's also got past, as we said, Lucas, but he's getting the push from the 111. Here comes Kellett looking up the inside, and I think Kellett could see that Horrobin very, very aggressively pitched his car into Stowe Corner. I could see if I keep my car on the inside line here, there's going to be a bit of touching. So he just hung back a little bit and tried to go for it again a few corners later. Cooper and Lucas just all get in the mix. There was a small little tap in the rear there from Kellett, a bit frustrated again, just almost grazed the rear bumper of the 14 car. They're all stacking up behind. There's another bit of frustration trying to be created there by Horrobin. We're just trying to back him up again into Cooper and Lucas. It's all team tactics at play here at this point again, but as long as it's there's nothing ongoing, which there isn't, it's just simple close racing, and it's Horrobin simply just driving his own line and forcing Kellett to try and get around him. The gap at the front is 5.2 seconds. There's Webster. He's gone by 5 seconds in front. So all Kellett can do here, even if he does get past Horrobin, he's got to try and close in by about, what, more than a second a lap to try and even get close to Webster. So all Albert can do here is keep on extending that lead, hoping that the cars around him make it more and more difficult for Kellett to try and pick his way through. And look, this battling between this group for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th has now brought the next group into play here. You've got Matt Luff and Morgan Kidd and also Sean Reynolds in there in the green 777. And not too far away is Adam Clark. This is now becoming an 8-car train for 2nd down to 9th. So immense stuff going on here between these 5, between this 8 cars. The next time there was contact there between Luff and Kidd, and also Kidd comes back into the road. She gets tagged by Sean Reynolds, and that could be possibly disaster for her club class chances, because if you can't get it going, there's damage to the right front of that car, and Morgan Kidd has damage to the front, and that will be her out of the race. Now then, her saving grace might well be is that the other club class cars are quite far back in the order, so they might not grab that many points on the cars around them. But Morgan Kidd, the club class leader, is stationary at Stowe Corner after contact making a move on Matt Luff. And as they come up towards the end of this another lap with 4 minutes to go, what is the signal going to be? Will it be safety car? Will it be an early red flag? We'll have to wait and see what the clerk of the course does, but as the race carries on, her car is still stationary with bent front right suspension, and that has seen her club class opportunity. Hasn't completely gone, but it's made it a little bit more difficult and just added a bit more pressure to that second race. Morgan Kidd trudges away. She'll be absolutely gutted with that. That's possibly key points lost. Remember, there's no drop scores, so she will score nothing from this first race. Now down the back straight, here comes Alistair Kellett looking for second place. Can he get this move done before they get to the complex? There's going to be yellow flags down there. Can he get himself in front? The answer is probably going to be no, because he's hanging back. And has Lucas seen the yellow flags? He has, but he's still trying to go around the outside. That's debatable. The car's in the middle of the road, and oh, goodness me, that was close. Morgan Kidd's car's on the inside line, but there's still cars sweeping through at Stowe Corner. I have to admit, I'm a little bit surprised there's at least no safety car, but then again, it's quite late in the race with 4 minutes to go, so I appreciate it's a very tough decision for the clerk of the course to make. Checker flag's being thrown, then they're throwing it early because they know that car's going to be less to go. Albert Webster comes across the line and takes victory in race 1 of the day for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. For 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, it's Horrobin 2nd, Kellett 3rd, Zukas 4th and Cooper 5th. So that is 50 points for Webster, 42 for Kellett. So the gap will then go up to 15 points by the end of this race. That means that Kellett's going to have to outscore. I'm going to try to work this out on the fly then. Effectively, Kellett needs to win the race and hope that Webster doesn't finish any higher than about 6th or 7th, I make it. And that might be easier said than done. That is obviously a bit of drama, which sadly Morgan Kidd did not need, particularly in her quest for the club class title, which she really didn't need a retirement, particularly when that's going to really put her slightly on the back foot. Now, in terms of the club class winners, it was a victory for Adam Clark. Now, he finishes in 7th place. In terms of her main rivals are Connor Blackburn and Caitlin May. And, of course, you get points in class for club based on where you finish overall. So, in 11th place for Connor Blackburn, I'm going to try and work this out on the fly a little bit. There are the leaders coming through back into Parc Fermé. We'll have a chat, I think, with both of our top threes, in pro and in club, in the ST240s with Rob. So, let's try and work this one out. So it's 50, 46, 42, 30, 36. Here's the result, in fact. There's Webster, Horrobin, Kellett, Lucas and Cooper in the top 5. From Matt Luff, club class winner Adam Clark, then Joseph Knight, Gary Miller and Archie Johnson, followed by Connor Blackburn and Sean Reynolds. Sean Reynolds was lucky to get away with that. He just about escaped from that incident. And Matt Luff does indeed still finish 6th, despite getting tagged by Morgan Kidd into that run at Stowe Corner. Barry John McHenry 13th, Caitlin May 14th, and then Marco Ricci and Matt Chambers. And Morgan Kidd, the club class leader, the only driver not to finish from that race. And that certainly is going to be frustrating for her, but she'll be even more fired up to get the club class wrapped up tomorrow provisionally. So by my calculations, I think it's 26 points you get for 10th place, which means that's going to be 24 points for Blackburn, and possibly 18 points for Caitlin May, I think. So that'll be, they're only going to take him really about roughly possibly 20 points out of her, that lead. So she might still get away with that a little bit. She might still be able to hold on to that and not have too much drama. Well, plenty of action in that first Fiesta ST240 race, and to find out exactly what happened between hopefully everyone, as much as we can talk to before our next race, let's head over to Rob down in pit lane to have a chat what was been a very energetic start to the weekend for the ST240s, that's for sure.
Well, I'm going to be sending out an all-points bulletin for our winner, I think, because Albert Webster doesn't appear to be here, but we have got 2nd and 3rd place. We've got Simon Horrobin and we've got Alistair Kellett, so we're hoping to get some drivers come over to visit us shortly. Let's start off with Simon Horrobin shortly, if we can just get Simon to come over to us now. And we've actually got a special guest with us to present the trophies as well. We've got Ryan from AIRTEC as well, who'll be presenting the trophies shortly. Simon, we've sent out an APB for our winner there, but a fantastic race and really proving Fiesta Racing hasn't lost its touch.
Yeah, it was a really close race. Literally my tyres went off about 4 laps into the race, and I've just done everything to try and keep them behind. You know, it was difficult. They were quick.
You've been sort of, I'm not going to say a veteran, but a seasoned competitor of Fiestas over the years. What is it about these 240s?
Just it's a one-weight championship, and they're the closest thing you're going to get to, like a TCR car or a touring car, a fraction of the budget.
And so, obviously, good fun to race. The track here at Silverstone, does it kind of come to the fore with these cars?
Yeah, but they've got enough power, so you know, obviously when you're battling like as close as we were, you know, it's just like the F1, and that is so close.
Fantastic. Well, at this point, we are going to bring in Ryan from AIRTEC just to present you with your 2nd place trophy. So congratulations there, Simon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Right, hopefully we should have Alistair Kellett here somewhere. If we could just bring Alistair over to in front of the boards there. So if you stand there for us, sir.
Black mark.
Yeah, that black mark there. Alistair, fantastic result. These Fiestas are good fun, aren't they?
Yeah, really good fun, yeah. Got a good start, got into the lead, had a bit of a gap, but the tow was so immense down the back straight. They all towed up behind me and caught me by the end of the first lap, which is fine. And then, I'm not sure what happened. I got a hit down at turn 3 and got sent on. Albert passed me. That was fair enough. And then Simon and Zach were, I think I got tag team by JRW, to be honest. I just blocking everywhere. Simon just stopped it everywhere and slowing it down. We were 2 seconds off the pace, like so. I was never going to win it, but Ptolemy got second. But anyway, it is what it is.
He did say his tyres went off after like lap 4, so it could be what he was struggling with.
Dash and he was lifting heavy. Anyway, it is what it is. I can't change it, so it is what it is. So I thought I got second, but anyway, third is good.
Absolutely. So a bit more of the same to come next race. Hopefully a bit higher up there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a win to finish off the season and see what happens then.
Fantastic. Well, in that case, a fantastic podium result. Let's bring in Ryan from AIRTEC just to give you a trophy there. Congratulations, Alistair.
Thank you very much. Take care, mate.
No problem. Now, have we got a winner here somewhere?
No, he's broken to it.
Okay, in something a bit alarming, our leader's a bit awkward. Our leader's broken down, so we're going to send Ryan. We're going to send Ryan from AIRTEC over to the recovery truck to give him his trophy there. I think for now we're going to have to hand back to. Oh no, we've got club class to award as well. So if we could just bring our. We could just bring our club class winner over there. I do apologise. We normally just do the pro class with this, but we've got some club class awards to give out as well. Fancy breaking down though on the coming in lap. That's got to be a bit of Congratulations there on the club class result. You must be thrilled.
Yeah. First one of the season. We've worked our way up bit by bit. We're building the car this year, so yeah, really, really good. Could have done it without my wife and newborn child, and the help from JRW and Simon Horrobin, who's just trained me since it's my second year racing. So yeah, things have come really far, really well, really chuffed.
So what's your aim? Obviously, finish this weekend on a high and then another full campaign next year?
Yeah, full campaign next year. I think I'll stay in club just because of my lack of experience. Hopefully then I can win the club next year and then I can move forward up to pro the year after that.
Fantastic. Well, Albert Webster breaking down has given us a chance to get your moment in the sun. So we'll bring in Ryan from AIRTEC again to give you the club class champers and trophy.
Yeah, that's it. Top man.
Awesome, mate.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Congratulations there. Right, now we've potentially got a second place coming up. If not, I think what we're going to have to do with cars going out onto circuit, we might have to hand back upstairs for the moment to Scott Woodward.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Good to hear from our Fiesta ST240 runners once again. And interesting times to see Albert Webster, the race victor, breaking down on that. That was a race that pretty much had everything, didn't it? And you see Morgan Kidd there, who will feel very hard done by and will feel, obviously, I'm sure, very disappointed, it goes without saying, for retiring from that race. But she still leads the club class, and she can still get it wrapped up tomorrow provisionally, so she can still take comfort from that. And I'm sure the JRW score will be straight onto the damage on the right front of that number 53 car as quickly as possible. As soon as he gets back to the paddock, and that car should be fighting fit to get racing back underway for tomorrow. So we're moving on to our next race of the weekend, and I believe we're moving on now to the realm of minis, because we're going to our first race of the weekend from our friends at the Mini 7 Racing Club. And let's face it, there's no such thing, from what you can see, as a dull mini race, and I don't think this is going to be a dull one either. If we look at the running order for this particular occasion. Yes, indeed, we have the Dunlop Mini Challenge, the Portobello Mini Spares, Melias and Libra class cars. The faster, bigger brothers of the regular 7s, and these cars, you can tell them because they have the big wide arches, and certainly something that's going to be quite an entertaining race. Now, what we should explain of the championship is that the actual championship standings are... The championship can't be lost by the man in the points, because there's a bit of a switch around between the actual championship leaders. So in terms of the 7s, in terms of the medias, I'll get my words out properly. Essentially, it was Aaron Smith who provisionally secured his 4th national media title, and he came home second behind Andrew Jordan, who took a victory. Now, Andrew Jordan, I should have mentioned also, he's not in this race either. He's also he's actually moved to the weekend to go and race alongside his dad, Mike, and also his younger brother as well. Which means that the victory could be potentially up for grabs between anyone else at the front of this field. So this is going to be quite an intriguing affair to see how this could all play out, particularly with the battle for second place and the points behind them. In terms of the grid coming into this first race, let's see if we can bring that up on screen and take you through it. So, of course, there's two parts to this. You've got the mini medias, which are the mini media, which is the regular mini media spec cars. I'll get the words out eventually, I promise. And then we've got the mini Libra cars, which are slightly more lax in terms of their regulations, a bit more powerful, but slightly more bigger engines, etc. But in terms of them, they're a bit more sort of open in terms of what drivers can do. In terms of the actual grid, it's Ben Colburn who put his car in pole position in qualifying. So he will start from the front row of the grid from P1 alongside the 23 car of Rupert Death. It's Kane Aston, who had a mixed weekend last time out at Croft with the last round, which was with the Brscc about 3 weeks ago. He challenged Andrew Jordan all the way in the first race at Croft. He even had a couple of goes to try and get past him at one point before he got second place. Then in the second race was up there towards the front before he sadly had to drop back and only picked up and had to retire from the race, which means that he'll start this race from P3 after a decent qualifying. He'll start alongside Phil Bull and Brown on the second row of the grid. Then it's Rob Howard and Damien Harrington on row 3, followed by Colin Peacock and Sean King on the fourth row of the grid. And rounding out the top 10 is Mark Sims and Jonathan Page. And why that's significant is Jonathan Page essentially has provisionally wrapped up the Mini 7 title, and so to give him a chance to go and experience the other side of the Mini 7 racing paddock, he has jumped into Mini Melia for the first time this weekend and stuck it in 10th on the grid on his first attempt. That's not too bad for him. So here is the grid then. It is Colburn and Death on the front row of the grid, Aston and Bull and Brown on the second row from Howard and Harrington. Then it's Peacock and King on the row 4, Mark Sims and current new provisional Mini 7 champion Jonathan Page in his first media start, and James Cuthbertson and Nick Paddy round out the top 12, starting from the 6th row of the grid. Moving down to row 7 is where we find Alex Osborne and Lee Roberts from James Colburn and Tony LeMay, and then Steve Yule at the back of the Mini Melia grid. Then there's a small gap back to Craig Edgecombe, who starts on pole for the Mini Libras alongside Richard Colburn, from Josh Evans and Lee Stanton. Then it's Julian Proctor, who broke down in qualifying, but he will still start 5th if he's on the grid. Then Ben Norfolk, Philip Harvey and Gary Warburton. And then right at the back of the grid, you've got Ashley Davies and Kieran McDonald. They're both going to start from the back of the grid with a 10-second delay due to, I'm sure, having, I think, possibly being disqualified from qualifying. That's usually if their cars are found to be underweight. But I'll double check the actual qualifying result to see what the actual reason was for them starting from the back of the grid. And the reason is it's not underweight, forgive me, it's both been disqualified from the session for having tyres changed during qualifying. So because of that, they have to start at the back of the grid with a 10-second delay, which means that they will start towards the back and see if they can pick their way through. They'll probably pick through the Mini Libra cars quite quickly in the first couple of laps, and then move forwards once they're ready to go forwards to do so in the Mini Medias in that sense. So the Mini Medias then make their way around onto the grid after their quite energetic qualifying session earlier on. And let's face it, any time that Mini Medias or Mini 7 Racing Club is out on the track, you're guaranteed anything. You're guaranteed anything but a dull race. It's always entertaining, always exciting wherever they go. And I anticipate, given the fact you've got these long straights and the great chance for lots of cars to start to dart into slipstreams and racing packs, there should certainly be more of the same here, particularly when you've got Ben Colburn on pole position, Rupert Death, who's vastly experienced. That's a brand new car he's been trying to bed in, particularly in the last couple of rounds at Croft. It seems to be working pretty well. Kane Aston, a former champion as well, never wanted to watch out, never wanted to discount either. Watching the likes of Phil Bull and Brown, he's been getting quicker and quicker in the last couple of seasons. He's up there now in P4 on the grid. And also I've been intrigued to see exactly how Jonathan Page, who is the now current provisional Mini 7 champion, how he gets on his Mini Media debut, starting from 10th on the grid. So let's just take a look at, I'm also taking a look on myself at the championship standings coming into the weekend. And so in the media categories, the cars start to make their way towards the grid to line up 2 by 2. Is the battle's really going to be on essentially between Rupert Death and Kane Aston. They come into the weekend level on points on well, there's a point between them because the total points are on 218. Once you bring a drop score into play, it's then 217 points. So actually it's the best 14 results from 17 races that have been run. There's still obviously 2 more races left to go, so when you drop one of those worst results, then it's best. So essentially, there's 2 more scores left to drop on this one, from what I can see. That means that at the moment it is Rupert Deeth ahead of Kane Aston by a single point on this drop score. And then it's Kane Aston in 3rd place. Andrew Jordan, who's not in this race, is 4th. He will drop backwards anyway. Sean King is in this race, as is Phil Bullen-Brown. No Jeff Smith. Colin Peacock is in there as well. And also I think Mark Sims and Ben Colton will also start to move forward, particularly with Ben starting on pole. He is in the green and red car on pole position. The black car, number 23, is Rupert Deeth. Then it's the grey and fluorescent yellow Mini of Kane Aston, and the red car, number 9 of Phil Bullen-Brown, watching the 2nd row of the grid. So stand by for action. That goes without saying, but the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, Media and Libra class cars all set to get underway for the first of their races this weekend. We are set now for what should be 20 minutes of all-out Mini racing action. Ben Colburn on pole position on the left of screen. It's Rupert Deeth alongside him on the front row. The battle is going to be between, essentially, it's for 2nd in the championship now, between Rupert Deeth and Kane Aston. A point between them on drop scores. This should be quite a frantic affair, as it always tends to be with mini racing. So stand by and do not move an inch from your screen for the next 20 minutes. This could be pretty intense. Also keep an eye, of course, for the battle of the Libra category 2. Last couple of cars are just getting moved into place now before we get set to go. So watch for the 5-second board at the top of the gantry, just next to the starting lights. Of course, when that goes up, which it does now, the rest will start to rise, and then the red lights will come on. They'll flash off anywhere between 2 to 7 seconds. And then the first Dunlop Mini Media Challenge race of the weekend will get underway. The red lights are on, they're back out again. It's not a good start for Kane Aston. The slow reaction from him. Good start from the 4th row of the grid, also from one of the cars back in the mix. But now side by side down toward Abbey for the first time. And it's going to be Colburn, he leads the way. But here comes Rupert Deeth up the inside, trying to turn into Abbey corner first. It looks like he managed it just about. More battles further back. Jonathan Page has slipped back a couple of spots. He's now down outside the top 10 off the start, but now down towards the complex for the first time. They are still side by side for the lead, and it's now Deeth looking to try and make the move. He goes a little bit too deep into the corner, but holds on to the position. 3 wheeling their way through. 1 or 2 cars running a bit wide on the exit over the curb, but they just about hold on for the time being. Onto the back straight as Deeth takes the wider approach. Colburn up the inside, and Kane's Aston trying to get himself into the mix there as well. Now down the back straight now for the first time. 20 minutes of Mini 7 racing, and they're starting it already. Here they come. As I predicted, 4 abreast down towards Stoke Corner. Bullen-Brown getting the run, and everyone, look at that, from 4th to 1st in one move. And also behind him, that's another one of the red cars in the mix, steaming down the outside, and that is Ben Colburn out of control, into the side of Kane Aston. He tags Rupert Deeth. For 2 contenders for 2nd in the championship have come together at Stoke Corner, but that was a consequence of Ben Colburn losing it under brakes. Now that'll have to be at very least a safety car, if not a red flag, if they can't recover those cars quickly enough in time. Phil Bullen-Brown takes the lead. It really has shuffled around the mini media contingent. Let's see what the clerk of the course does. Because it looks like, I think Kane Aston's car is possibly stranded in the middle of the road. They can try and recover it. So Bullen-Brown leads the way. Colin Peacock's up to 2nd place. Osborne to 3rd. Cuthbertson 4th. Howard 5th. Jonathan Page up to 6th position. This really has shaken up the order, because 3 of the main contenders that could have been in the mix for victory have all dropped out on that incident up at Stoke Corner. There's Ben Colburn's car. It's been covered with double wave yellows. They're going to try and push that Mini out of the way. As for what happened to Deeth, Deeth had damage to the front end of the car, and Aston's car was sideways too. We'll just double check on the timing screen to see if Aston's come through. And the answer is no, he hasn't. So Ben Colburn, Deeth and Aston all out at Stoke Corner on the first lap of the race. Phil Bullen-Brown takes it up. There is Rupert Deeth's car stranded, looking a little sorry for itself with damage to the front right, but it's parked off the road, so that should be safe after it's off in pit lane. Now Colin Peacock going on the attack here, but he can't go into the make a pass down at Stoke Corner because of the double wave yellows, because of the stranded cars of Ben Colburn and Kane Aston. Rupert Deeth trudges away and slightly frustrated at the fact that his race has come to a premature end. Down towards the complex at Valen Club. Osborne trying to get involved here in 3rd. In fact, Osborne actually the leading Libra class car. You can tell by the kind of air filter on the front of that car. So it really is the class to field in terms of the Libras. To come through, one car also heading for the pit lane also as well. It's in 2. And 145 is actually Edgecombe in 3rd place. So it's Edgecombe up to 3rd then in the leading Libra class car by some margin. So Edgecombe with the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 18.101, the first proper flying lap around this time. That lap is some almost 2.5 seconds quicker than anyone else. That's substantial stuff from Edgecombe in 3rd place. He's up to 2nd already past Colin Peacock. And now he's going for the lead now. Look at this. into the pits has gone Julian Proctor. That might be a legacy of his issues in qualifying that saw him pull off the road as a result of that. So he could be suffering more troubles, and the team, and obviously his crew have tried to fix that car in between the sessions, and sadly not been able to make any progress. But look at the punch on Edgecombe's Mini. Look at that. Straight past in a straight line for Phil Bullen-Brown to take the lead. So he is by far and away the quickest Libra class car. He will start to, I think, pull away and possibly go off and take the overall lead. So lots of battling going here. You've got Howard and Osborne going side by side, exiting for what is currently 4th and 5th position. Also in there too, you've got Cuthbertson and Page, and here comes Cuthbertson down the inside line. Has to make the move, and number 37 is into what's now 6th position by the looks of it. No, 5th position past. That would be Page. No, sorry, it'd be, Howard. More scrapping further back here. This is McDonald in the 88 car trying to get past the 149 of Warburton. Having a good individual scrap in their own. All over each other here. This is effectively now for 2nd place, because they're all the Edgecombe's Mini has decided to shoot up the road. He's got 17 spots off the grid. He started back in 18th. He's up to 17th to the lead, 18th to the lead in 3 laps. That's extraordinary. So Edgecombe then trying to edge away, 3-wheeling his way onto the back straight. Still is now Colin Peacock into 2nd place. He leads the Melia category. So Peacock leads the Melias. Bullen-Brown in 2nd place, Osborne now 3rd, Cuthbertson 4th, and Howard rounds out the top 5 in that category. But they're currently sitting, of course, 2nd to 6th in the order. As a result of Edgecombe starting to pull away here. Bullen-Brown getting back in front. Here comes Osborne up the inside of Colin Peacock, who basically gives him no choice but to capitulate. Sticks it round the outside line. Howard's back in front of Cuthbertson again. Also, shout out to Jonathan Page, who is in 8th position, I think, now, because he's dropped back behind. I think that's Harrington he's dropped back behind in the number 29. Magnificent stuff back and forth as they turn their way in and out of the corner. As they come back onto the straight. Again, this is typical mini action. Page round the outside of Damien Harrington. Still wheel to wheel. Page all over the curb. Welcome to Mini Melias. Used to the Mini 7s, but a bit more powerful, faster Minis with a lot more grip. So they're getting used to them pretty quickly. Mark Sims is in there too as well, as is also the 94 of Roberts in there too. This is technically the entire top 10 group in almost one entire shot. So Edgecombe now is got a small gap, and there was a tangle between Osborne and looks like Cuthbertson there. Cuthbertson's car stranded on the outside of the entry to Village, but running wide over the curb there was Osborne. He's dropped back a few spots, and Harrington has now charged his way through, I think now, to either the lead or 2nd place of Mini Melias. One of the two, he's managed to pick his way through and put in a fantastic effort, and I think that's come as a consequence of the tangle between Osborne and Cuthbertson. They were battling over, they were in the mix with Colin Peacock. So that would have been, I think, didn't see the start of that incident, but they're all together at this point. And they see Colin Peacock in car number 7 there, throwing it into the inside line, defending from the new provisional Mini 7 champion, Jonathan Page, who is really making life difficult for him too. So Edgecombe leads them. Bullen-Brown in 2nd place. It's now, that'll be Howard into 3rd, 4th now for Peacock, 5th for Harrington, 6th for Page on the outside of Osborne, who's recovering after the skirmish with Cuthbertson a few moments ago. Sims and Roberts are in there too. Osborne over the curb as they come onto the pit straight now. It's all action here. I promised it was going to be all action in the Mini 7s, and we weren't kidding. They're all over each other. Howard up to 3rd, of course, with a personal best. That's working out well for him. See if he can make any inroads on the lead for Bullen-Brown. Of course, he's 2nd in Melias, 3rd overall, because Edgecombe's Libra Mini is having quite an occasion so far in this first race of the weekend for the Mini Melias. Onto the back straight. Roberts trying to keep close if he can. The back straight once more. More battles going on further down the order. Back into the complex they go. Further back, that's more battles going on. Kane Aston also is confirmed as out of the race now. think it looks like he tried to carry on slightly, but unfortunately he's been officially confirmed as being out of the race now, which is a shame. But the first corner skirmish didn't quite work out in his favour. The first lap skirmish at Stowe didn't really work out in his favour or anyone's favour in terms of that lead group. Edgecombe appears to have this under control at the moment, although Full Bull and Brown is giving it a good go here. You can see he's really pushing hard to try and pick up the victory, pick up the win overall if he can. He's just allowing the rest of the cars behind that are scrapping in the Libra ranks, in the media ranks, just to fight amongst themselves. Onto the back straight, there's still more scrap here. This is now Peacock watching Jonathan Page here diving down the outside of Harrington. So Peacock looking in his mirrors and seeing Harrington Page trying to make the move stick here. Sims, on the other hand, is going up the inside of Osborne. Also in there too is Roberts to try and make this move stick if he can possibly try and pull it off. He's got a good opportunity here to try and pick up a good, strong top 5 finish here, this Jonathan, on his mini-media debut. There goes Sims, just holding off Osborne. Roberts trying to get himself into the mix here too. Just wide there from the green and purple machine. On the back, you can see here that's another one of the Coleman. That's Richard Coleman, in fact. No, it's different. It's James Coleman, in fact, who's coming through. So James Coleman in his mini-media. In the... Just trying to find him on the grid list. James Coleman started back 15th, and there's more contact. Round goes, well, two more than minis. 24 was involved in that. Also is 86. 24 was Steve Yule. 86 is Nick Paddy. There was a third car involved in that as well, down towards Abbey. That's a shame. It's quite a frantic first mini-media race. You can tell it's almost end of term between these drivers because they're all kind of just letting their energy get the best of them a little bit too much, by the looks of it. So let's just take stock of where we are then. Still Edgecombe who leads the way. Colin Brown in second place. This is now watching here Colin Peacock defending from Damien Harrington. And also in there too is still Jonathan Page. And you see there, the marshals attending to Steve Yule and Nick Paddy. Both cars have ended up in the sand trap down at the Abbey corner. So Mark Sims then coming under quite a bit of pressure here from Osborne. As Alex Osborne tries to pick his way through. It was a pretty good run from Alex Osborne up the order. He's now come all the way up to now 8th position from where he started back in 13th. Up there too is Lee Roberts in the 94. You can see the red car there. Of course, no overtaking up at Abbey Corner whilst the minis are being recovered, but still at the front, Craig Edgecombe starting on. He set fastest time in the Libra category, but of course you have to start literally from Libra pole in that section of the grid. So he's picked his way through the entire mini-media contingent in order to get up there and lead the race overall, whilst commandingly lead his class at the same time. I should also mention the 2 cars starting from the back of the grid, which is Kieran McDonald and Ashley Davies. They're up to 12th and 13th respectively. But there they are, in fact. That was pretty good camera work, in fact, actually. Davies ahead of McDonald. Started at the back of the field and have been picking their way through together to get themselves into the order. So it's still Edgecombe from Bull and Brown, but that fight for second and medias is starting to really hot up now because Peacock is trying to hold on to it, or Howard's trying to hold on to it. Peacock holding on. Sims really sends it deep into the first part of Bell towards Club, and Jonathan Page tries to retaliate round the outside if he's got the pace and the minerals to do so. Also in there too now, this great scrap continues to go on between Alex Osborne, Mark Sims and Lee Roberts, and Roberts is on the tail of that too. Meanwhile, you can see there just Harrington having to go to the inside line to defend from Page in towards Abbey Corner. Just holds back a little bit. And there's confirmation that Steve Yule and Nick Paddy are both out of the race, sadly, after the incident at Abbey Corner. Now, Full and Brown isn't giving up his pursuit of Colin Edgecombe, Craig Edgecombe, is he? He really is just pushing as hard as he can. And you can tell it's a Libra car because it has got slightly different. For one, it's got a different air filter sticking out the front of the edge of the bonnet. So it's certainly a slightly different spec to the mini-media machines. Libras are slightly more open, hence the class name Libra. So just keeping an eye on the rest of this order. Rob Howard is doing a fine job, of course, in 3rd place. Colin Peacock 4th. But Peacock is going for the inside line now. He wants 2nd place in the medias and 3rd overall to stand on the podium if he can do it. Up the inside he goes. Howard tries to brave it around the outside, which he can do. There's a tiny little kiss of wheel arches there as they come up through the exit of Stowe Corner. Back towards the left-hander at Vale. Moves across again under braking, just about holds the place. Turns in, clip of the apex. Steve Yule showing him pitted in, but I'm sure his car is stranded on the track. It has been on the road up at Abbey Corner rather than pitting in, so TSR having a bit of a moment there. Further back, this is Richard Colburn scrapping away with 149, I think, which is Gary Warburton. So these two who've been battling just about all season long, really. Richard then getting himself up in the order. And this will put Richard Colburn currently into 17th place, no, the 16th in fact. He's got past Warburton. This will now give Richard Colburn a spot on the Libra podium. He's still got to try and catch 474. As now the battle for second and medias continues to hot up between Howard and Peacock. And Peacock's on the outside line here. He's got good momentum down towards Stowe. He's got good straight line speed, but Howard has got the inside line here. They're practically wheels that they really are dead level down towards Stowe. It's going to depend on who's got the better brakes here. It looks like Howard's going to turn in and have a bit more gap to remain in position. Peacock just about staying in formation. Now they make their way down towards Vale and Club once again. Peacock just sniffing around. What it's also doing now is look at the two cars behind him, Jonathan Page. And again, I remind you, he's in his first ever Mini Melia race. Of course, he's now currently the provisional Mini 7 champion, but he swapped cars, specification of car now, from the regular 7s into the Melias for the first time. You see here, that's Kieran McDonald getting a bit wayward over the curve. He's sort of trying to recover himself from the back. He is on the tail of 89, which is Sean King, if I'm right. Yes, it's Sean King, who started back in 8th on the grid, and Sean's down to 12th. So he's down 4 spots. Biggest gains you can see are both Davis and Cole and McDonald, of course. Ashley Davis up 16 places from where he first started on the grid, so impressive stuff from Ashley and Kieran to pick their way through as high as they have. Of course, Davis is into the top 10 now. That's working out quite well for him. So, as you notice as they went through the shot there, Howard and Peacock have been caught by Jonathan Page and Damien Harrington, and they're at it again. Here comes Peacock this time back to the outside line. We've seen this before, haven't we? These two, side by side. And here comes Peacock then, to try and dive down the outside if he can. But I think Power's going to try and brave it out around on the inside line if he can. It'll put him on the outside for Vale. This now also gives the chance for Page and Harrington to get involved here. They're keeping a watching brief. Peacock does in fact be last of the late breaks into Vale. Through he goes. Now closing up under brakes are both Harrington and Page. Harrington, of course, the slightly darker green car, the mint green car, which is behind Peacock's red example, is up there in 4th position now. And as for the 3 cars behind, they could get into the mix too. That's going to be Mark Sims in his green Mini. It's then Osborne in the green and purple machine, which is having a look here, and they almost get into each other. They almost touch wheels a little bit, and Osborne goes over the runoff area, but keeps his foot in. Speaking of keeping your foot in, Phil Brown has done just that, just in pursuit of Edgecombe. And then nose to tail exiting the right-hander onto the hangar straight once again, so that could be a bit of a change, and Harrington went steaming down the outside into the right-hander at the King and made that move stick. And not only has Howard lost out to now Colin Peacock, but Harrington just demanded that Howard gave him that place. And also going through now, you can see it's Jonathan Page. So Page might end up 4th in his first ever 4th in the Melia category and 5th overall in his first ever Mini Melia race. I don't think Howard's going to give this up too easy though. He's going round the outside of 1, 2, maybe Colin Peacock as well. And Peacock's got a problem. Peacock has a problem, and Mark Sims saw that, Damien Harrington saw that very late, and actually, as Peacock dives into the pit lane, that's a real shame. Technical problems for Colin. It caught Damien Harrington completely off guard, and he almost practically went into the pit lane with him. He had to back out of it for a second, at least keep his footing where he could to make the move there. And as a result, he even managed to still get past Jonathan Page. That's relatively impressive for Damien Harrington. I'm quite impressed that we did that. Onto the pit straight they go again. 2.5 minutes left to go in this first race of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini Spares. So Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, Melias and Libras. Still at it here. This is the scrap that's going on for now 3rd position. Page now, look at it's now 2nd in Melias and 3rd overall between these guys. 3rd to 5th overall, 2nd to 4th in the class. And it's now Harrington on the back foot, because here comes Howard with the mega toe. And also getting the mega toe back is Jonathan Page on not just 1 but 2 of the minis. He gets the side draft from Harrington. The toe in front from Rob Howard. Looks one way, then the other. Still no avenue through, and I thought for a second that Harrington was going to tag the back of Page's car, but thankfully he was enough of a car length back to not have any effect. Page really wants this. He's a racer, obviously, but he really wants to get through here and try and pick himself in a good position here. It's not going to. That's not going to happen if that happens, because Harrington went Steve McGack up the inside line, and his tactic getting past Harrod didn't quite work, trying to get back past Page at that point. So Harrington has to sit back, and rightfully so just sits back and allows Page to continue. He plays the courteous card and decides to come back at him. He's got 1 minute and 12 seconds to go, and in terms of laps left, in terms of timings, this could be the last lap of the race, I think, because the fastest lap times of the race have been 1 minute 17s. There goes Craig Edgecombe. There's Phil Bullen-Brown, though. Far and away out in front in the media class. And doing well to keep up with Craig Edgecombe. And this will be quite a popular win. In fact, we might actually even get one more time around, because Edgecombe and Bullen-Brown are that far ahead that by the time this battle for third outright across the line, that's when I figured they might be getting to the point where they'd be doing possibly one more beyond the last lap of the race. But I think we'll get one more time around here, which will be a benefit to these three, because you can see that Jonathan Page on the outside, Harrington in the middle, and it's Howard on the inside line. Who's last of the late breakers into Stowe corner? Harrington, he almost shoves Howard out the way. Get out of it, I want my position if you don't mind. Up towards the, should be the last lap board for Craig Edgecombe, which it is. So he gets one more time around the Silverstone International Circuit, which means it's still on for third place between Howard, Page and Harrington. Let's see what order they come through the final corner and who it's going to be. This sort of slightly lower light is difficult. They've all closed up again now, look, because Osborne's in the mix now too, so is Roberts, and so is Mark Sims, so it's now 6 of them for second place in class now. Headed by Harrington. We've got Page to the outside of Howard. Here comes Alex Osborne to the inside of both of them. Page tries to go for the apex, finds a green and purple mini to his inside line. Roberts in there too as well. Back towards the complex they go. One of the Libra back markers also might be possibly a factor here as Harrington throws the car in. Everyone trying to be third in class behind him. Osborne's gone to third in class now. Howard down to fourth, and Page down to fifth. A big sideways moment for Osborne. Just about catches it, but it's quite easy in front-wheel drive cars. Boot the throttle and the front end comes around eventually. He holds on to it whilst in full attack mode, trying to hold on to that place. As for Craig Edgecombe, no need to attack too hard this time. It's been quite an impressive feat for this Libra driver. You don't normally see, in the nicest possible way, Libra cars towards the front, but Craig Edgecombe has been the exception today. Strong in qualifying, started at the front of the Libra grid, have been practically unchallenged apart from a small little bother for Phil Bullen-Brown in the end. Craig Edgecombe wins outright and in mini Libras in the mini Melia and Libras race. It's the Melia's victory for Philip Bullen-Brown. But now let's sort out second and third downwards, because it's going to be, I think Jonathan Page will be on the Melia podium for the first time in his first ever Melia race. It's going to be third overall and second in Melia's for Damien Harrington. It is going to be third in Melia's and fourth overall for Jonathan Page in his first Melia race. The newly provisionally crowned Mini 7 champion having a fantastic debut in the Melias. It's then Jonathan Page who's fourth, Rob Howard is fifth, Alex Osborne sixth, Lee Roberts seventh, but it's Mark Sims eighth, Ashley Davies from the back of the grid with a 10-second delay up to ninth. What a drive that is for him. That's one of the drives of the weekend so far. And Tony LeMay will come through here on screen in 13th place. He's behind James Colburn, Sean King and Kieran McDonald, who also started at the back of the grid with that delay along with Ashley Davies. And he comes through to 12th, which is quite impressive. As for the rest of the Libra class cars, it's going to be, I think Evans will come through in second in that category. Yes, it will be. So it will be 474, which is Josh Evans who comes through in second in Libras. And then third place will go to Richard Colburn ahead of Gary Warburton. And then in fifth place, it will be the 113 of Philip Harvey, who started at the back of the Libra grid at the beginning of the race. So, a race that was initially characterised by 3 of the main contenders in the field and 3 of the fastest guys in the field all getting caught up in an incident up at Stowe Corner in the opening couple of laps. And it really did sort of shake things up a little bit, particularly for Craig Edgecombe, who charged his way through from the front of the Libra category to win, not just in Libras, but outright too. Edgecombe wins the race, Bullen-Brown is second and also wins the Libra category, the Melia category, for Damien Harrington in second place, and an impressive Melia podium for Jonathan Page and his first run in the Melias after provisionally sewing up the 7th title. Then it's Rob Howard in 5th, Alex Osborne 6th, Lee Roberts, Mark Sims and Ashley Davis and James Colburn round out the top 10 for Sean King and Kieran McDonald. There's Tony LeMay, Josh Evans, Richard Colburn, James Cuthbertson, who had an incident earlier on, as to Gary Warburton. We had Ben Norfolk, Philip Harvey, Julian Proctor with problems, and Colin Peacock also pulled into the pit lane later in the race with a mechanical issue. We lost Steve Yule and Nick Paddy down at Abbey Corner. Les Stanton also retired a few laps before that. But also, more critically, we lost 3 of the fastest guys on the grid. We lost Kane Aston, Ben Colburn and Rupert Death after they all tangled early in the race up at Stowe Corner. Hopefully those cars can be sorted out and repaired to get us back underway for race number 2 later on. So, the Amelias will be down in the top end of the pit lane. I'm sure, hopefully, we can get... I don't know how it's... we might have a little bit of time, given that we've got 1 or 2 minis to clear away, so we may well have a chance to have a chat to possibly, well, at least we'll have a chat to our Mini Libra and Melia winners, because they're first and second overall. A handshake between the Craig Edgecombe and Phil Bullen-Brown after a great battle back and forth. Wasn't any side-by-side action, but they were at least having a great... it was a tension battle between them in terms of Bullen-Brown getting quite close and trying to get into the mix. But either way, let's see if we can get a reaction from our top 3 down there overall. Let's have a quick chat with them, as always, from Rob Lewis down in pit lane. He's down there to capture all the action down here at Silverstone.
Absolutely, and a slightly different podium here, as you could see, the winning car being the Mini Libra, who's well ahead of his other competitors in class. The man that won overall and won the Mini Libra class is, of course, Craig Edgecombe. Yes. Craig, this car is absolutely phenomenal, and you're able to get clear of the Miglia straight away.
Pretty good. It's first time out in it in the Libra, so we used it at fastest Mini in the world first time, so yeah, pretty happy with the overall result. Yeah, happy. Very good.
Certainly punched above the rest.
Yes, yeah, I was quite impressed with it earlier when we had we set pole for qualifying as well, which led well, 4th overall as well, which we was quite happy with. A few little teething problems, but we got to the bottom of them and proved quite nice overall results, so yeah.
Fantastic. Just for the viewers at home, what's the sort of difference between the Libras and the
this
Miglias?
one is a normal Mini engine, still the block and all, just the cylinder head that's different. It's got a 16 valve CAD cylinder head on the top. That's the all the rest is just still Mini, still Mini gearboxes, all the same. Just the cylinder head's different. It's got obviously throttle bodies at the front, so that's why the bonnet's all cut open.
Fantastic. Well,
lovely.
Congratulations there on the superb results. So that's our Libra winner and our overall winner, Craig Edgecombe. I'm trying to find Phil Bullen-Brown. If we could get Phil Bullen-Brown over here just to have a chat. He's too busy shaking hands with everyone, but we'll bring him over and get you stood in front of the Brscc boarding there. You normally need a bit of a step. Don't worry about that. Obviously, 2nd place overall, first amongst the Miglias. You must be well chuffed.
Really, really pleased. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to try and keep Craig honest, but you know, in a straight line, he's got me. But you know, we wanted to have a bit of a race, and I think we had a couple of laps there where it was close. So yeah, no, it was just a great race. I'm not sure what happened on lap 1 or lap 3 or anything, so you know, I don't really know, but I just wanted to keep my head down and keep pushing, and yeah, I'm chuffed to pieces. Really pleased.
Fantastic, and a good way to pay tribute to Peter.
Absolutely. I mean, he gave me my start in MiGs. I drove his car at Donington. It was a disastrous weekend for him, for me. We unfortunately had a coming together with a car, and that was my start in MiGs. But Peter gave me the start, and he was at heart he was 21 still, because as soon as the competition and the motorsport started, he was 21 again, and he wanted to win. And yeah, so hopefully, yeah, doff for the cap to Peter, and hope he's watching down and smiling.
A fitting tribute. Congratulations there on a superb Miglia win. So that's our 2nd place overall and our winner in the Miglias there. So get a big cheer. Now, if we could just get 3rd place overall. Come on, you know the drill. Incidentally, Damien Harrington forgot how to park his Mini as well, because he parked it in the wrong spot. It is behind us, I can confirm.
Most of it's behind you, some of it's still out on the race.
Some of it's still out on the racetrack. Care to elaborate?
Well, I'm not quite sure I lost it, to be honest. There was a bit of contact everywhere. Like on the first lap, it was a complete mess. Somehow I avoided it. It kept going. It was an awesome battle with Jonathan Page and with Howard. Nearly took Peacock out when his engine went. But yeah, it's not my first proper MiG race. I did Brands Hatch, but that was sort of testing the car. So great fun, really enjoyed it.
Plenty of action, thrills and spills. I guess that's mini racing, right?
That is mini racing, yes. I could agree with that, yeah.
Absolutely. Race 2, what's the plan?
More of the same, hopefully. Well, with slightly less contact, that would be nice. So
absolutely. At least you got the overnight to sort of cure all the gremlins.
Well, yeah, I'm doing the 7s in about half an hour, so I've got to go and. So I'm a bit tired. I'll have to go and rehydrate.
Bit tired. Go rehydrate. Go and, you know, put your feet up, have a cup of tea. But for now, congratulations, superb overall podium position, and that rounds out our overall podium for the Mini Miglias and the Libras. Seeing the Libra take the overall results is pretty special on this day, where they've all been paying tribute to their good friend Peter Baldwin. Now we've hopefully got some more cars heading out to the track, so it's time to head back up to the commentary box. Scott, what you got for us?
Thanks, Rob. Yes, what we have is me trying to work out, do a bit of mental maths here, because we are getting up to the first of our literal provisional championship deciders. We are now getting set for our second race of the day and the final race of the season for the 2023 Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, sponsored by Downforce Radio. This is where our first provisional championship of the season, the first two in fact, will be settled, because Matthew Fletcher came into the weekend with 1,261 points on drop scores. He then scored 98 points courtesy of his second place earlier on. Add that to that, and that makes him on, that will put him on to, get this right now, 1,359 compared to Jordan Pimley, who came into the weekend on 1,238 points, then won that race with 100, and then picks up 1,338, which means that, given how relatively close it still is in the championship, it means that so long as Fletcher, as long as he, well, that's how mentally, he's got a 21-point lead. So what he'll need to do make sure is, so long as he, if he finishes inside the top 10, effectively that's him still winning the championship, regardless of what, either Jordan wins the race. If Jordan wins the race, Fletcher essentially needs to be really in the top 10 to ensure that he can still be champion in this one, because of course you have to remember every single point counts in this final meeting. You can't use any of the results from the final round of the season in MX-5 Clubman as a drop score. So that means that any points you score have to go towards your final total, which means that the 98 points that Fletcher scored goes to his 1,261, which is his total after drop scores up to the end of Donington. Add the 98 on, 1,359. Then it's 1,238 points for Jordan Pimley, with 1,300, add 100, 1,338. Following? No? Good. Right, we'll move on then. But well, it should be pretty clear. Essentially, it's a 21-point lead. As long as Fletcher doesn't get outscored by more than 21 points, he should be fine in terms of provisionally wrapping up the title. So that should be clear for him. All he needs to do, literally, if he does exactly the same as he did in race number 1, that should be enough for him. That's what I should have said initially, but to try for those who are the more want the maths, I'll try to do it at least between the top two. In terms of Jordan Pym, in terms of the third place man, which is John Pethick, I will just quickly double check what the result was from race number 1, because I think he came 4th. Well, essentially where he was, the grid for race 2 is a result of race 1, so he finished 4th. So it's going to be Jordan Pimley on pole, Matthew Fletcher alongside in the front row of the grid, Paul Waitman 3rd alongside John Pethick, then it's Bo Parry and Harry Dean, Pete Smith and Jack Warry on row 4 alongside Jonathan Greensmith and Del Pace rounding out the top 10. Del also bidding for the Masters title too, with Jake Pace and Jamie Turner rounding out the top 12 cars on row 6. Row 7 is Michael Pearce and Hayden McDonald from Matthew Goddard and Russell Halley, and it's Simon Waterfall and William Bream on the row 9th row of the grid, ahead of Peter Bell and Kevin Bird in the top 20. Then Nick Ledoyne and Robert Greensmith back on row 11, ahead of George Grant starting 23rd this time, alongside Jordan Head in the 12th row of the grid. Hopefully a more drama-free first lap after he went spinning in the opening lap of race 1. Andrew Dean and Tom Cannon then come next on the 13th row, followed by Chris Thelwell and Peter Williams. Then Chris Watts and Simon Privet, followed by David Scowler and Jason Aisbert, with Simon Browning at the back of the field to finish off the 33-car grid. Simon Browning, of course, is one of the drivers who's come all the way across from Australia. It's actually his final race in the championship, so he'll be going back to Australia afterwards, I believe, but hoping to finish on some kind of a high and make it a worthwhile weekend. So I'm going to also try and do the mental maths on the third place driver, which was John Pethick. That was what I was going to do, wasn't it? So Pethick comes into the weekend. I appreciate I'm doing mental maths here, so do bear with me whilst I'm working through this in my head. Got 94 points, and he came into the weekend with a total of, second, drum roll please, 1,223 points. Add 94 to that. That's now 1,317. I'll make that. Again, if my maths are terrible, then I've only got GCSE maths, so a C in GCSE maths, that's probably the reason why. It's funny because it's true. Anyway, enough rambling. We're going to get back to serious business here because, of course, Jordan Pethick has to just do everything he can now. All he can do now is race as hard as possible, take the win, try and take the fastest lap of the race, and go from there. I think Matt Fletcher has... it looks like he's possibly... Yeah, he's been directed out by Ash Morton. You're in the wrong grid spot. He needs to be in the spot where the yellow part is. If he'd stayed where he was, that would have been a definite out of position penalty. But thankfully, the marshals, whilst they're still gridding him up, are going to put him into the right position so that he can avoid that. So he's just being told to get himself properly into position. That looks about right. That looks fine to him. So he's all in the right position now on the front row of the grid. So Pethick, yeah, I'm trying to do the maths here in terms of working this one out. In fact, actually, no. Yes, so it should be, yeah, because if 100 point, 1223 plus 100 is 1323, minus the 6 is 1317. Yeah, so there should be, if Fletcher, based on the results we had from race number 1, it should be Fletcher still leading with 1,359 points, 1338 for Pimley, 1317 for Pethick. So ultimately, it's a 21-point gap that Fletcher has to at the very least maintain, if not increase, to provisionally put the championship out of reach and to secure it in this final race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. It's been a great third season for MX-5 Clubman. It's been fantastic action up and down the field all the way through from the start of the year. It started here at Silverstone on the GP circuit. It finishes here on the international circuit on the Wing Complex. And Matthew Fletcher potentially just 15 minutes away from becoming provisional MX-5 Clubman champion for 2023. He's got to try and beat Jordan Pimley and everybody else, or at least score enough points to ensure that nobody can catch him in the end. Last couple of cars are just being manoeuvred into position now before we get things underway. And they'll be sitting on the front of the grid, the tension just mounting, particularly the nerves mounting for Matt Fletcher. This could be the culmination of all his season's hard work, but we've still got 15 minutes of action to come then. The 5-second board is up. Red lights are on. The final MX-5 Clubman race of 2023 is underway. It's a clean start for the first few rows. Now the sprint down towards Abbey Corner begins. Who's going to get the whole shot this time? Is it Pimley? Is it Fletcher? They're both side by side. Now, will Fletcher back out, or will Pimley try and turn across on the inside line? He holds on the outside this time and keeps strong in position. Now they come towards the right-hander. And now they come back into the complex now for the first time. So Pimley leads it then. Fletcher in second place. Again, that's good enough for the provisional championship. That'll do for him. Third for Pethick, fourth for Bateman, fifth for Parry, sixth there is Harry Dean in the white and green car. They're all pouring their way onto the back straight for the first time here. Some waterfall in the Close racing car. That's Mike Close's ex-race car, which he's now piloting himself. That car's had quite a bit of experience out there. But now Fletcher doesn't want to settle for second place, does he? If he wants this provisional title, he wants to go for it with a victory. He's going to put Pimley under as much pressure as he can through the right-hander at Stowe Corner. They make their way onto the short little chute towards Vale and Club. And let's see if there's going to be any more inroads made here. Fletcher's going for it. He's challenging. And Pethick's also in the mix there too. Getting neatly stopped under brakes. Also, of course, got to watch for Del Pace as well. He's the blue and orangey red car that's in the middle of the shot there. He's, of course, leading the Masters category. If he can basically get another good result there, that will be the Masters title provisionally for him as well. As they come onto the pit straight, Jonathan Greensmith actually is top of the Masters drivers on the end of the first lap, ahead of Del Pace. But Jonathan, of course, came into the weekend 5th in points, which means that even if Del does finish behind him, second should still be good enough. It'll be 98 points for him. It should be that Masters title provisionally for him as well. End of the first lap then. Pimley 3/10 ahead of Fletcher from Pethick in third position. A little wide there for Pimley exiting the that part of the complex and through the kink and now towards the right-hander onto the back straight, onto the hanger straight. This huge bite of curb as they turn their way out of the loop section of the back thing. That's 38. Andrew Dean missing quite a bit of his front end, in fact. That's been in contact with somebody else by the look of it. And there was pieces of bodywork, at least what was left of his front end was up on the apex on the inside of the first part of Club. Meanwhile, for the lead, Fletcher's still looking up the inside, and he's there on the inside line of Pimley, who might have to let him go. They're still side by side, but Pimley might get the inside line for the next part at Vale unless the yellow flags are out. Andrew Dean's car's come to a stop, and that actually was perfect timing for Matt Fletcher because he's got the move done before they get to the yellow flag zone. They're going to have to sort themselves out here. Bateman's going to have to back out of that move for third place, because if he doesn't, it would have been at least a penalty. They're all trying to sort themselves out here because they know it's yellow flag. They're all backing off. Oh, that's cheeky from Harry Dean. That was round the outside of Jack Warry, and I'm not sure that's going to stand, because that, I'm sure, would have been in the yellow flag zone. He was right round the outside of Jack Warry. Really, Harry Dean, in my view, should have backed off in that one, because I'm not sure that's going to stand, because I think that might raise the eye of the clerk of the course by that one. But I'm not a clerk of the course. I'll let them, if there is a penalty to be had, I'll let them sort it out afterwards. But that looked to me like overtaking the yellow flags around the outside, where there was Andrew Dean's car that was stationary. George Grant in pit lane, so his final MX-5 Clubman Odyssey comes to a close rather early with mechanical problems. Going to get a little bit extra track time before his first MX-5 SuperCup race later on this afternoon. Make the way now onto the back straight now for the third time. And now Fletcher has the race in his control. He knows if he knows a victory will do it. A victory will provisionally give him that title. But it's easier said than done, particularly, of course, when you've got the likes of Jordan Pimlin and co snapping at your heels constantly, as they have been all season. Started the year slightly tentatively, then found his groove from the kind of the second and third rounds onwards. There's still yellow flags out down at the complex at Vale Club, so no overtaking whilst Andrew Dean's car is stranded down there. Have to be line astern. Now it depends on how quickly they can possibly recover that car and get it out of the way, because it might well start to negate any possible opportunities for them for these to try and get through. It's the pit straight once again, and the fastest lap of the race changes hands 3 times between the top 3 in the championship in order. It goes to Fletcher first, then Pimley, and then Pethick, 122.771. That'll be an extra bonus point for him then. I'll put Pethick onto 97 points for the race if he stays in third. There's Jordan Head battling away with Robert Greensmith over outside the top 16 at least. And Pethick up to second now, so off camera Pethick has gone through to second place. He would love to. How much would he love to end the season with a victory? He's missed out on it several times this year in second and third places and in the top 5s, but he hasn't got a victory so far in 2023. If he can end the season like he did last year, practically with victory, he can do it. Now they're going to go 3 abreast the championship contenders down towards Stowe Corner. Fletcher's out of the draft. Got Pimley giving the push to Pethick, who goes down the outside line. Fletcher backs out of it because he knows he doesn't have to fight for this. If he stays exactly where he is, the provisional title's his. If he stays in second or third place, it doesn't matter. But of course, being a racer, he wants to win. He wants to do it in style. He wants to do it with the victory in the final race of the season. But he knows he has to try and be as calm and collected as possible and not get drawn into unnecessary battles that could compromise him or possibly spell danger. Top 6 altogether. You've got Paul Bateman in there too, along with Bo Parry and Harry Dean. I don't know if there's going to be potentially a penalty for possibly overtaking the yellow flags. It looked like it going into that area because Andrew Dean's car was on the outside of the road, and he went straight round the outside of Jack Warry, and the yellow flags were still there a lap later, so I wonder possibly if that might well be a possible penalty for overtaking the yellow flags for Harry Dean. We'll wait and see. We'll let the clerk of the course decide it if there is anything action to take, but that's how it looked from our point of view here. So onto the back straight they'll go once more. See Harry Dean now pushing Bo Parry here, it seems. He's got a good chance to try and pick this one up if he can. It's side by side for Believers. Fletcher's looking back down the outside to reclaim it here, and here comes Pimley also to make it 3 abreast. 3 abreast within the championship contenders. This might not work. Pimley round the outside. Fletcher stuck in the middle where he doesn't want to be. Pethick gets hung out to dry on the inside line and loses 2 spots in the space of 1 move. They're still wheel to wheel. And here comes Paul Bateman. It's almost 4 abreast down towards the complex at Vale. Pimley to the inside line of Fletcher. Going past all of them to try and take the lead again. Pethick back around the outside of Fletcher. He then gets swept out to third place. Here comes Bateman to the inside to possibly try and take third if he can. And Fletcher's back where he started, practically. Back in third place. Jack Warry's in the mix as well here too to make it a 7-car train for Believe. Pimley back to the front now. So Pimley now leads. Pethick in second place, still with the fastest lap of the race. Fletcher looking back to his outside now, but he's back in third place. It's now Bateman in 4th, Dean 5th, Parry 6th, and Warry 7th now as they come back towards the complex at the complex at Village in Maloop. Now towards the back straight once again. And I think after the early skirmish, it's been great entertainment to watch. I'm sure that the MX-5 Clubman drivers are wanting to go out here with a flourish and try and put on a great show for those watching around the circuit and those of you watching on the live stream as well. But I imagine that at the same time, it's one of those races that they'll say, you miss us when we're gone in the off-season. And it really is putting in a fantastic show here. Back out of Stoke Corner they go. Still stacking up here, and Fletcher just, he's almost trying to back up the cars behind him. He's just almost like he's lost a bit of pace here as Dean looks up the inside here. This is not what Fletcher needs here. He doesn't need to be losing places like this. There's more skirmishing going on. That's now Michael Pearce in the middle of some waterfall. He completely backs out of it. I want no part of this. Both of you subscribe amongst yourselves. I'm backing out of this and keeping my car in one piece. That was Simon Waterfall and Kevin Bird, who went either side of him as Pearce literally just stood on the brakes or just lifted off completely, not wanting any part in that battle whatsoever. Back towards the front. Pethick is now on the tail of Pimley. And I want to see where Fletcher's ended up, because he's not third anymore. There he is. He's fourth now, behind Harry Dean, who could be on the podium. And it could be a bit of a shame that if Fletcher doesn't make it onto the podium, he could be our new provisional champion. Might not even get a chance to speak on the stream. We might see if we can stop him at least, so that we can have a word with him. And depending if he does get on the podium, Pethick just looking around, just hovering around the rear bumper. Back up the inside for third goes Fletcher, and he's taken Paul Bateman with him now. So that looks like it's Dean back down to fifth position. He might lose a few more spots if he's not careful, because he has also got the likes of Bo Parry, Jack Warry and Pete Smith in there too. Lock up there from Harry Dean, trying to get back up the inside of Bateman. Almost over the curb, and now Parry might have an opportunity to get through here in his Tucker Motorsport prepared car. That car, it started in a previous life, was John Langridge's championship winning car 2019, and that was Jake Pace being turned around, maybe by Russell Halley, either Russell Halley or Jamie Turner, one of the two. It looked like it was a purple MX-5 involved in that. He's been shuffled down the order. If that had been Dell Pace, it would have been quite a different story, but Dell, I think, looks as though he's relatively safe where he is, given that he's currently, still second in the Masters third in the Masters category, because Paul Bateman, of course, is in that too. So I imagine that Dell getting 96 points, it shouldn't affect his. Given that Bateman hasn't done the full season, neither has Greensmith, it shouldn't affect him in terms of the cars around him. Now, side by side for the lead now, because you've got Pethick now trying to squeeze past Jordan Pimley here. And again, Pethick hasn't won a race so far this season, so he really wants this first victory win of the season if he can get it. But Pimley's determined to end the season on a high and get another win, because that's all he can do now. He has to go for the victory to try and stand any chance of denying Matt Fletcher to get this provisional title if he can. Down the hill and back towards the right-hander into Vale, and Pethick has got through. So Pethick completes the move and is into the lead here at Silverstone. So the move is done. Now let's see if there's anything left here for Matt Fletcher. Can he start to come back towards those two? Because if they start fighting, there's every chance that he might well come back into play with this. There goes Michael Pearce, now repassing Kevin Bird. They've had their moment with Simon Waterfall, then runs wide. Russell Halley says, right, you're going to open the door. I'll have a go through, please, if you don't mind. Pass one. He's managed to pick off Kevin Bird. Now he's perfectly on the inside of Michael Pearce. Has got the run, got the momentum down the straight towards the right-hander. Can he hold on to this one? Yes, he can. And again, Pearce for the second time in this race backs out of a move. Probably just out of safety. Now then, Fletcher's re-caught the scrap for the lead, because he's got right on the tail of both Pimley and Pethick now. And I wonder, given that it's not Pimley leading, but Pethick instead, Pimley's having to run to John's pace. This is now allowing Fletcher back into the mix here to try and get this scrap for the lead. It's now three of them together, nose to tail. The top three in the championship, literally nose to tail in reverse order. Pimley to the outside. Fletcher will try and sit back and take stock as he watches this move happen. Around the outside looks Jordan Pimley. Fletcher looking for that undercut if he can get it, trying to, again, force the issue and take the race in line. He'll be on the better line for the corner. Finds his avenue blocked by first Pimmy, then Pethick, and Pimmy does the switchback. He dummies him in towards the complex at Vale. Beautiful pass if he can hold on to it. Parks the car on the apex. Pethick back round the outside to retaliate if he can. He's over the curb, has the momentum. He might get the push from Fletcher. Side by side through Club. Pethick still won't give it up around the outside. And then Paul Bateman just arrives on the tail of all three of them. 2 minutes 20 to go in the MX-5 Clubman season. We just about know who the champion will be provisionally. But in terms of the race victor and the podium, there's no certainty. It's 7 of them practically for the lead and for the podium places. It's still somehow Pethick that leads the way. It's then Pimley in second place. There goes Pethick up the inside of Fletcher, which is not what he needs. Up the inside goes Bateman. Bateman runs wide. But Bateman does hold on and takes the place. Now, Pethick doesn't need this. Ultimately, Fletcher doesn't need this. Pethick needs the victory. But Fletcher doesn't need to be losing any more places. He's got to be very careful he doesn't lose any more too much, because yes, Pimley will be second, but he'll still be taking points out of the lead that Fletcher has. This is going to be very critical. So in terms of where we're at can't even speak. Is that exciting? Can't even speak, literally. Side by side for the lead. Side by side, 3 abreast for third place. Fletcher goes back down the outside. Bateman's not giving up an inch. They're still wheel to wheel towards Stoke Corner. And Bateman just cuts off the avenue initially. But then Fletcher forces the issue and hopefully will have the inside line for the next corner, which is the left-hander at Vale. Pimley back to the front. Bateman has got the move done in third place. Now you've got Harry Dean and Parry and Smith and Warry in the mix there too. All trying to put the pressure on. But now they come on to the final lap of the season. Still all to play for, at least in terms of the race victory. But I'm certain if Fletcher stays where he is, if he gets 94 points for the victory, for fourth place, and Pimley wins, it'll be 1,438 compared to 1,453. So it will still be 13 points he'll be ahead. But if he can get a couple more points for getting onto the podium, that will certainly help as Bateman goes too deep into the corner and runs wide. This is the chance for Fletcher to get back through to third and onto the podium, which he does. So that will give him another 2 points. That will now put him on to 1,455. And that again to 38, so that'll be still a 17-point lead by the looks of it. Down towards the Stoke corner for the final time. And Pethick wants the victory. He's going for the outside line to try and make the move down towards Stoke. Can he be last of a late break as he's trying to get the undercut if he can? But third place there is Matt Fletcher. He is corners away from being champion-elect. Down towards the complex of Vale for the final time, and Pethick's attacking down the outside line. Can he go to the inside towards Vale? The answer is no. He holds firm. They're battling for fourth behind Fletcher with Bateman, Dean and Parry in the mix. But up towards Clubman for the final time. Then it's going to be Jordan Pim who will take the victory. It'll be second place for John Pethick. But third is going to be enough provisionally to give Matt Fletcher the 2023 Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman title. And he knows it. Punches the air with delight. That is provisionally championship for Fletcher. Fantastic. A brilliant effort all season. That's third place, which gives him 96 points, which moves him from 1,359 to 1,455. Whereas the victory for Jordan Pimley will give him 100 points. That's 1,438, which means that is a difference of 17 points in the end. So 17 points the difference on my calculations gives Fletcher the title. Provisionally, of course, we have to stress that because, of course, there's still post-season checks to do. Side by side between the rest of the pack as they stream across the line. And that concludes what has been a brilliant season of MX-5 Clubman racing. It has been absolutely superb from start to finish, and the credit to every single driver in the field who has put on a great show from start to finish. Well done to all of them. There's your race winner, Jordan Pimley. He did everything he could. He took 2 victories and a fastest lap on a pole. 2 victories and a pole position. Everything he could, but he's a very worthy runner-up and an excellent effort. But hopefully we can see him on camera somewhere. We need to take a look at our new provisional champion, because Matt Fletcher will come into the screen very, very shortly, I'm sure. And I want to see if we can capture the celebrations too down there as well, because I'm sure we'll be absolutely delighted. There's the result from the final race of the MX-5 Clubman season. It's Pimley who takes victory, Pethick second with the fastest lap, and third place provisionally is enough to give Matthew Fletcher the 2023 title, and a provisional congratulations to him. Paul Bateman fourth, and Masters victory from Harry Dean in fifth, Bo Parry sixth, and Jack Warry, Pete Smith, Jonathan Greensmith, Jamie Turner, Hayden McDonald, and Del Pace, who we believe should also be Masters champion too provisionally as well. So congratulations to him. Matthew Goddard 13th, and Simon Waterfall in 14th place, and Halley, Pierce, Bird, Breen, Pace, and Head rounding out the top 20 from Greensmith, Bell, Williams, and Thelwell in the top 24. and then scrolling through the rest of the order for our final few cars before we get down towards hopefully having a look at the top 3 scenes on the end of the pit lane. We see Tom Cannon, Nick Ledoyen, Jason Aisbert, Chris Watts, David Scowler, Simon Browning, Simon Privet, and we lost George Grant and Andrew Dean. Right, I think we need to see these possible podium celebrations, particularly for Matt Fletcher. He'll be out of the car, and I'm sure be hugging and celebrating like no tomorrow, because that's a champion he's been questing for a while, and provisionally he has secured it. So Fletcher is out of the car, gets the hugs from his rivals, and Jordan Pimmy, one of the first to congratulate him, and also so was James Tucker, he's a mechanic as well. So let's see what the top 3 thought of that then. Our final MX-5 Clubman race of the season, and here is the top 3, including champion-elect Matt Fletcher. He's down there with Rob.
Well, what an exciting race that was. Jordan Pimley, you're knackered, you need a bottle of water. How was that from your point of view? Quite a nice drive.
It was a bit bumpy, sloppy on my end, but come away with the result I wanted. So yeah, I'm really happy about that. And
I mean, to be honest, great sportsmanship there. You went straight to Matt Fletcher, the now champion-elect, gave him a cuddle. It's been a great drive all year, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's been a fierce rivalry, but I mean, you know, we're battling at the top because we're consistent, so it's not like he doesn't deserve to be there. So, you know, credit where credit's due.
And I know it's quite early in the piece. We've only just finished this year. Plans for next year? You're going to come back and do it again?
I would absolutely love to. However, budget is an issue. So if there's any sponsors watching out there that want to get involved with motor racing, I could really do with the support. Speaking of sponsors, I'd love to shout out my sponsors again: Harry Bennett Foundation, Falcon Contract Flooring, AMP Training, and of course the wonderful Close Racing. It's been an absolutely fantastic year.
Fantastic. Well, Jordan, what an absolute gentleman. Fantastic. Great double win, pole position and double win today for Jordan Pimley. He did everything he could realistically to try and win the championship. Second place, John Pethick. Again, championship, close but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole season we've never really felt we were likely to win it, so fairly happy with third. But yeah, I'm really just still on high from that race, really, because it was really probably the most enjoyable race I've had this year. Yeah, a lot of overtaking like you get at Silverstone in MX-5s.
Absolutely. And plans for next year? You're going to be back for more?
Yeah, most likely we'll be doing the same thing next year. Yeah.
Absolutely. And MX-5 racing at this level, at this circuit, is nothing quite better, is it?
No, it's really good to come here, and it's been a good season. Me and my dad have really done everything on the car, and we've still managed to get a third. So it just shows that it is. It's a formula where you can still do that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a superb podium, some great racing, and congrats on a good year.
Thanks.
No problem. Right. Third place to bring over. I have a feeling this is going to be the more popular one. We're going to bring Matt Fletcher over to talk about a wonderful third place, but
bring it in.
Bring it in, mate. Matt Fletcher, champion-elect. How does that sound?
Yeah, awesome. Can't quite believe it, really. The whole season, you kind of one race at a time, and it's so easy to get caught up in the championship, and you just can't, because that's when it all starts to go wrong, pressure and all the rest of it. So I had one mission this weekend, just to have fun, last races, and just to go out and enjoy it, and let the, as I said earlier on, the championship take care of itself, and it did. That was a tough battle. The guys out there really fought hard and gave me some stick, so it wasn't an easy one by any stretch, and naturally would have liked to have won, but very happy with third, and yeah.
But it kind of shows how close it's been, and it's just been top-class MX-5 racing all year, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really is just the best championship, and anyone looking to get involved, I mean, I can't recommend a better type of racing, and these Mazdas are brilliant, and all the teams are amazing. Tucker are just incredible. They've done an amazing job throughout the whole season. So I'm very, very grateful to them and all of my fans, supporters, sponsors, just everybody. It's just, yeah, it's just awesome.
Absolutely awesome. I'll say it once again, Matthew Fletcher, champion-elect. Congratulations.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Cheers. Well, that's the first championship done, sorted, dusted. Remember, folks, we use terms like provisional and champion-elect because these cars have got to be checked by scrutineers. They've got to have their tags taken off to make sure everything's legal and pristine. But you can't get a more worthy winner there than Matt Fletcher. It's been fantastic racing from the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. A wonderful winner there, Matt Fletcher. Jordan Pimley, has been a fantastic ambassador, and with John Pethick as well. But it's time to hand back to Scott Woodwist up in the commentary box. We've got some more champions to crown, haven't we, Scott?
We do indeed, yes. Once again, congratulations to Matt Fletcher. As Rob said, champion-elect, provisional champion, however you want to call it. He is our first provisional champion for 2023 from this weekend from the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. But from provisionally crowning one champion, it's now time to provisionally crown another, because we're now on to our final race of the weekend, our second of the day, and our final of the year for the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. This essentially is the race where Sam Beckett could become champion-elect for 2023, provided he can keep himself out of trouble. Now, for my calculations on this one, I believe, even though TSL didn't actually show it, Chanel Drew should be a guest driver, I believe. So I believe he would have got the points for 4th rather than 5th, because Dylan Davis was also a guest on the grid too. So in that sense, it means that in terms of the points scored, Dan Robinson would have scored 46 points. I think it would have been 38 points for Beckett. Robinson got that much, so that adds onto the total. Now, there's no all scores are accountable towards being drop scores rather than other championships in this one. It's not like the ST240s or the Mazdas where there is a change in that. So we'll see how the race plays out in this sense. Of course, the grid is set by the result of race 1 from earlier on, so it means then that we get set for a front row battle once again between Sam Watkins and Dan Robinson, with Chanel Drew looking to start this time from 3rd on the grid, from the other side of the grid, after she was on the front row earlier on for race 1 after her excellent qualifying effort that put her on the front row just 18,000 of a second away from pole position, which was quite a fine effort for Chanel in only a second weekend of the championship. So we now get set for our final race. Just a couple of those MX-5s from the previous race just been taking a moment just to clear them away. With Andrew Dean's car particularly, after that car stopped on the outside of Club. And once that's cleared, we should be able to get our what should be a 19-strong grid. I think we had possibly a late entry. Might well have been Jason Hennifer, I think. That was the one that was in the running order. Who was the extra entry on the grid. The car's now heading out onto the grid now for their final race of the season. And again, ST150s have had quite a journey this year. It's been their first season purely ST150s. This championship, for those who know it well from years gone by, was historically always known as the XR Challenge, then became the STXR Challenge once the ST150s and their own specifications, more Group N specification in many cases, came in a few years ago. And this has been the first year when they've just been ST150s in this championship. So after race 1, the results put Sam Watkins on pole position from Dan Robinson alongside. Chanel Drew starts 3rd alongside Michael Blackburn, 4th on the grid. It's Dylan Davis and Sam Beckett on the 3rd row from Matt Pimlett and Mark Blunt, and Paul Dobson and Jamie Luthwaite ahead of the 6th row of the grid. And we've got Jay Goodwin and Alex Sprange, Aidan Vickers and Andrew Ward, Matthew Morton and Dan Wyke. And then Jason Hennifer, I think, was the car we didn't see, or either had an issue in qualifying or didn't properly start the race in race number 1. So therefore, he will be at the back of the grid in 19th position. So the ST150s have had quite an up and down event. This has also been a season where they've been taken a little bit more nationally. So they've raced at circuits such as looking up and down the country, particularly Silverstone a couple of times as well. They've been to Snetterton as well at the start of the season. It's good to see this championship, which has been mostly northwest based in previous years, given that it's been mostly the XR Challenge, then STXRs on top of that. To see it's being a bit more national. The same approach is kind of being taken for the almost. It's not really a sister championship, but a very similar championship with similar ilk and base of drivers in many cases. The Super Classic Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship, that's going more national next year, and already I'm hearing mentions of drivers who race in the eligible cars from other championships that are looking to come in and get into this one. And hopefully it'll be the case here for the ST150s, because of course these cars are great fun to watch, great fun to race. You've seen the action that they had in race number 1 earlier on. That they do put on a fantastic show wherever they go. They've been, of course, supporting other events. They've supported TCR UK a couple of times as well. They've been to other amazing places like Knock Hill. They've been to Alton Park, which is one of their regular venues to go to. It's been quite an amazing year for ST150, particularly in its sort of in its new identity, where it's kind of been sort of like almost the it's probably become now the sister championship to ST240s, where previously there were 2 specs of Brscc Fiesta, which do race in this championship, but they're balanced to be practically as even as you can make them. And that was what they call the Brscc spec ones, that were cars that are built made to the Brscc Fiesta Championship, but even Fiesta Junior Championship regulations, and the STXR spec cars, which are racing in the STXR classes in previous years. They brought them all together, made them one separate standalone championship, balanced the cars as much as you could do, and actually, even though you've got technically ever so slightly 2 different specs of car on the same tyre with the same ECU map and everything else on top, they are very evenly matched, and they can and are very comparable in terms of how evenly they can run. So what's been an amazing first year as an ST150 only championship this season, we now get set for our final race of the season for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge here at the home of British Motorsport. Matthew Morton just trying to reposition himself a little bit, trying to get himself into the right spot. Just holding, and that's why, because you've got, I think, Andrew Ward, who's in one of the Lee Barron prepared cars, just slotting his positions. He was either a bit late to the grid or out of position slightly. But thankfully, the cars are being moved around. And yeah, there are a couple of cars that are in the odd positions. I think we saw, like Matthew Fletcher in that first race, the race beforehand, he was almost in the wrong position. I think Andrew Ward's been pushed into the wrong spot as well. Bit of manoeuvring going on from the marshals to get them in front. We should say a big thank you to all the marshals. Of course, they've been as hardy as ever in all weathers throughout this season, whether it's been rain, shine, autumn, spring, summer or winter. They've been absolutely superb, as they always are. And a big thank you, of course, from the Brscc to every single marshal and volunteer and official and everyone who gives up their time and their effort and their weekends to make motorsport happen. Because, you know, without marshals and volunteers, quite literally, racing cannot happen. Events like this just cannot take place without the hard work and the effort and the dedication of volunteers who do it for the love of the sport. They do it because they want to be involved. It's amazing effort from everyone involved. If you want to find out more about how you can get involved, you can come to Silverstone on the 18th and 19th of November here at Silverstone for the special Driven by Racing Brscc exhibition event, where you can find out not just about how to get on track in a race car, but also how to volunteer and become a marshal or a coordinator or a clerk of the course or a scrutineer or any other voluntary role that you can get involved in, simply just to be part of it. They're just trying and sort out Aidan Vickers to be in the right spot. I think he's just about in position. So as he does park himself in the right spot, the green flag flies. So for one final time then, the Fiesta ST150 Challenge all set to entertain then. It could be Sam Beckett's provisional title if he can stay out of trouble and get a good result here. Meanwhile, it is Sam Watkins and Dan Robinson on the front row of the grid. What can they do to try and finish the season with a flourish? It's a long hole for the red lights, but they're underway for the final time. Clean start from everyone so far, but it's the run down towards Abbey that will be all important. It's going to be side by side. A good start for Michael Blackburn. Again, look at that lightning start from the second row of the grid. From the inside of row 2 from 4th to 2nd in one go. He's got past Chanel Drew and also past Dan Robinson on the inside. Paul Dobson around the outside and goes past Dylan Davis, who in turn has also had a slightly shaky start. But Watkins is away and gone up into the complex for the first time. It's then, looks like, that's Robinson to second place. Gets a little bit of a nerf from Michael Blackburn. A couple of cars running out wide as well, and a strong start also for Matt Pimlet up there in 5th position. He's up there in the turquoise and black machine number 24. So he's looking now for 4th place past Chanel Drew. A little wayward down the apex from Chanel, but she holds on to the place for the time being. There's Alex Sprain of Thomas Eichen, who really hasn't had very much pace at all so far this weekend. It really has been a mystery as to where the pace has gone for Thomas Eichen this weekend. Really not enjoying the Silverstone International circuit, but one person that is certainly Sam Watkins, and so also is Michael Blackburn. Up the inside he goes for 3rd place to try and make the move on Chanel Drew. And Chanel has to capitulate and lets him through, so that's off the podium. She'll go for the time being, but there's still quite a long way to go. But Watkins has got quite a healthy few car lengths in the lead at this point already. Still Robinson in 2nd place, and Blackburn just arrives on his rear bumper as they turn him through Vale and then through Club. Wheel to wheel between Sam Beckett and Dylan Davis. Of course, Davis, of course, is one of the guest drivers in the field, so even if Davis finishes ahead of him, there'll still be enough points for the championship. There'll still be enough points where he finishes effectively for the championship. Down the pit straight. And it's, yeah, Beckett's really far back. In fact, he comes across the line in 8th, so I think where he finishes will give him points for 6th by the looks of things. So we'll see how this all plays out, really, because he's a bit further back than I and he feel he should be, because in terms of his pace, and probably see that either he's done the calculations and he knows exactly how much he needs to put this title to bed, or he's simply just not enjoying the Silverstone International circuit as much as others. But in terms of pace, let's see where he is in the order. But still 7th or 8th, ahead of Mark Blunt and Jamie Luthwaite. Thomas Eichen also struggling. There's Jay Goodwin in car 142. As I mentioned earlier on, it's her first weekend with SBR Motorsport. Started the season with JRW, but she's now moved across to Sam Beckett's team. and having her first run out after she had a couple of tests at Alton Park the other week. And so loving it too, is that's not loving it at all. That's contact between Dobson and Pimlet. Side by side, they somehow, do they get out of it? Yes, they do. But that was rather extraordinary. They almost leaned on each other several times to get out of the slide. And they both carried on with a little bit of possibly a couple of wing mirrors lost. But apart from that, they're generally unscathed. That's extraordinary. So Pimlet's got in front. I'm not sure Dobson or Pimlet would have appreciated that. It looked like Dobson was trying to go down the outside. Pimlet maybe didn't realise he was on his outside. He was that far alongside. The two tangled. And despite them getting all out of shape down towards Stowe Corner, somehow got it stopped in the right direction and carried on without too much more drama. Now this has brought Dylan Davis into the mix. He's gone past Dobson. Wing mirror hanging off Pimlet's car. Pimlet turns in and now finds Davis to his inside. Dobson cuts the curb on the inside as he tries to keep in touch. The three cars now make their way up towards the complex again. Still tightly in the mix. So as we come now towards the end of the right-hander towards the back straight once again, it's still as it was. Watkins, Robinson and Blackburn, and Chanel Drew in 4th. Davis 5th, Pimlet 6th, Dobson 7th, and Sam Beckett back in 8th. So he's not as went hard as he should have been. Aikin waking up a little bit now. He's now up to 8th position, but battling away with Blunt at this point in time. So these two are going to be quite close together as they come back down towards the Stowe Corner once again. Blackman on the attack, Chanel Drew keeping with him as well. How much would Chanel love to get another podium? She can. Dobson's car very nervous and sideways. He's throwing that car around at the apex at Stowe Corner, particularly almost at the rear bumper of Matt Pimlet. He's going to have to try and calm it down somewhat if he wants to try and make a bit more progress. That was Blackburn also having a little sniff around the rear bumper of Dan Robinson. It's just bringing Chanel Drew back into play here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. A little further back, what have we got here? This is Mark Blunt with Thomas Aikin. Clive Chisnell's in there as well, so Alex Sprange. Jay Goodwin getting stuck in as well. You can see her there too in 14th place. She's the another of the SBR Motorsport cars, the two-tone green and white cars in the field. And also as they went through there, I think that was Robinson, Blackburn and Drew together. That was for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It looked like it was more Robinson going defensive on Blackburn, trying to go around the outside at Abbey Corner. Maybe we can get the camera view to see how that played out. Well, okay, Robinson's back down to 4th now because he's lost out to both Blackburn and to Drew. So both Michael and Chanel have gone through. So this could be a great chance here for Chanel to get another podium, but she's also chasing after Michael Blackburn. And of course, she was chasing after him time-wise to try and get pole position, but it was only 18 thousandths of a second that she lost out on pole position. That was a superb effort from Chanel in only her 2nd ever ST150 qualifying session. She's got a good race pace as well, as was proved earlier on. Doing a fine job. And we look up the inside for 2nd place. Here she goes. And Blackburn sees her on the inside line, has a look for it. Can she try and hold on? They almost lean on each other, but they managed to do so without making it out touching, which is good to see. And now they come back down towards the complex at Vale. Now round the outside, Chanel might have the grip here. She does have the inside line for Club. Will Blackburn shut the door? He does a little bit. Not sure he realised he was full enough alongside. He gets elbowed out wide. Now comes Dan Robinson. As if a couple of laps ago never happened. Back into 2nd place he goes. And in fact, actually, to come across the line, literally, he started last lap in 2nd. He finishes last lap in 2nd. This lap in 2nd, as if nothing ever happened. Drew's up to 3rd place. She might go and get past Robinson again for 2nd. As for Beckett, he is still in 8th. There he is at 96, going through the shot at the bottom of the screen. Luthwaite and Aikin still in the top 10. This is now Alex Sprange in 13th place. His first weekend with 10 Sport Performance. He's a former Fiesta Junior racer. Good to see him in senior Fiestas again, and good to see him in his first weekend with 10 Sport. Had a couple of sporadic appearances this year, but his first weekend running with Chris Grimes' team. There goes Dylan Davis in 5th position. There goes Dobson. And that's Aikin going past Sam Beckett. That's quite crucial. That's now Aikin up to 9th. Yes, up to 9th place. And that's... No, up to 8th, in fact. It's Aikin up to 8th position because he's also got past Jamie Luthwaite in the process. Beckett comes back at him down the back straight here. And these guys, of course, are 1st and 3rd of a championship. But, of course, being this far back, it's going to be pretty tricky. So they now head their way into the right-hander at Stowe. They're still going at it for position 8th, 9th and 10th. There go the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Watkins is away and gone in the lead, so there's no real change there. Aikin to the inside of Beckett to reclaim the place, which he does. Beckett's now down to 9th place. The championship contenders, well, Aikin's woken up a little bit, but I'm not quite sure what's going on with Sam Beckett, whether he's simply just off the pace, whether it's tyres, it's setup. or just biding his time and just taking it steady to try and secure the championship with all the points he needs and playing a more calculated race. I'm not quite sure, because Beckett's not at the pace I think he should be at the front, given the fact he was winning races at Croft last time out and battling for the victory. Yeah, quite off the pace in this one. This is now Chanel Drew going for second on Dan Robinson, the red car, number 25, against Robinson, number 69. Of course, and Robinson can't afford to drop any spots either himself, because of course he knows he has to try and take as many points as he can, where possible, out of Dan Robinson, out of Sam Beckett. And down the back straight they go. And Drew has got the toe here. Was she going to go inside or outside? Which way is she going? She's going to go. Be careful of Blackburn though, because Blackburn's to her outside. Blackburn with a very late dive down the outside line, looking for that switch back on the exit of Stowe. Got good momentum, but he might find Drew's parked the car right on the corner exit, because she's on the tail of Robinson. Indeed she has. You can see here that it's Robinson going defensive. Drew's the middle, and now Blackburn right round the outside. And essentially, almost shows Chanel how it's done. That's how you make a pass round the outside. And through he goes, up into third place. Chanel down to fourth. Further back, more scraps going on. There's Jay Goodwin having a battle with Clive Chisnell. Dan Wyke is in there too. Towards the back, you've got Aidan Vickers, Matthew Morton, Andrew Ward. Good to see them having a good battle towards the rear. Again, another championship where it doesn't matter where you are in the field, whether you're at the front, towards the rear, or at the back. You've got somebody to race with at least. It's good to see. So there goes Mark Blunt as he turns his way into complex once again. Whilst this is going on, I think I'm going to very, very quickly see if I can have a quick work through of what these championship points should be, because look at where they are. Again, remember, there's no drop scores from this one, so in terms of points that should come back depending on where they start and where they finish. So where Dan Robinson is at the moment is currently in second place. As we see here, that's Tom Eichen trying to take more moves. This time on his teammate Matt Pimlet. Of course, both of them in the 10 Sport stable. Twitch wide as he goes through Stowe corner, just dropping back a couple of car lengths. Sam Beckett came into the weekend with 582 points. So plus the 38 technically for the points for fourth. And then where he is at the moment is +30, plus another 30 points on top of that. So then we have Robinson came into the weekend on 542 points. And where he finishes right now, we'll give him another 46. So in terms of the points that he's gained, I mean, the gap is what, 38 points. And he's only really gaining back 16, about 24 points really. So it's 16, probably what, 22 points or so. 24 points, so he's gaining back. So it's not really going to be enough, I think, to deny Beckett's the title, even though he is way back in 9th at the moment. So it's what, 32 points in fact he'll gain from this one. And that might be one of his worst results of the season, Beckett. In fact, no, it won't, because he had a DNF and then a 28 points and 30 from Snetterton. So literally his entire Snetterton run is going to be there. Thomas Eichen dropping out of the race. That's mechanical problems for the man in third place in the championship. Now that might be crucial, because that might give an opportunity for both Matt Pimlet and even possibly Mike Blackburn to try and leapfrog him. And Eichen didn't have a great first race. He was running strongly in that second race until he pulled off. So that could be his bid for the championship podium over. This now gives it very much advantage to Pimlet and to Blackburn. But I think my calculations as it stands in terms of drop scores, because there's drop scores in every single race, even if Beckett finishes in 9th position, which he is right now, well, he'll be up to 8th now, because of course Eichen will have dropped down to the race, so it's up to 8th now for Sam Beckett. That now gives him, no, that gives him 32 points. As I say, there's a reason why I only did GCSE maths, and it's funny because it's true. So Thomas Eichen looking underneath the car, and he is utterly gutted, I'm afraid, because that he'll know will be his chances for third place completely gone. So if I can correct myself a little bit. So let's see. So right, I'm going to almost rewind myself to what I was talking about before. So actually it's 30 points that Beckett will get for being in 8th position. We're watching Blunt and Luthwaite go side by side. This is over 9th and 10th place. So As Aikens' car looks rather sorry for itself. It's parked on the edge of the road with 2.5 minutes to go. At the moment, Robinson is on course to pick up 46 points, but then of course you have to also factor as well with Beckett. If you also take into account that essentially I'm certain Drew and Davis are both guests, which means it actually moves him up to 34 points. So actually where he is should be more enough to sort this one out, as far as I can see, because he's only going to lose about 20 points from his championship ride, which means that his championship should only come down to about 18 points, I believe. And that should be it. So where Beckett is, even though he's back in 8th position, the points he should get should be more than enough to give him the provisional title in ST150 Challenge. But he needs to make sure he doesn't fall back anymore. There goes Pimlet. Beckett on his tail. That'll be another couple of points he can pick up if he can. That'll be the equivalent of points for 5th, because, again, Dylan Davis is certainly a guest driver. I'm certain Chanel Drew is, because she was a guest at Croft. I believe she's a guest again this weekend, regardless of what TSL is mentioning. Some more scraps going on. That was Jamie Luthwaite running a little wide there, as he's now kept himself ahead of Mark Blunt in the scrap of what's currently 9th and 10th. Meanwhile, James Beckett wants another position. Sam Beckett trying to get another position. And this is the fight for the 2nd place now between Robinson, who is holding on to P2, but he can't afford to lose any more spots because he knows he's just going to drop even more points to those he can try and take out of Sam Beckett, his teammate. Now, with 1 minute and 5 to go, we've got this onto the last lap. We're going to go in a few moments' time. Chanel Drew looking way deep down the outside line, but couldn't make that one stick. She always tried to look around the outside and couldn't get it done, but she's now set herself up for a better exit through Valen Club. Dylan Davis also now starting to get involved here. The second of those red 2010 racing cars just in the shot. And now as they come up through the right hand, Beckett now trying to pick his way past Pimlet if he can. Pimlet's left side wing mirror is hanging off. We've got a little bit of trim hanging off of Sam Beckett's car. Again, you can tell it's end of season. You can tell it's the end of term for these drivers. They are pushing, but they're now onto the last lap of the season. And it looks as though that Sam Beckett, where he is going to be enough for him provisionally to pick up the 2023 vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. There, that was a bit of smoke from the back of Mark Blunt's car. Is that Mark Blunt's car expiring? I think it is. Mark Blunt's car smoking as he goes down towards the arena section. Is he pulling off the road? We'll probably wait and see if he does, if the camera picks it up. Meanwhile, it's picked up Sam Watkins, who literally, as he goes out of shot, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th appear. Now, there's been a changes there. Yes, there has been a change because Robinson's got through in 2nd place. Drew's up to 3rd now, with Beckett with Blackburn right on her tail. Davis is in there with keeping a watching brief in 5th. Down towards Stowe for the final time. Can Chanel Drew take her 2nd podium of the weekend? She might be able to if she holds on for Valen Club. Be pretty close. But for this man, Sam Watkins, a fine return to the championship after a few races away. And he will end 2023 with another excellent victory. Sam Watkins heading out of the club for the final time, up to the checkered flag. It will be the double for Sam Watkins in the final ST150 Challenge weekend of the season. The final race win of the year goes to Sam Watkins. Now for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, what's going to happen here? It'll be 2nd for Robinson, 3rd for Chanel Drew. Well, who's for 4th? It's going to be Davis, but only just. Davis just pips Blackburn to the end. And then coming across the line now, it'll be Dobson in 6th, Pimlet in 7th, but an 8th place we think should be enough. Lights are flashing, that should do it. Sam Beckett comes across the line, 8th place should be all he needs to provisionally wrap up the 2023 vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 title. Thumbs up from Matt Pimlet and co. That should do it for Sam Beckett. Excellent stuff. Great work from him and his own team. It's the first season that team has run. He's run his own team. He's run with other squads or run by himself, but they're running his own team and running a squad of cars, including the likes of Dan Robinson and including Antti Sullivan, Chris Flynn, and also you've got on top of that Jay Goodwin, who's coming as well for this final weekend. It certainly has proven that team has got legs. It's had an amazing debut year as a collective team, and to win a championship and to provisionally win a championship in its first season is quite the achievement. Well, Sam Watkins can tour in, knowing that he's a double race winner this weekend, and in fact just today from Silverstone. An amazing drive from him, and a very worthwhile day for 2010 as also, of course. That's 2 victories and 2 third places outright for 2010. 2 victories for Sam Watkins, 2 podiums for Chanel Drew. So there's the result from the final Fiesta ST150 Challenge race of the season. Sam Watkins takes the victory from Dan Robinson in 2nd place and Chanel Drew in 3rd place, with Dylan Davis in 4th as guest driver, Michael Blackburn in the top 5, then Paul Dobson 6th, Matt Pimlet 7th, and 8th place should be enough to provisionally give Sam Beckett the Fiesta ST150 title. Jamie Luthwaite 9th, Mark Blunt in 10th, scrolling down the rest of the order, you can see there Jay Goodwin finishing 13th, Dan Wyke, Aidan Vickers, Matthew Morton, Andrew Ward. I think the other two drivers we didn't see there were Alex Sprange and Chris Chisnell. Clive Chisnell's the Mazda driver. Chris Chisnell, who picks up a spot just outside the top 10. Well, that's been an incredibly fun and enjoyable season for the ST150 Challenge. Really good racing from start to finish, and I'm certain even more at least is promised for 2024. So top 3 comes in. Hopefully we can speak to our 2023 provisional champion. They can bring him in. That would be quite beneficial to do so. I don't know if we can get a signal now to Rob to get the marshals and those involved to bring him in, because that would be good if we can. And we'd like to, if we can, possibly have a word with Sam. Out the car gets Dan. He knows he did everything he could to hold on. Are we going to get Sam in? Where is Sam? I think there he is. I think is he coming in? Possibly. They're going to bring him in. Yeah, I think they are. Yes, they're bringing in Sam Beckett, so we can have a chat to our provisional champion as well as our overall top 3. There's applause all round. Out the car gets Sam Watkins. Chanel Drew gets applause also for her 3rd place too. But Sam Beckett, provisional champion. Sam Watkins, the race winner in the final race of the ST150 season. Let's have a chat to our top 3 and our provisional champion with Rob down in pit lane.
Well, Sam Watkins, a lights to flag victory from him, a well-deserved victory, and we've got another champion crowned. I'm going to try and get some drivers to once again come over and see us. They like hanging around the back of the cars. It's like they don't want to talk to me, but they're just receiving their silverware now. If I could just get Sam to pop over and see us and have a chat, we'll get all the drivers over from the top 3, and of course we'll have a good chat with Sam Beckett after he's got the job done. Brilliant race there, led from go to woe.
Yeah, it was really good. Made a nice few changes with the team, and it made the tyres last longer, so felt really good.
Fantastic, and you've only really had a bit part this season in terms of you've selected what round you want to race. You going for the full campaign next year?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's been a few years since I've done a full season, but yeah, we'll see how it goes next year, see what's on the calendar.
But so far you've had 2 great results this weekend in the ST150 Challenge. Can't go any better than that, right?
Yeah, it's great. Perfect weekend.
Perfect weekend. Congratulations there. Fantastic result. If we could also hopefully get Dan Robinson over somewhere, but I have a feeling he's also disappeared over the back there. So if I could just get Dan Robinson over the back there. He's chatting away to champion Sam Beckett, having a chat with his mate, which you know you can't be shocked at that. Congratulating the champion-elect. Dan, hopefully that's good enough for 2nd place in the championship.
Yeah, it is. It is. So it's a 1-2 for the team, which is first season racing. It's a mega result for all of us. We had quite a few engine issues after race 1, so we were late to the assembly area. Made it out by probably 2 or 3 minutes. So yeah, to take 2nd place, it was damage limitation for me, but the car was mint. And I mean, you can't say enough about SBR Motorsport. They've from the start of the season not being a team to 1-2 in the championship, and you know I certainly feel like we've been the main force to beat in the whole paddock.
Fantastic, and a great race there with Chanel Drew and a few of the others.
Oh yeah, it was carnage. It was amazing. Yeah, all clean for the most part. I think it was very much back and forth, just trying to stay out of trouble, stay somewhere near Michael, and I knew that was good enough for 2nd. So. Yeah, good result for me.
Great result. Congratulations there on 2nd place and 2nd place in the championship. Let's bring in our 3rd place driver, Chanel Drew, who's had another fantastic drive there. Got a bit tasty with yourself, Dan Robertson, and a few of the others, didn't it?
Yeah, it was extremely difficult, that race. It was just constant battling, but we got it there on the last couple of corners, onto the podium again, so really happy with that.
Back onto the podium, that's a great result.
Yeah, for my 2nd weekend on the car and just getting used to the tyres, I'm really away with a little bit of silverware, and hopefully back for next year to some more.
Well, that was my next question, really. Are you looking at a full campaign next year?
I mean, fingers crossed. It's a sponsorship game for us. So I was lucky enough to have Your Places this year, Auto Affairs as well, which is my main sponsors going through. So hopefully next year we'll be able to pick up some more and hopefully come back and fight out the championship, which would be really nice.
No problem. Well, fantastic on a great podium place there, and hopefully we'll see Chanel Drew back next year for a full podium campaign. I've got one more person to bring over just for Scott Woodward. If we could just grab Sam Beckett to come over and have a chat. He's a bit shy, but you know, champion, he's got to do his media bit. Sam, if you could just stand there for us, sir. Sam Beckett, champion-elect. How does that sound?
It sounds amazing. you know, last year we came so close. You know, I think it was three or 4 points in it last year, and then that was hard to take. You know, after the season, I had a thought, you know, this was mine to get. And then we started this season really badly and was like, all right, well, I may as well write this off this year. And then from there, we just sort of turned around and podium after podium after podium, you know, and then we've had 3 wins this year, and it's just sort of all snowballed into this one last round here, and just have to do the bare minimum to get by. And in that one, yeah, it was involved in a bit of a fight, and I'd rather not, you know, but I just had to hold my ground, and that's it. Car's a bit worse, but it'll be all right. But yeah, it's amazing, unreal.
It'll clean up over the winter, but I'm sure you'll be back fighting fit next year with that number 1 on the car.
Yeah, I'll put the number 1 on. I'm hoping to do brands, but SBR is my business, and I want that to grow just as fast, and I think it needs me there rather than me racing. So for SBR to get a 1-2, you know, it's unbelievable in our first year. Like, it's unreal, you know, it's unheard of really. So hopefully I'll be at every round, but maybe not driving, we'll see.
We'll see. Well, for now, enjoy the spoils. Sam Beckett, provisional champion in the Fiesta ST150s. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. Right, a very emotional Sam Beckett there, which is not surprising. He's driven his heart out today. Didn't quite get the podiums that he's normally accustomed to, but at the end of the day, he's got the points, he's got the job done, and congratulations to him. Now, we've got 2 more races left on the timetable for today, one of which I'm really looking forward to. It's our next race. It's the Mini 7, so it's time to head back up into the commentary box. Scott, we'll take you through the grid.
I certainly will. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to the top 3 in that final ST150 race. So Sam Watkins of Dan Robinson and Chanel Drew, and of course champion-elect Sam Beckett for 8th place being enough to give him the provisional 2023 title. Very many congratulations to him and the team for being champions and their first full season as a team. So as Rob mentioned, 2 more races to go today for our finals weekend Saturday, and it is the first of the weekend for the Mini 7 and 7S cars. Here's the grid. It's Conor O'Brien, outgoing champion, starts on pole position alongside Spencer Wanston on the front row of the grid. For Mike Jordan and Joe Thompson on the second row, followed by Ross Billison and Aaron Smith on row 3. Damien Harrington and Glenn Woodbridge then come next, from Nick Swift and Darren Thomas on the round at the top 10. Then Paul Woodbridge and Graham Davis complete the 6th row. Moving downwards to Graham Penn and Stephen Hopper, from Jamie Payne and Andrew King, then Dean Stanton and Michael Winkworth. We're going to the 7S cars. Michael Winkworth on 7S pole, ahead of Matthew Ayres, Matthew Page, Arnold Duncan, Fraser Hack, Giles Page and Callum Perfect. He's one of our, I think, newcomers this weekend in 24th on the grid. As we continue to scroll through from the 12th row, from the 13th row downwards, we see Bradley Jordan, who's the younger brother of Andrew Jordan, Jack Vanner, Dave Rees, Dan Bell, Chris Pryor, Rob Perry, Alex Watson, Mal Dixon and Kate Fraser-Kerr. Rounding out the 33 car grid for the Mini 7s and 7Ss as they get set for their first race of the weekend here at Silverstone. So as you mentioned earlier on, the provisional champions from both Mini 7s and from Melia's are swapping series for this weekend. So this year's provisional Mini Melia champion, Aaron Smith, has jumped into the Mini Melia champion. I'll get this right, I get overexcited. Aaron Smith, who's the Mini Melia provisional champion, has jumped into the Mini 7s for this weekend to try his hand at the slightly smaller but still just as potent Minis on this grid. And so, as I mentioned, as there's nothing really to go for in terms of the championship for the lead, there's still the fight on for second. Now, we saw, of course, in the Mini Melia race earlier on, there was a bit of a dramatic turn when we saw Rupert Death and Kane Aston come together at Stowe Corner, which also involved Ben Colburn. So all 3 of them were out on the spot at Stowe Corner. Hopefully it's not as dramatic in this race as it was in that one, because that was quite the turn of events for all those involved. I'll give you a quick run through as to where we are in terms of championship battle, at least for second downwards in Mini 7s in just a moment's time. Just finishing up. Having to do my sort of double duty while I'm also doing the social media work, for the club as well as commentating. So it's usually busy weekends when it comes to covering BRCC events, particularly when you're on commentary as well. But as the cars now head out onto the grid, onto the circuit towards the grid for their first race, it's the formation lap out of the pit lane here at Silverstone International. And of course, when they form up onto the grid, it is then a 5-second board, and away we go. So let's see if I can have a look through the points table, at least for the Mini 7s. I'll be able to give you a bit of an idea as to where we are on that aspect. So cars to watch out from sure, the likes of Joe Thompson, of course, and Mike Jordan had some great battles previously, and also Ross Billison as well. The three of them had some great action last time out at Croft. All three of them were really having some fantastic back and forth battles all the way up and down the order. And I imagine that it will be quite an exciting affair as the race goes on. So if we look at the standings for Mini 7s coming to the weekend. So it's Joe Thompson leads the way. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to work this one out. Is it Mini 7S? Oh, it's Mini 7S, right. So the actual Mini 7 title is up for grabs, but Jonathan Page who has wrapped up the Mini 7S title, has gone into Mini Minis. There's still the actual Mini 7 title still up for grabs, and this is between essentially the kind of front-running 3 or 4 cars. It's still between now really Joe Thompson and Mike Jordan. So Joe Thompson leads the way on drop scores with best 14 scores out of 15 races run so far on 258 points compared to Mike Jordan of 253. 243 points is third place for Ross Billison. Spencer Wanstall is fourth with 229. And then Graham Davis rounds out the top 5 way back on 192. So really, ultimately it comes to this point. Ultimately what Joe and Mike have to try and do here, Mike has in terms of his worst results, depending on how he scores here, his next 2 results that he'll need to, the next results that he'll drop is going to be 2 points that will come off his score, which means that whatever he scores here, it's going to be whatever he scores -2. I'll try and work this out on the fly with it as this race goes on. The two championship contenders in the 7 category are on the second row of the grid together. Of course, Conor O'Brien, the outgoing champion, 7th in the points coming to the weekend. He starts alongside Spencer Wanstall, who is kind of where he needs to be to try and outscore them as much as he can. He's the red car with Wanstall on the bonnet just at the front of the grid. The car with number 1, Conor O'Brien, the orange, black and white machine on the front row, and then watch for the 2 cars behind them, which is the white car with the red wheel arches, and that is Joe Thompson, and the white, red and black machine with the black wheel arches is Mike Jordan. In case you're wondering, yes, it's that Mike Jordan of British Touring Car and GT and Sports Car and Historic Racing fame. It is him. He and Andrew are more into historics and mini racing these days. Andrew not racing this weekend. He was initially listed to racing in the Mini 7s as a bit of a help to his dad's bid for the championship. But it is just him, and it's just Mike and Andrew's younger brother Bradley who is going to try and do the best he can from the Mini 7 grid. Last couple of cars just need to be put into position by the looks of it before we get themselves underway. A little bit of manoeuvring towards the back, as it's always a bit tricky to get themselves into position. But you can see they're looking up the grid. Poleman Conor O'Brien on the right-hand side, car number 1. The car on the left on the front row, Spencer Wanstall in red. But it's the 2 cars in between them, either side to our left, which is Mike Jordan and Joe Thompson are the 2 cars to watch out for. But also keep an eye out for Ross Billison as well. Ross is up there 3rd in the championship. He's not that far away. He could make an impact if he gets the opportunity to do so. 777, which was Dave Reese, has just pulled off the road. Not quite sure what that was for. He was out of his grid slot, just turned sharp 90 right and straight off the road. So that's mystifying, but either way, looks like he has a problem and can't hit the start properly. The rest of the pack appears to be in order and good to go, unless they're just trying to scramble Dave Reese's car completely off the road and instead behind the pit wall. Yeah, there's a hold here because I think Dave Reese's car has caught everyone off guard coming off the road like that. I'm just keeping an eye at the back of the field to watch if the green flag goes up. When it does, we'll have the 5-second board up, red lights will be on, and the first race of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares, 7 and 7S cars will be off the road. This is their final round of their regular season, their second rounds of their winter series. That finale will happen in a couple of weeks' time at Brands Hatch on the Formula Ford Festival. So they are midway through their winter series, which will also count towards that too as well. So also we have there's also a car waving. Frankly, that's from the 4th or 5th row of the grid. So there's possibly another delayed start here. One car in trouble by the looks of it. It's car 15 that's got the trouble, and car 15, which is car 15. It helps if we look at the grid sheet, I think, rather than anything else. Let's have a look and see if we can figure out who car 15 is. But issues for another driver, so it's another slightly delayed start for this one. That would have been Nick Swift. So Nick Swift is the one that's actually had the problem. I believe it is that Nick Swift of Swift Tune fame. And sadly, whilst he's used to racing slightly more historic minis when it comes to his Mini 7, hasn't quite worked out for him in this occasion, because Nick is sadly now another car being manoeuvred off the grid. So there's a slight delay to things. I wouldn't be surprised if they put them onto another formation lap just in case, because they have been sat there for an awful long time on the grid waiting to get going. So sadly Nick Swift's car not able to take the start for race number 1 for the Mini 7s and 7S machines, unless they're going to wave the green flag at the back. It's been quite a long hold. Some of the Mini 7S cars open their doors to kind of keep themselves a bit cooler. I'm just watching on the gantry to see if they're going to give them a 5-second board or they're going to set them off on another formation lap. They've got the 1 minute board ready, so I think they're going to put them on a second formation lap just in case, because they have been sat there for quite a long time. Yeah, the green flag is also being waved as well. So I think this is going to be another formation lap here to get them ready to go, because otherwise if they charge down towards Abbey Corner with completely cold tyres, that's only a recipe for something to go wrong. So they are going to put them on another formation lap, I think, just to ensure they can get some heat back into them. So after Dave Rees and Nick Swift have had to be pushed off the grid, we are looking forward to getting another formation lap underway then. So the 1 minute board goes out then. That will follow by the 30-second board in quick succession. And then the green flag will be waved, and off they will go for another formation lap. And you also, in these scenarios, sometimes some drivers don't recognise that the green flag doesn't mean the race is on. It means that the green flag means you're on the formation lap or a warm-up lap before anything else. So hopefully the two cars in front set the pace, and it looks like they are. They've all got the message, which is good. So Conor O'Brien, outgoing Mini 7 champion, weaves from side to side. This will be his last weekend with the number 1 on the door, after of course taking the title last year. And let's go through the rest of that points top 10 so we can give you an idea of who's where and who to watch out for. So Joe Thompson, as we said, leads the way coming into this weekend with 258 points on drop scores. It's then 253 points for Mike Jordan. It's currently 243 points for third and Ross Billison. Fourth currently Spencer Wanstall with 73 points. Graham Davis is rounding up the top 5 currently with 192. Darren Thomas is 6th with 173 points, followed by Conor O'Brien, who comes into the weekend, his last weekend as current champion, 167 points. And Glenn Woodbridge on 148. Damien Harrington on 138. And Andy King rounding up the top 10 on 134. In the 7S category, as we mentioned, Jonathan Page is already champion-elect there, so there's nothing else that anyone can do to try and stop him in that aspect. Hence why he's racing in the Mini Melia category this weekend. So he's currently champion-elect with 259 points, regardless of what happens in these 2 races. Matt Ayres is currently second place, and he's only a point ahead of Fraser Hack at this point, so 1 point between Ayres and Hack for second. Chris Pryor is 4th on 183. Dave Rees is on 171 points, but he won't take the start as his car was pulled off the grid just before Nick Swift's car was pushed away. Andy Hack is 6th on 148 points, Matthew Page on 146. You have Michael Winkworth on 129, Jack Vanna on 110, and Arnold Duncan on 97. That's the top 10 in both the Media and 7 categories. So as they make their way around, it seems the different circuits seems to feature different circuits seem to favour different drivers in some ways. Definitely be intrigued to see how that ends up playing in the end. So Spencer Wanstall, not that he'll thank me for reminding him, but he comes back to the circuit here, the international circuit, where he was in the lead at one point in the beginning of last season, and then found his car barrel rolling out of the race at a low speed after he just clipped the curb on the inside at Vale or Club, just a little bit too, I think it was inside of Vale as he turned in, and it just pitched the car over into a roll, and thankfully he was okay, but they managed to build a brand new car and get him out for the next rounds at Snetterton, if I'm correct. Spencer Wanstall's probably got a score to settle with Silverstone International here, given that his history, he hasn't been quite the brightest, but he's got the chance to put it right here on the front row of the grid, and he's certainly replicating how quick he was last year. The championship was on this layout of Silverstone. So once again, Conor O'Brien, outgoing champion, on the front row of the grid alongside Spencer Wanstall. But it's the two cars behind, Joe Thompson and Mike Jordan, who are ones to watch on the second row of the grid. They are separated by just a couple of points in the championship battle for the 7 and 7Ss. The red lights are on, and the first 7 and 7S Mini 7 Racing Club race at Silverstone is go. A couple of creeping from, I think, the car from on the fifth row of the grid. The Mini 7s get underway first of all. The 7Ss will be started by the Union Jack, but it's Spencer Wanstall from the front row into the lead of the race. Conor O'Brien runs out wide and he's out of the race already. Conor O'Brien out of the race already with a mechanical problem, so whatever happened off the start has broken something major on the number 1 car, and Conor O'Brien out before he even turns in, didn't even turn in to Abbey Corner. Off the road he goes onto the runoff area, and sadly out of the race before it hardly even gets going. Spencer Wanstall leads the way. It's Joe Thompson up to 2nd place. I think Ross Billison into 3rd, and Mike Jordan down to 4th position. 5th place there is car number 5. So turn their way out, and then the 7S cars turn their way out into the complex. It's Michael Winkworth who does lead as they pitch their way in towards the back straight for the first time. Ryan Astern, a few battles going here, some more battles towards the mid-pack as they head their way down towards Stowe for the first time. So Wanstall leads, but crucially, Joe Thompson ahead of Mike Jordan and got a car in between them in 2nd and 4th respectively. I think it's Ross Billison into 3rd place. So this could be quite an interesting turn of events for them. As the cars make their way now on towards the complex for the first time. So Billison in 3rd place, Mike Jordan down to 4th. Started 3rd on the grid. He's got also in there too a good start for Glenn Woodbridge. He's up to 5th position. Back with the 7S categories, Michael Winkworth ahead of Matt Ayres. So some going on there. And 725 also, good start for Fraser Hack from the 3rd row of the 7S grid. He's up to 3rd position already. Arnold Duncan is also in there too. Arnold started. He started on the 2nd row in 4th. So he's started 4th and stayed 4th on the opening lap as they turn into the top 5 together. One car is either going right to the inside line or pulling off with a problem. That's a car in the 7S ranks. So Spencer Wanstall now starts to come under threat for Joe Thompson and Ross Billison. So maybe quick here last year before he barrel rolled out of the event, but looks as though those contending for the championship have a bit more here. That was a bit of a courteous move there between Penn and Hopper, like after you, after you ran wide, I'll let you have the position. That was typically British between two drivers who didn't want to let the other go past. It was quite extraordinary. What is also extraordinary is there goes Joe Thompson. Up the inside goes the 80 car into the lead here at Stowe Corner. Wanstall will hang it out around the outside, and Billison's also going to get involved in here too. This is a typical Mini 7 race already. They're going at it, 4 of them down towards the lead. Mike Jordan keeps a watching brief, sits back in 4th. Thompson goes round the outside of Billison to hold on to 2nd place. Wanstall back to the lead though, back past Thompson. We're back to where we started. It's as if the last couple of corners never even happened. So Woodbridge 5th. We've got Aaron Smith in 6th. So Aaron Smith, now he's wrapped up the Mini Media title provisionally, is now into 6th position. And of course, you've got just behind him car 20. To try and make a move. Car 20, of course, is Darren Thomas. And then Woodbridge 7th, Davis 8th, and Hopper rounding out the Woodbridge 8th, Davis 9th, and Hopper rounding out the top 10. There's a wave from somebody further back in, I think right at the end of the Mini. That's the Mini 7. That's Page squeezing through. 703 is Matthew Page. He started 4th. He's the 3rd on the grid in 7S. He's trying to pick his way up the order now. Leaders come out of the right-hander at Chapel and on towards the hangar straight for the 3rd time. And off the road has gone 714 has stopped. 714 is Pryor. So that will be Chris Pryor, who started quite back in a roughly roundabout row 6. Is now wheel to wheel for the lead. Wanstall again gets mugged down towards Stowe Corner by both Thompson and Billison. I suspect that Mike Jordan's just hanging back for a second here and not pushing too hard. He's realising that there could be gaps in here that he could take full advantage of. Billison goes on the attack down the outside into Vale, but Thompson holds firm and keeps the position neatly through the first part of Club Corner. Good momentum from Billison though, puts him round the outside. It's 3 abreast between the Mini 7s. This might not work, and Wanstall has to back out of it, but not too much. He's still put his foot firmly to the floor. And what's also happening here is look at 5th, 6th and 7th. This is Thomas, Woodbridge and Smith. They're being grouped into this as well. So it's now going to be a 7-car train for Boliden for the podium. There goes Woodbridge and Davis on their own. The next group is headed by Davis in Michael Winkworth in P10. So the 7S cars, despite the 10-second delay, are already up into 10th overall downwards. So they're mixing it with some of the midfield and tail end cars in the 7 category. There goes the 704, another of the, I presume, the Page family is in there too. Billison to the lead. Billison, of course, has taken the lead now. 704 is Giles Page. But now, Super 7 down towards Stowe Corner once again. And now Wanstall goes to the outside line. Can he make a late dive down here? And Mike Jordan, I suspect, he's a wily old fox in the best possible sense. He's a very cunning and very experienced driver, of course, Mike Jordan, as we know. And I suspect he's not throwing himself into the mix too much. He's just sat there thinking, you three scrap amongst yourselves, boys. I'll find a way through somehow, sometime. You just keep on scrapping, and the opportunities will come to me. He'll pick his moments, don't worry. Mike Jordan, very experienced, got a very wise head on his shoulders, and he knows exactly how to win championships and to do it the right way. He knows when to attack and when to sit and watch the other cars and let them fight amongst each other and hold each other up. And I think that's exactly what Mike's doing right now. He's not letting them. He's not putting himself in situations he literally cannot afford to be in. He's just hanging back. He's just watching on and just keeping himself in the fight amongst the 3 cars around him. Just waiting for his moment to strike. 7S category, still Michael Winkworth leading the way. Of course, those cars, as I mentioned just now, are into the top 10 overall. And it's Fraser Hack in 2nd place, Matthew Ayres in 3rd. And then in 4th place, I think it's the 704, is Matthew Page in 703. Twitch there from Mike Jordan. He's looking at his mirrors slightly because he'll be looking to see where Thomas, Woodbridge and Smith are just behind them. But they're all stacking up in a line in the slipstream here as Billison punches the hole in the air. Wanstall goes to the inside. Thompson gives him the push, looks to the inside himself and tries to pass both of them down towards Stowe Corner. It's 3 abreast again. Thompson back up the inside. Wanstall tries to make it stick to try and hold on. He can get there, and he is there. Billison now looks to make it 3 abreast towards Vale Corner. Look through your hands. It's going to be very tricky. We'll sort it out, boys. And Wanstall goes up the inside and takes the lead again. Yes, he does. Side by side for 2nd. Billison holds on. Thompson back around the outside. There's still 30 minutes this to go. It's fantastic racing as always. But then would you expect anything less? It's the Mini 7 Racing Club. They always produce this kind of great racing. Time after time. And now Jordan thinks, right, my time to shine now. Let's pull the pin up the inside to try and get past Billison for 3rd place. Thought about it. Backs out. Now this might put him under threat from potentially Darren Thomas in 5th position. Aaron Smith, I think, is back to 7th behind Glenn Woodbridge. And the 7-7s make their way down towards the Loop Village and Loop complex all together. That looks like Woodbridge attacking Thomas for 5th position. He's got the inside line for the right-hander at Chapel. 3 goes sideways, and Billison was all out of shape exiting Chapel onto the hangar straight. That would be a prime chance for Mike Jordan to slip through to get 3rd. Meanwhile, as for the 7S category, Fraser Hack has taken the lead. He's got back past Michael Winkworth. So up to the lead goes Hack. And 758 behind them. Looks like that is Matthew Ayres in there too. And also so is the 703 of Matthew Page. Back with the 7 leaders. It's now Thompson leading with Wanstall 2nd. They've broken away a little bit because Billison's wayward entry to Chapel has now allowed Mike Jordan to get to 3rd place. There he goes. Into 3rd goes Mike Jordan. Billison tried to retaliate into Vale Corner. Wasn't far enough alongside. Now finds himself having to look in his mirrors because now he's got a knock on the door from Darren Thomas and Glenn Woodbridge and Aaron Smith. All asking to come back past if they'd be so kind. Change again for the 7S lead. That's now Matthew Ayres in front. There's 3 abreast behind. Goodness me, it's excellent. It's brilliant stuff to watch, but sometimes you really are on your toes watching all of it happen, thinking, is something going to happen between this lot? But thankfully it hasn't, and there's all sorts going on all over the place. Again, another championship where it doesn't matter where you are, at the front, in the middle, or towards the back, you've got someone to race with, and it is fantastic to watch for the Minis. This is why Mini racing has been such a staple of British motorsport for decades, because the Mini 7 Racing Club, no matter how old these cars are, no matter what skill level the drivers they are, how much experience, how much work's been done on the cars, these cars are all so evenly matched, and it's purely down to driver skill and sheer determination And the Mini 7 Racing Club produces time after time spellbinding racing at the absolute least. Up the inside, they're drifting around. Winkworth back to the lead in 7S. He's got Matthew Ayres on his tail, and also now he's got Matt Page in the mix too. And as for the 4th place car, looks like that was Fraser Hack's been shuffled back down to 4th. He has been. Here they go, 3 abreast for the 7S lead. Winkworth in the middle, he's got Ayres to his inside, Page to his outside, and Page is going to see them all off down towards Stowe Corner. He does, round the outside, past both Winkworth and Ayres. To the lead goes Matthew Page. And Winkworth's not done here. He thinks, right, you think you can steal 2 places from me? I'd like 1 back if you don't mind. Winkworth has a look. Is he going to be deep enough under brakes? No, he's going to hold back this time, hold on to 3rd. And also in there too is Arnold Duncan. Yes, at the back of the field. The brown car at the back of the field. That 5-car group for the 7S lead. So you've got great lead battles here in both of the Mini 7s categories. The 7s up front, and then battling here the 5-car scrap for the 7S lead. Winkworth darting from left to right to try and break the toe before Abbey Corner as you see. That was Page darting from left to right. Winkworth back down to 3rd because Ayres is holding on to 2nd place in front of him. And just having a look at some more of our 7 category cars. This is Paul Woodbridge battling with the 6, which is Graham Davis towards the rear of them. As the 7S battle comes through. Now for the lead, this is a change here because now Mike Jordan's got past Joe Thompson, and to the lead past Spencer Wanstall goes the 88 car. So Mike Jordan, crucially, to the lead here at Silverstone International, down the inside into Stowe Corner. Wanstall will try and come back at him, but he knows what happened last time he tried to cut the curb on the inside of Bell Corner. He ended up going over and over several times. Doesn't want that. Nobody wants that. Wanstall trying to put his foot down to chase after Jordan. I wonder if Jordan would be the pace setter here, if Wanstall and Cope would try and go with him. Let's watch and see how that lead gap unfolds. Oh, off the road, that's Page. That's Matt Page off the road. Now that was a battle between the 7S leaders, and we saw that just on the end of it. So 5 has become 4. We saw the aftermath, Page's car off the road. Now the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? Either way, Matthew Page's race has come to a rather premature end on Saturday here at Silverstone. So now it's left to this quartet to scrap over the 7S lead. I imagine that will be covered with double waved yellows whilst they try and quickly recover Matt's car. Meanwhile, Mike Jordan glides the number 88 Mini through the right-hander at Chapel to bring them onto the back straight. Joe Thompson, who was an earlier leader, he's been shuffled back down to 4th and possibly under pressure from Darren Thomas behind him in the top 5. Just have to keep one eye on his mirrors to see that Thomas doesn't try and get too close. We've got one of the 7S cars in front to negotiate. Can't quite catch the number. There's going to be some lap traffic which Jordan and Co will have to manoeuvre around, and thankfully keeps well out of the way. That's really smart driving from that market. Really well done. I think that might be Kate Fraser, possibly. I should check on the timing screen to see exactly who that is. I think, look at the delivery, it might well be Fraser's car, I think, towards the back. So it doesn't quite tell me exactly who it is, but I imagine possibly. Yeah, I think it is. Yes, it is. It's Kate Fraser Kerr who's on the was the car that had a lap put on by the 7 leaders. It's a scrap between Woodbridge and Davis that's going on for 8th and 9th position. Then you've got the scrap for 10th overall, which is also, of course, the 7S lead. Here we go again. Michael Wickworth looking around the outside of Matthew Ayres. Excuse me, Matthew, can I come back through? Thank you very much. And Fraser Hack has also got a good run here too. The 3 of them are trying to drop Arnold Duncan here, who very much wants to be a part of this battle. But I don't think the top 3 want him to play very much because he's now falling backwards in 4th as the 3 cars here can't help themselves falling over each other. So Winkworth, Ayres and Hack all together now for the podium place in 7S. As for our 7 leaders, that's Woodbridge and Davis, so we'll see them come through in 8th and 9th position. Woodbridge is 7th and 8th, wayward there on the apex from Paul Woodbridge. There's our 7S battle. There it is. So Winkworth has got back to the front here. Was sideways for Matthew Ayres. These things are nothing less than sheer entertainment, and I'm certain that Matthew Ayres, whilst he's firmly focused on trying to chase after Michael Winkworth, has got a smile as wide as anything. He's probably smiling like a seagull with a stolen chip. He's loving this in this Mini 7. He's charging past Winkworth again, gets the toe, down the outside he goes, back to the lead. So this is now Ayres holding on to the lead. And now as they make their way through, Spencer Wansel's gone back to the lead now, so he's gone back in front of Mike Jordan. Bennison's still third, Thompson fourth, Thomas fifth, and it's Aaron Smith in sixth position, and Glenn Woodbridge rounds out that 7-car leading group. There's still 5 minutes 20 seconds to go in this first Mini 7 and 7S race for the Mini 7 Racing Club. Really great to have them here for their final weekend of the season, here with us at the Brscc. And here is the lead battle. Now Billerson's got back past Jordan. Jordan's dropped back to third now, under pressure from Thompson, and he has to stay ahead of Thompson where he can to give himself the best possible chance to at least end this weekend, the regular season, as the champion in the 7 category. But Mike Jordan, though, has been left out to dry here. He hasn't got a total drafting partner, and Thompson will give both Wanstall and then Billerson the push. The charge pass he's got from 4th to 3rd, 2nd. Does he go to the lead? They're 3 abreast towards Stowe Corner. Wanstall on the inside, Billerson in the middle, Thompson on the outside, and they stay as they were. The only change, of course, was that it was Thompson up to 3rd past Mike Jordan, who was completely left hung out to dry without a drafting partner down the back straight. Slot back into 4th now. Possibly has a good chance to get himself in the mix. So they'll make their way out of the club and towards pit straight once again to complete another lap. And there is the battle between Paul Woodbridge and Graham Davis. Still going on between the two of them. They've put a lap on Kate Fraser-Kerr as well. Here's the 7S scrap, with still Matthew Ayres being stubborn as anything. Back up the inside he goes. Lock up for Arnold Duncan. Takes 3rd from Fraser Hack. So Arnold Duncan here, can he put the Brown Mini up into podium place? He's currently there in 3rd. Could he be on the rostrum for this first race of the weekend? Sure, enjoy that. Winkworth has a look, darts out. Is he far enough alongside to make the move into Abbey? Yes, he is. So Winkworth to the lead then. Ayres in 2nd place. And now Duncan and Hack in 3rd and 4th. Back with the 7 leaders. Still Spencer Wanstall leading outright. Billerson 2nd, and here comes Mike Jordan. He's got the toe this time. Looks to the outside, has the momentum. He can get past Joe Thompson. That's quite crucial. They're all concertinaing up as Spencer Wanstall goes back to the inside line. Billerson just sends it round the outside where he's got the grip and confidence. He'll be on the inside line for the next corner, which will certainly help him in terms of track position. And also now, Mike Jordan's he's thinking about a move on Joe Thompson. Can't get that stuck as Billerson hits the front with 3 minutes to go. So now there's a great chance that Billerson can pick up a race victory here, but Jordan, of course, the key battle is between Thompson and Jordan, because Thompson is now ahead of Jordan, and he'll hope to try and extend his lead if he can, but only by a couple of points if possible. Down towards Abbey. Still Thomas in 5th position. Aaron Smith in his first Mini 7 race of the season at least. He's back in 6th. Woodbridge in 7th place. We return to our 7S category, which is still Matthew Ayres leading the way. Michael Winkworth still being a nuisance. In 2nd place, trying to reclaim it. Fraser Hack and Arnold Duncan still watching on in 3rd and 4th. Here comes Winkworth to the inside this time by. As they were going side by side towards Abbey, it's still line astern for 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and Thompson's got a great run on Spencer Wanstall in the slipstream. Can he possibly make a move here for 2nd and use that momentum to try and close up to Billerson in the process as well? It's looking good, and Wanstall gets him back on the toe. He defends the toe for Thompson by getting the toe from Billerson in front of him, going down the outside for the lead. Was it they say, attack is the best form of defence? That's exactly what that was. He thinks, right, I'm under pressure for Joe Thompson. I'll get a toe from Billerson, go on the attack on the outside line, and all will be well again. You know what? He was right, because he's held on to 2nd place for the time being, although Billerson has got a good advantage. He's trying to pull away as much as he can here. Coming up to the conclusion of this first race, only a couple of laps left to go. And that trio behind the leading 4 hasn't really moved or done very much since they began to latch on a little bit a few laps ago. It's still Thomas, Smith and Woodbridge. This should be the last lap of the race, I believe, because we've come across the line with 1 minute 25 to go, I think, by the looks of it. So we should have roughly enough time for possibly one. Either they'll come across with the time they just about hit 0, or they might have just about enough time to get one more lap. Either way, this might well be the last lap of the race. More scraps going on further back in the 7S category. 4 of them abreast at play here. That's Bradley Jordan in 771. There's the younger brother of Andrew Jordan, and also son of Mike Jordan. I got that wrong, I apologise. But down towards there, and also the mix of one of the inch prepared cars. That is 765. That's Callum Perfect having a strong run in his one. As for the lead now, it's 3 abreast. It's got Thompson on the outside, Billiston in the middle, Wanston on the inside line. Mike Jordan's almost out of it in 4th position, but he's keeping a watching brief to see if he can get involved in the last couple of corners, possibly steal the victory if he can. But now they go wheel to wheel towards Vale for it could be the last time. Wanston has the lead. Thompson back down the inside for 2nd place. Billiston lets him have it, but might set up the undercut through the final couple of corners. It's going to be pretty tricky. Look out my window. Is the checker flag being prepared? And the answer is yes, it is. And it'll be checker flag this time by Spencer Wanston. Wins the first Dunlop Mini 7s race of the weekend at Silverstone. It's 2nd place that goes to Joe Thompson, 3rd for Ross Billison, and 4th goes to Mike Jordan. That's a couple more points taken for Joe Thompson in the fight for the championship. As for the 7S category cars, Ayres gets very sideways in the first part of Vale into Club. Arnold up the inside, there's contact, round goes Ayres. Ayres gets sideways, Arnold backs out of it. Through goes Fraser Hacking through all of it. Michael Winkworth still comes through to the checkered flag and still claims victory in 7S. An extraordinary final couple of corners. A touch between Ayres. Ayres got sideways going through Vale corner. It then stacked up Arnold into the back of him. Ayres got sideways as a result. Arnold backed off so he couldn't get a penalty. Fraser Hack slipped through, but so through all of them did Michael Winkworth. That was pretty extraordinary. So the lead changes quite literally on the last corner of the race for 7S. And Michael Winkworth, I think he started on pole and he finishes on pole. But that's not the entire story, as we know. Spencer Wanston, meanwhile, started on the front row of the grid and picks up the victory. But again, that wasn't the story either. It was a great 4-car scrap all the way through from start to finish in typical, wonderful Mini 7 racing fashion. That's why we love these things. They put on such a great show wherever they go. Last car just coming across the line. And that should give us the result for our first Mini 7s race of the weekend, courtesy of the Mini 7 Racing Club. So the victory then goes to Spencer Wanston by 0.733 of a second from from Joe Thompson in 2nd place, and Ross Billison in 3rd, followed by Mike Jordan and Duncan Thomas in the Darren Thomas, forgive me. Darren Thomas in P5. There was a letter D in there somewhere. Aaron Smith 6th, Glenn Woodbridge 7th, Paul Woodbridge 8th, Graham Davis 9th, and Michael Winkworth just picks up the 7S victory on the final corner of the race. Fraser Hack is 2nd in 7S, 11th overall ahead of Arnold Duncan, who was still 3rd. So incredibly, after all of that, he still gets a podium. Matthew Ayres was 3 corners away from a victory, but then lost out and got to 4th instead, so he'll be disappointed with that. Giles Page 5th, then Callum Perfect in 6th in class, then Bradley Jordan, Stephen Hopper, Andrew King, Vanna, Stanton, Bell, Perry, Watson and Kerr are the 24 cars that all made the flag. And the rest of the cars that were in the mix also either a lap down or pulled off the road with issues of their own. We lost Matthew Page, Graham Penn, Chris Pryor, Jamie Payne, Conor O'Brien at the start of the race before it even got underway. Damien Harrington also out of the race early. And we also lost Nick Swift and Dave Rees before the race even got started. Nick Swift being pushed off the grid, Dave Rees' car pulling off the grid with a mechanical issue. So once again, amazing stuff from the Mini 7 Racing Club and the 7s, and down there to have a chat with that top 3. I'm sure I've got plenty to say about it. Is Rob Lewis down at the top of pit lane. On you go, Rob.
Now we've got 3 Mini 7 drivers ready and waiting to go for our podium after some fantastic racing between the top 4 there. Commiserations to Mike Jordan for missing out, actually. That was quite the battle between the top 4, but a worthy winner in Spencer Wanston. Let's get Spencer over to the front of our Brscc banner here. You made sure you put the P1 in front of the car. That's the most important thing. Spencer, amazing race. That was showing what mini racing's all about.
Yeah, that was one for the books. It was a classic. Every corner you went into, there was almost a different leader, and that's what Mini 7's all about. But yeah, every now and then one of these comes around, and it's normally towards the end of the season when everybody's a bit more sort of fired up and carefree. And it's all the better for people watching, because that was awesome, yeah.
Absolutely, and okay, a little bit of paint traded on occasions, but good hard race.
I don't think I actually traded any paint, to be honest. So yeah, that's although that is a rarity for this season probably. But yeah, really good race. Big thank you to Justin, Gavin, Dave, and all the guys at Mini Sport in Potters Bar. without them, it wouldn't be possible at all. I wouldn't be anywhere near this grid without them. And to Kent Auto Developments for giving me a race-winning package. You know, 2 of us on the podium, fighting for the lead. What a team.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on a superb win. More of the same tomorrow. Now, let's get Joe Thompson over, who's got himself a fantastic second race. Joe, if we could just get you over to the port. He's busy getting hugs from his team. He's loving it. Joe Thompson, fantastic result there. Second place, good hard racing.
Yeah, it was always got to wait for the last lap, haven't you? So it's just a case of biding your time till then, try and put yourself in the best position you possibly can. But yeah, it was really, really close and perfect.
I think I've got your biggest fan here, Pete Edwards from the Motorsport School.
Absolutely. Legend.
Super proud. Super proud.
Fantastic, mate.
Yeah, all good. And yeah, it's just a good way to start the weekend off. So we'll see, roll on tomorrow with the reverse grid, see if we can have another crack.
Roll on tomorrow indeed. Congratulations on a superb podium there, Joe Thompson, and our third place man, Ross Billingson. Let's have a chat with Ross. Well, I mean, you had Mike Jordan up your chuff as well. The 4 of you were absolutely hammer and tongs in that lead group. Talk us through that race.
Mental. It was great fun, but yeah, I mean, swapping positions every lap. You know, I mean, I got the lead. I thought I had a bit of a gap, but you go down that back straight and they just swamp you. So yeah, no, amazing, good fun. Just wish I won it.
Was the wind helping?
No.
Not as much.
Not as much. No. No.
Only purely because I asked that question. The folks at home might think I sounded a bit silly, but it was to say with the Mazdas and the Fiestas earlier with the lower power stuff, they were saying the wind was helping, particularly down the Hanger Straight, but not this time.
I felt it was holding me up, if anything. No, I didn't think it was helping us, but yeah, no.
Is there also something about this circuit that really suits to mini racing?
Well, especially down the back straight, of course, we're just a brick, aren't we? So it gives you that close racing, but it's not my favourite mini circuit, I suppose. I love it here, but I'll pick a smaller for mini racing. But yeah, it's good.
It's all right. Good job on a fantastic podium. Bit more of the same tomorrow?
Definitely. Hopefully win.
Hopefully a win. Thank you. That's our third place, Matt. And that concludes the overall podium for the Mini 7 race. We've got one more left, folks, and it's going to be an absolute humdinger. It's time for the Clapham North MX-5 SuperCup, and it's time to head back up to Scott Woodwist to take you through the final race of the day.
Helps if I turn the slider up so you can actually hear me. As I was saying, thank you for that one, Rob, and I'm an idiot. But either way, it's the final weekend of the season for the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And as I was saying before I realised that you couldn't hear me, was that I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited about this race, because the MX-5 Super Cup, particularly this year, has been nothing short of absolutely spellbinding wherever it's gone. It's been one of the most competitive and exciting seasons for the MX-5 Super Cup so far this year, and it all comes to a head this weekend at Silverstone on the international circuit. There were not 1, not 2, but 3 club class titles to settle: Pro, Club and Masters. And in fact, actually, all of which were their own story to tell. And particularly one of these is closer than the other 2 all put together. Here's the grid then for the first race of the final weekend. It's Patrick Fletcher on pole position alongside front row points leader in Pro Class Aidan Hills. He's ahead of James Cousins and Lee Britton on the second row of the grid. Tom Griffiths and a welcome return to Richard Amos, who starts in row 3, ahead of Alex Stott and Club Class leader Alistair Dendy, who starts the Masters class, top Masters driver Alistair Dendy. Scrolling to the rest of the grid, you've got in row 7 Sam Heading and Josh Morris, and Martin Tolley and Robert Way, who is on the Club Class pole after he had some issues in testing yesterday. Wilbur Tilley and Nick Rutter then come next from Kamal Kowski and Ollie Hall. Then it's Steve Kite and George Grant, who's in contention for the Masters title. More on that shortly. Amy Watts and Max Merritt then come next on the 12th row of the grid. We start to scroll through towards the back of our mammoth grid of 28 cars, and it's Ruth Robinson and Alexander Jones, Eliza Seville and Martin Heath round out with 28 starters. We do have a few more, but sadly a few cars had to pull out because of not being able to make it, or car problems, or feeling unwell. So still a good healthy grid of 28 cars ready to rumble around Silverstone International. So getting set then for our first race. There's a tiny bit of clear up still being sorted out before we get the racing underway for SuperCup and release them onto the grid very shortly. But here they come, just in the back of shot. And we'll talk you through the permutations for the championship. Of course, Aidan Hills leads the way in the point standings for Pro Class, ahead of James Cousins and Patrick Fletcher. In the Club Class, it's Robert Way ahead of Kamal Kelsey. And then in the Masters category, it's going to be Nick Rutter and George Grant. And they come into the weekend quite literally separated by one single point. It is one point between the two drivers at the top of the Masters standings. But for Aidan Hills, since he started several years ago in the MX-5 Super Cup, he was Rookie of the Year in his first season. He was a championship contender and a race winner the couple of seasons after that. Left the championship for a couple of years, still ran cars in the championship, but in terms of driving sense, stopped because he wanted to go forwards into Ginetta racing, but then made a couple of sporadic appearances last year as a guest, so didn't score any points, but the times he did come back in, he was quick, and even here at Silverstone International, which could be an omen for this weekend, he won all 3 races at an absolute canter at the start of last season on this layout of Silverstone. And then since this year, he's picked up 11 wins so far this year, which is quite substantial. He's into double figures and has been one of the fastest, being one of the driving forces of the championship this year. Second half of the season hasn't been quite as straightforward as the first half, particularly at Donington Park, where he had a DNF and didn't even finish on the podium all weekend. So Aidan had a bit of a trickier weekend at Donington Park. He's cut his points lead down a little bit, but he's still got quite a substantial gap to the cars around him to essentially keep himself in contention all the way until the end. So stand by for what should be another frantic conclusion to what so far has been quite a frantic weekend of racing all round, and that's saying something, particularly when you've got championships provisionally on the line. So the last couple of the cars into position, waiting for the green flag at the back, which it does wave, and so the 5-second board goes up. Stand by for Super Cup action, the third to last race of the season for the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, race 1 of the weekend at Silverstone, all set to go. It is Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills on the front row of the grid. Let's find out who wins the whole shot towards turn 1. It's a good start from the front row of the grid, a good jump from Aidan Hills initially as they swarm off towards the line, but it's a better launch from Patrick Fletcher, who heads them down towards Abbey for the first time. Side by side for third between James Cousins and Lee Britton. Also Richard Amos has got past Tom Griffiths up the inside into 5th place as they squirm their way through Abbey Corner and up towards the complex for the first time. So all nice and clean, nice and tidy so far from the Super Cup squad. And into the complex they go, and it is Patrick Fletcher who remains in the lead. A little wide from Aidan Hills, still side by side for third between Lee Britton and James Cousins. Cousins almost slightly elbowing Britton out wide. Britton back up the inside again. He's not giving this one up, is he? He's going for it for third place on the opening lap. So 2 or 3 abreast behind. Wilbur Tilley's involved in there. In fact, that's 3 of the club class contenders. Kamal Kelsey in 64. Robert Way, who's the club class leader, and Wilbur Tilley's got past both of them. So I think it's Tyre, in fact, so who's going to get me to that one. Now count them, 4 abreast for third place down this towards Stoke Corner. That's Tom Griffiths trying to pass all 3 of them, and he gets past exactly none of them, which is quite extraordinary. Went for 3 moves, got none of them, but he's got back to 7th place already. So down towards the complex they go. They're all over each other down towards Vale. It's kicked off already. So back into third place looks to go James Cousins, but into that position goes Richard Amos. So he's usually quite a quick starter. Richard, when he's on form, shall we say, he's usually quite fast and up there towards the front. He has been quite, in the past, quite a rapid pace setter. Running with Luke Herbert racing this weekend. I recognise the sticker on the back of the front rear bumper. But it's Fletcher that leads. Hills in 2nd place. Battle on for third between Cousins and Amos. Britton and Griffiths in there too. Then it's Selden, Stott, Dendy and Richardson rounding out the top 10. For the club class, it's Wilbur Tiley who leads from Robert Way and then Kamal Kelsey. And for the actual Masters battle, it's Nick Rutter versus George Grant. Rutter ahead of, well, they're both behind at the moment. By the looks of it, Martin Tolley, who's now leading the way in the number 23 car, so he's in fact leading the way. But crucially, ultimately with a point between them for the lead in second. In fact, there they are, the 2 cars just behind Robert Way, the purple car in 98 with the orange flash on the side. The 2 cars directly behind him are the 2 cars that are point apart, first and second in the Masters category. It's the orange car of Nick Rutter and the Clapham North liveried car of white, red and blue. That is George Grant. The leading group heads back down towards Stoke Corner. The top 2, Hills and Fletcher, trying to pull away now. And is Hills in front now? It looks like he might well be. No, he's staying in front, staying in 2nd place for the time being. But Amos is putting the pressure on in 3rd place where possible. Let's move there. That is Alex Stott battling with Tom Selden in a brand new car this weekend after the car that he raced at Donington, which was Luke Herbert's old 3-time title-winning car. Sadly, had to be scrapped after an incident where he got tangled up with another car at Donington Park. So it's a brand new build for him for this weekend, and hopefully for the rest of next year, if he looks to come back for next season. Of course, Tom Selden, one of the Luke Herbert Racing stable. Of course, Luke, the 3-time former MX-5 SuperCup champion, and has occasionally pops out to race something, whether it's in Mazdas or in something different, like a Club Sport Trophy or something similar. But he prefers to run his own cars these days, to be his own team boss, which he's done quite successfully. Runs the likes of Lee Britton, who's up there in 5th position. As the pack comes teaming through, there's Alistair Dendy, who's one of our leading Masters drivers. In fact, he's the leading Masters driver, in fact. Let's really get this right, shouldn't I? It's been quite a long day, but that's no excuse. Either way, it's Alistair Dendy who leads the way in the Masters standing. It's now Martin Tolley in 2nd place, and George Grant has got past Nick Rutter, so he's up into 18th overall, but 3rd in the Masters. Now his next task is to try and see if he can catch up to both Scott Wright and then get past Martin Tolley, because if he can, he'll be up to 2nd place. He's also outscoring Nick Rutter by a point, which means that he'll gain 2 points on him, which means that he will actually move into the lead in Masters by a single point. It means that the top two will invert itself, but the gap will remain the same because it's a 2-point difference between them. If he can get himself also a fastest lap, that will also help him out too, I think. As Fletcher, Hills and Cousins come across the line. Fletcher and Hills been caught by this 3rd place group now, led by Cousins with Amos, Britton and Griffiths on their tail. It's Stott, Selden, Heading and Dendy running out the top 10. And as for George Grant, he has got Kamal Kelsey to his inside, and this will also help George a little bit because Martin Tolley is under threat now from Robert Way for 16th place overall. It won't affect how many points they're going to score respectively, but it will certainly hamper Martin Tolley in terms of battling with another car. It will slow him up enough, possibly, that will allow George Grant into the mix if he can get a little bit closer. Through the right-hander. And onto the back straight once again. Fletcher's got a tiny gap now to Aidan Hills, and actually Aidan Hills now is slightly losing touch with Patrick Fletcher, and at the same time he's being reeled in by his teammate James Cousins, who's 2nd in the championship coming into the weekend. Top 3 in points are in the top 3 in the race so far, but not necessarily in championship order. It's the man in 3rd place that leads, the points leader in 2nd place, the man that's currently 2nd in Pro Class in 3rd in the race, if that makes sense. Leaders come back down towards the exit of another lap. And it's still Fletcher with the advantage. Hill 2nd. Cousins 3rd. Lee Britton's moved up to 4th now. He's got ahead of Richard Amos here. Griffiths in 6th. The next squad coming through, which is Sam Heading 7th. Sam, of course, having his first victory last time, if I'm correct. Yeah, last time at... It was the last time at Donington Park or Campbell Park. I should know these things, but nonetheless, Sam Heading has been a race winner so far this season. That's what I'll say. But Fletcher, though, doing everything he needs to try and do to at least get some kind of a solid result. He looks relatively sorted for 3rd place in the championship, but remember, this is another championship this weekend where there are no drop scores usable for any of the 3 races that run this weekend. Essentially, all 3 race results this weekend must count towards the final points total in the end. So it's all pretty critical. Now then, this is Alex Stott under pressure from Tom Selden. I thought for a second that was Aidan Hills under threat, but you can tell that the Hills Motorsport cars had different colours for the different machines. That's the blue, pink and black car, whereas the Aidan Hills car is blue, orange and black. And just also there as well, that was Alistair Dendy running wide on the exit of Stowe Corner, so hopefully he seems to be okay. So the leading groups have all started to section off into 2 trios at this point. You've got Fletcher, Hills and Cousins in one leading group, and then you've got Britton, Amos and Griffiths in the other. Wilbur Tiley, 14th place, and currently leading the way in club as Selden and Stott go into combat, and Selden up the inside. Tell you what, that new build's doing the business, isn't it? Up into 8th place he goes. And this is Britton ahead of Amos and Griffiths, and they're starting to ever so slowly reel in, very slightly, the 3 cars in front, because Lee Britton's trying to lead the charge to chase after them. This has been a season where Lee has really come on form. He was so close to his first MX-5 SuperCup win at Anglesey, and then the car gave out with 2 laps to go, and that was absolutely heartbreaking. And then finally managed to get the job done at Campbell Park, get his first victory. Since then, his confidence has been absolutely up, going nothing but skyward. There goes Tom Griffiths up the inside. That's 5th place taken from Richard Amos. Nice simple pass into Stowe Corner. Meanwhile, with the top 3, it's still Fletcher from Hill, from Cousins. And yeah, Lee Britton is getting slowly closer and closer. There goes Amos up the inside, and he initially thought about making a dive up there, but I think he realised that would have been quite silly and decided to back out of it and keep his car in one piece. Let's look at lap times this time by. Let's have a look in terms of positions. Right-hander at Club they go. Martin Tolley's not too far away. He's just there behind Will Batiley. He himself is ahead of Robert Way. As for George Grant, he is still ahead of Nick Rutter. Still working out for him at the moment. There goes Fletcher, Hills and Cousins. Still with the second group. Wide there for Richard Amos, trying to use all the road on the exit. Still in 6th position. Challenge on for the lead here as Aidan Hills looks to the outside line to try and possibly make the undercut here through Stowe Corner. Said that quite a few times. Everyone's trying to set themselves up a little bit. Not quite able to make that stick, but he'll keep on pushing if he's got an option to do so. Down towards the hairpin. Now Griffiths now going on the attack here, so rather than not just making a move on Amos and shaking him off, he's also now gone after Lee Britton and gone right onto his rear boot as they come through Club to end another lap. Actually, that should be intriguing, watching them as they turn their way out of the left-hander. Back to see George Grant there having a bit of a battle. I think he's just ahead of Amy Watts in 108. Of course, Amy daughter of former BTCC star Patrick Watts. It's their own family team, Patrick Watts Racing. Scored two podiums at Donington Park. She's going up the inside of George Grant here. They're both in different categories, but even so, it's not going to affect how many points that George scores in the Masters, but I'm sure that for George, he wants to still at least keep in front if he can. But he's continuing to get quicker and quicker as George. He's been as high as deep into, quite high in the top in the tens when it comes to positions, but just seems like he's lost the place to Amy Watts just now, and now he's under threat this time from Max Merritt, who's in the purple and silver BC Cars car, the one run by former MX-5 champion himself, Brian Chandler. Back out through Stowe Corner. This is still seeing Selden under threat from Alex Stott. Will Batiley's pitted in, so an issue for Will Batiley then. Into the pit lane comes the 17 car, so that's him possibly affecting some more points being scored in the. Him pitting in will affect positions in terms of point scoring for the club class. So that's going to be quite a key development, because it means that Robert Way still leads. And now Kamal Kelsey goes up to 2nd place, and I think it now puts Amy Watts into 3rd now in club class. I think he does now. So Amy Watts goes up to 3rd place in class, and she started 5th in class, in about 24th position. It's just nice, steady, consistent driving from Amy. Just nothing too over-dramatic. Just nice and steady, nice and smooth, and keeping out of trouble. There goes Amy. With George Grant on her tail. Trying to push on. Now that gap between 3rd and 4th is getting closer. It's not just me, not just my eyes, is it? He definitely is getting closer. We'll check lap times in a second. Just in a moment, just to see where they're at in terms of this battle. There was almost Cousin going a little wayward there, but yeah, Lee Britton's definitely bringing Tom Griffiths with him, and they're both dropping Richard Amos back in 6th position. So this could be a 5-car scrap for the lead if they continue to play their cards right. So we just wait and see how this one plays out. From the back, there's Selden and Stott, and they continue on in position. Side by side through Club Corner, and Selden's got the better momentum on the outside line, but Stott will have track position. Wheel to wheel, down towards Abbey Corner. Is he going to be able to squeeze through? No, not quite. Stott's back in behind Selden, and that will be the scrap that goes on for 8th place, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. So let's just take stock of where we are then. So Fletcher leads, Hill 2nd, Cousins 3rd with the fastest lap of the race. 4th for Lee Britton, bringing Tom Griffiths with him. 6th is Richard Amos. 7th you just saw there with Sam Heading. This is this fight for 8th between Tom Selden and Alex Stott. Chris Richardson rounds out the top 10. He's ahead of Will Powell and top Masters driver, which is Alistair Dendy in 12th position. And it's Josh Morris and Scott Wright. As we we see Scott Wright and Martin Tolley. In fact, actually, Martin Tolley's got ahead of Scott Wright. He's now moving up a couple of places. In the club class battle, let's have a quick check in with that. It is now... Oh, it's Kamal Kelsey because Robert Way's pitted. So Robert Way in pit lane, the championship leader, in trouble. And this could be major for the club class title because Robert Way, if he has to get back out if he can. Otherwise, this could be points lost. If Robert Way doesn't get back out into this race and possibly loses out, as we see Griffiths and Britton go side by side over 4th position. But if Robert Way doesn't get out on track again, that could possibly be handing a chunk of points to Kamal Kelsey, and he could potentially steal the club class title from under his nose. And remember, there's no drop scores usable for any of these last 3 races. They all have to count towards your final total, whatever the result. So if you retire, if you have a bad result, that's it. It has to go towards the final score. So Robert Way in trouble then, in the pit lane. If he can get back out, he can still finish 26th. It will still be points, but he'll lose quite a chunk to the cars around him. So I think he'll be hoping that he can possibly. He had some issues in testing on Friday. So whether he can try and resolve them and get that car back out remains to be seen. He's got another roughly, 5 3/4 minutes to go. So we'll wait and see if that car leaves pit lane. If not, that could be a real hit to his possible club class chances. Pro class back towards the complex at Vale and Club. It's now Lee Britton back inside and back in front of Tom Griffiths. So back into 4th place he goes. Scott Wright's car, I think, is parked on the outside there just before Club. So that's him out of the race, sadly. Wright's car was in trouble. Yeah, he's gone to the bottom of the timing screen, so it's definitely the number 11 car that's out of the race. So for club class now, it is Kamal Kelsey who leads. It is now Steve Kite in 2nd place, and Amy Watts is into a podium in 3rd place. So good work from Amy so far to get her into 3rd. And then the Masters category, if we check where we are with that, it's Will Dendy who leads that from from Martin Tolley in 2nd place. And yeah, there is Scott Wright off the road. Helmet off, looking rather frustrated. And it will be 3rd place in class for Steve Kite. So George Grant won't be on the podium, but if he can catch up in the 1.3 second deficit that he currently has to Steve Kite and pass him in the last 4 3/4 minutes, there is a real chance that he could still be on the podium. He's got back past Amy Watts. So Grant is back up to 17th overall. But he's also currently showing as 4th in class in Masters, so we'll keep on see how that plays out. Wheel to wheel again for 4th between Griffiths and Britton. Griffiths looking around the outside. Meanwhile, you can see not only was Hills getting close, but also you can see that Cousins' car was posturing around behind the rear of the top 2. They're still wheel to wheel for 4th place. Oh, Britton leans into the side of Tom Griffiths. Griffiths keeps the momentum and he's footed. He holds on to the position. That was forceful driving. Richard Amos, meanwhile, gets a time penalty for track limits, so we've got to be careful. What could be also key, we'll watch out if any of this lot get a time penalty, because if they do, that could be crucial. Cousins also crucially has the fastest lap of the race still. That'll be an extra bonus point at least for him. And I wonder, either Aidan Hill is just trying to push Fletcher at his own pace before he then decides to make a move in the last couple of laps, or whether he knows that he just needs to sit behind Patrick and just get the points he needs for the victory, for 2nd place, and do that in the next 2 races, and he knows that the champion's going to be his, and if he loses any points, it's going to be minimal. Either way, he's got quite a smart head on his shoulders, as Aidan. I'm sure he'll be working it out in terms of exactly what he needs to do. See, there's Will Morris giving a slight little help up the straight there from Alex Stott, giving a bit of a push. Will Powell gives him the run down the hill towards Stowe Corner, possibly to get past Chris Richardson in the bright green number 96. He had a couple of different colours as Chris Richardson, but green's his colour for this year. Also got a for sale sign on the front bumper and doors. If you want a SuperCup car that's running around the top 10, or near the top 10 at least, that's a good option. Across the line come the leaders. What's the lead gap this time? As we continue to watch Richardson, Stott and Morris. It's now 0.3 of a second. And Cousins was the fastest of the 3 cars in front of him. As for other class battles, how's that looking? Well, George Grant last time was 4/10 quicker the last time. He's caught Steve Kite. There he is. So visibly you can see the black car, the Misty Racing machine of Misty Racing team boss Steve Kite, has been caught by George Grant. This will now mean if he can get past him, it will put him onto the Masters podium. Meanwhile, scrap for fourth going on, 3 abreast on the exit of the right-hander at Chapel, and Richard Amos have a 5-second penalty, so really this pass is meaningless, but still it's exciting nonetheless. It's 3 abreast down the back straight. You've got Amos on the inside, Britton in the middle where he doesn't want to be, Griffiths on the outside if he can outbrake both of them down towards Stowe Corner, and the answer is... It is on track at least Amos. Griffiths braves it out around the outside, but Britton also keeps his foot in and remains in front for the time being. Meanwhile, there goes Cousins up the inside for second, but Hills has gone to the lead. Hills has gone to the lead now. And Cousins is up to almost second, but he gets shown the edge of the curb by Fletcher. This is crucial, though, because if Fletcher keeps on battling with Cousins, all it's going to do is benefit Aidan Hills to get away. It'll be his 12th win of the season if he can hold on for the next lap and a bit. I think they're going to have possibly 2 more laps to go because they crossed the line with about 1 minute 24 to go. So I suspect they're going to have 2 more laps, only just. So Britton now, meanwhile, is into 4th place, behind the top 3. Amos has gone 5th ahead of Tom Griffiths, so Griffiths has been shuffled back down to P6. But I imagine now that Aidan Hills is in front, just bided his time, just sat on the rear bumper of Fletcher, waited for his moment, waited for the mistake, and then pounced as soon as it came on top of it. Through he goes into the lead. He wants that 12th win of the season and to further try and cement this provisional title. Richard Amos is giving Lee Britton the hurry up here. Come on, Lee, put your foot down. Do something. Try and do something here, though. It's Patrick Fletcher looking round one way then the other as Hills again knows he has to go defensive. Goes to the inside line to hold off an attack from Fletcher. Back on the power. Down the hill towards Vale and Club Corner where he can possibly pull himself alongside there. He knows if he goes to the outside line and has the track position he can get himself through. Round the outside they go. They might just start the last lap of the race. Let's look at the timer. There's going to be 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds. I think they'll just get across the line and do 1 more lap. So 1 more chance for Fletcher. Across the line they go. Is the checker flag out? It's not. So 1 more time. There's a 5-second penalty also has gone out for car 50. That's Lee Britton. That's going to be for track limits as well. So whatever happens in 4th, 5th and 6th on the road, Tom Griffiths is going to be best of the rest in P4 anyway because Amos has a 5-second penalty and now 2, so does Lee Britton ahead of him in 4th place on the road. So Britton and Amos with track limits penalty. Cyber 3 abreast for the lead. As round the outside looked Patrick Fletcher. Cousins now still side by side with Fletcher this time by. He's got the inside line for the right-hander at Chapel. This time he makes it stick and through he goes. Or does he? Because here comes Fletcher on the undercut. He gets the inside line, and he'll have track position for Stowe Corner now as they charge down towards the right-hander. Under the bridge, and all this is doing is allowing Aidan Hills to get further and further away on this last lap. They're still wheel-to-wheel. They're practically touching door mirrors. Down towards Stowe Corner, leaning on each other slightly, and again, just touching wheels as they come in towards Stowe, but Fletcher back inside for 2nd place. And that might be all she wrote between 2nd and 3rd. Coming up to lap, I think possibly Eliza Seville, but she's too far in front by the looks of it. And down towards Vale for the final time, then in towards the left-hander. Through Club, Fletcher will try and push as hard as he can towards the end. He's not going to let Aidan Hills relax here. But out to the final couple of the corners and up to the checkered flag. It'll be a 12th win of the season and 1 step closer to the SuperCup title for Aidan Hills. A great victory for him here at Silverstone. 2nd place to Patrick Fletcher, 3rd to James Cousins, and then 4th will in the end be Tom Griffiths, because regardless of Britton and Amos, there will still be 5th and 6th behind them anyway, but they're drop down further back because Sam Heading also gets P5. Checkered flag will be for 8th for Tom Selden, 9th for Chris Richardson and 10th for Stott. Now for the rest of the categories, Alistair Dendy does win Masters in 12th ahead of Martin Tolley. This is now for the battle between Kite, Watts and George Grant. Amy Watts gets slightly sideways, trying to push those up the inside of Steve Kite if she can. But it's not going to be a podium for George Grant. He'll be 4th in Masters. Across the line he comes. He'll be 18th overall. Steve Kite gets a podium in Masters for 3rd in class and 16th overall from Amy Watts and George Grant. And in terms of the club class, let's work this one out. I think the club class is actually going to be Kamal Kelsey 1st. Amy Watts is going to be 2nd. And Ollie Hall will be 3rd. So a couple of other cars that dropped out. Had some of their own issues too. But there's the formation flying. It is Aidan Hills with his 12th win of the season, and he is getting closer and closer to becoming 2023 MX-5 SuperCup Pro Class Champion provisionally. Patrick Fletcher is doing all he can to try and prevent that and do what he can, just score the best results possible, as is too also James Cousins. Of course, Cousins comes off the back of, I'll correct myself, Sam Heading, I think, got his first win at, it was actually Croft, I believe it was, but we'll come back and check that tomorrow. Aidan Hills then with a victory in the first MX-5 SuperCup race of the weekend to round off today's action. Patrick Fletcher second and James Cousins third, from Tom Griffiths fourth after Lee Britton and Richard Amos were penalised for track limits. Sam Heading fifth, Britton and Amos sixth and seventh after their penalties, then Selden, Richardson, Stott and Powell ahead of Alistair Dendy, who wins the Pro Class category, but the Masters category in the mix as well. Martin Tolley and Josh Morris come next. Then it's Kamal Kelsey and Steve Kite. Amy Watts second in class as well. That's a good effort from her. George Grant is 18th from Ollie Hall, who takes third in club class. Then Nick Rutter, Max Merritt, Bruce Robertson, Alexander Jones and Eliza Seville. And what's crucial, of course, for the Masters is George Grant outscores Nick Rutter by 2 points. That means going to tomorrow, he will have a 1 point lead heading towards the second race with it all to play for in the mix. The rest of the order says Robert Way, who did get back out. He did get back out into the race, and hopefully he'll hope is going to be classified in 25th, which means he still scores points, and that salvages something from the class, but will certainly hopefully keep it in the mix. Well, hugs and celebrations all round down in pit lane as the final podium of the weekend of the day gets set to take place. I think we're going to get both pro and club podiums, I hope. Well, Kamal Kelsey's pulled in, so hopefully we'll get a chat to him. I think Amy Watts has driven off actually, so hopefully we can have a chat to her. But either way, top three and pro are down there, and to have a chat with them for the final time today, to a very happy Aidan Hills and the rest of the top three and everyone else down in Parc Ferme, it's Rob Lewis.
Lovely job. Well, a busy Parc Ferme down here, a very hot and bothered Aidan Hills. We'll get you to stand over here in front of the Brscc banner, Aidan. Is that tick, first job done?
Yeah, I mean, it went a lot better than planned. This weekend we've been really struggling with pace in a straight line. So round here, you know, it's hard for me to lead. I don't know if you would have seen it. As soon as I got into the lead, I was just sitting duck down the straights. But when Patch was in front, you know, I couldn't get near him. So we're struggling a little bit with straight line speed. So that was just about putting Patrick under as much pressure as I could and hoping that he cracked. And thankfully for me, he did just at the right time. And, you know, it was really hard for me to lead, but absolutely buzzing. I didn't expect that win at all.
Fantastic. So rest of the weekend then, how do you think it's going to go?
Hopefully the same, but you know, I'm starting 5th for race 2 tomorrow, and then this reverse grid race 3. So you know, the job is no way near done. I've got to finish 2 more races, and to be honest, if they're like that, that was such a good race. You know, we're so clean that I don't think all 3 of us didn't touch once, and we were like bumper to bumper at over 100 mile an hour. You know, and it's credit to this championship, credit to the lads. You know, us 3 have been top 3 all year, and it's so much fun, you know, racing with those 2. You've got a lot of respect for both of them.
100%. Congratulations, Aidan, ever the gentleman. Patrick Fletcher's just wandered off. Let's see if we can get him back there. We'll get Patrick in after a fantastic second place. Patrick, if I can just get you to stand there, sir. Patch, Aidan was just singing the praises, how clean you guys were, good hard racing. How was that for you?
Yeah, it's another gutting race for me because I put it on pole and actually got a really good start, got straight into the lead. And I think Aidan missed the gear onto the back straight or something, and I actually got a gap, and then I stupidly made a mistake into Stowe, and they were back on me again. And then, yeah, so I was so close to getting away, but not quite, and brought it home in P2. I think it's amazing, when you're behind other cars in the tow, you get so much tow, and we've set our car up for a lot of straight line speed. So when I'm behind the other cars, I've got so much speed compared to them. It's just trying to utilise it when you're in the lead. So
now, you've obviously, Aidan's the man to beat. You've got 2 more races to go. What's the game plan?
Pole tomorrow, so try and do the same again tomorrow. Without the mistake into Stowe.
Without the mistake into Stowe, that's the important thing. Thank you, Patrick. Fantastic result there. Where's James Cossins then? Let's get James in here as well. You know the drill, James. Stand there. Look pretty in front of the Brscc board. James, fantastic race. Charlotte's a bit miffed you've hit her board, so we'll come to that later. But great race from yourself.
That's all right. It's only a board. You can replace that. It's number 3 anyway. It's not the valued one. Yeah, it was a good race. Just going together really at the beginning. We all know the situation around Silverstone. So yeah, me, Patch and Aidan, we just decided to off we go, see what happens, and unfold in the last couple of laps, which it did. A little bit unfortunate at the end. I thought a couple of times I could get a really good switch back, and it didn't quite work out, and a little bit struggled a little bit down the straights, but probably my right foot isn't heavy enough. But it was good. Yeah, good result for both of us. You know, Hills obviously dominating at the minute, which is great, getting first, and you know, aids his championship lead. But yeah, it's been a great result for the team, and it's just good to be racing, to be honest. Good fun. It's good fun.
Good hard racing, nice clean racing. 2 more races tomorrow. What's your thoughts?
Go 2 more places up.
Hopefully.
Works out, doesn't it? I'll try. I'll flip a coin tonight and see what it says, and we'll go from there. But just a big shout out to family and friends watching at home. Mum and Dad on holiday, lucky them. Rachel, Michael, and love you lots, and hope you enjoy it and drink a lot for me tonight. That'd be great.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a fine podium there. James Costas hoping to go a few better. Kamal, come and have a stand here with us. Kamal Khalzi, fantastic result there. You must be thrilled.
I am. I'm very, very happy. Silverstone likes me. I like Silverstone, so good result.
What is it about the circuit you like so much?
I think I just get on with it. The corners, the fast-flowing nature. It's quick, and I like that.
And does it kind of suit the Mazda MX-5 racing for you?
I think so. I think it does because you can carry so much momentum through the corners, and it's a lot of fun four-wheel drifting through the fast stuff. So yeah, good.
Absolutely, and certainly looks clean. I mean, your car, looking at it just from a distance, prepared by Hills Motorsport, certainly looks clean. So there was no door panel bashing in it.
No, the race was excellent. There was no real contact as such. I think that it helps that the circuit's quite wide, so everybody gives each other space. It was quite respectful, and yeah, Hills Motorsport have done a great job preparing the car, yeah, kudos to them for giving me the tools. So.
Well, Kamal, congratulations there on another fine result.
Shout out to the family in Italy.
And shout out to the family, absolutely. Thank you, Kamal. And one more person to come over here, Mr. Steve Kite there, just getting himself a refreshment. Congratulations, Steve. How was that race for you?
It was good, eventful. Yeah, really eventful. Yeah, me, George and Wilbur, the last block, 4 or 5 laps were all over us. It was great. Yeah, and I've got a sweat on.
Is that a rarity?
Yeah, I don't do running and stuff. Look at me.
But MX-5 racing, how it should be.
Exactly. Yeah, superb. Close, as it should be. Fun, because we've got to go work on Monday.
Absolutely.
Yes, and it's great. Yeah.
So, 2 more races to go tomorrow. What's your thoughts?
Hopefully, I can try and catch Kamal.
Hopefully, he does look quite quick, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Yeah, he got away, and then we stayed about the same-ish on times, apparently. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get a good start and give him a run for his money.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about. Steve, fantastic result there for Steve Kite. Unfortunately, that's all the cars that have been pulled up for the various podiums. Thank you to everyone for tuning in and watching me doing the podiums all day. It's been great to present this, and we look forward to one more day of action. Now, for the final time, I'm going to hand back up to Scott Woodwist to sign out the day.
Thank you very much, Rob. Superstar all day, as always. And yes, I echo his thoughts as well. Thank you very much to everyone who's put on some great racing today. And of course, everyone who's tuned in, and not just tuned in, but also been at the circuit round here at Silverstone as well. Some excellent races. Of course, we have to give initial provisional congratulations also to Matthew Fletcher for being our champion-elect in the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and to Sam Beckett for being champion-elect in the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge as well. There are still more titles still to be settled. Tomorrow, of course, we'll settle 2 more Mazda sets of titles, the Gazjox Mazda MX-5 Championship, and as you've just seen as well, the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. There's also an AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 title to settle. It looks as though now it's advantage Albert Webster as he heads into it with a heightened lead after he won the race earlier on today. And of course, we've got more racing which hasn't even appeared yet on the timetable. We've still got 3 more series and championships to entertain you tomorrow. First appearance tomorrow of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport Challenge. Their final rounds that will settle both of those titles provisionally, as well as also the amazing modified Fords. I mean, Rob will echo me saying that the modified Fords are superb. A sold out grid plus reserves of 44 cars. All sorts of fantastic mouth-watering Fords to look forward to as well. And on top of that, as an added bonus, we've also got a 45-minute SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy race as well, with another sold-out grid there too. Aren't we good to you? So, more Mazdas, more Fiestas, more Club Sport action, more City Cars, and more modified Fords, all tomorrow. More provisional championships to be settled. If you enjoyed everything you've seen here today and want to find out more, head to the website brscc.co.uk. You can also come visit us here at Silverstone for our first ever exhibition event, which is the Driven by Racing event, where you can learn about how to get your AIRTEC test, test drive a race car, find out how to be a volunteer, a marshal, a scrutineer, a clerk of the course, a coordinator, anything that you want to get involved in as well. We'll have simulator runs, we'll have AIRTEC tests being able to be done, all sorts of things that you can do here to learn about everything Brscc does within the industry. November 18th and 19th, you can head to the website, hit the Driven by Racing banner on the front page. You can apply for tickets for anything that you want to get involved in as well. If you want to find out all about the championships and series here this weekend, head to the website, brscc.co.uk. And also don't forget, if you haven't already, to subscribe to YouTube as well, because of course tomorrow we go live with more action to see more provisional champions crowned. From myself, Scott Woodward, from Rob Lewis and all of us here at Silverstone, thank you for watching for day one of the finals weekend at Silverstone for BRSCC. More action where that came from tomorrow. Bye for now.